Like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Like a hell. Like a Hellcat.
eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to the PCS Europe. We are getting ready to get into things where $100,000 is on the line for the teams and $100,000 will go to charity. That's right, $200,000 in total across the board here for the next 3 weeks. And also, this tournament's going on across the world here for the Continental Series as well. It's an exciting time. My name's Jeemzz Carol, and I have Avenger with me and Toby. Gentlemen, I'm happy to have you here once again. It's as if just last week I was talking to you guys, because I was. Martin, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to be here. Excited to see a top-tier tournament like this online. It's been set up extremely quickly, and I'm excited to get it all started and see how our competitors are going to do.
Toby?
Yeah, I'm the same. I mean, this is phenomenal, and not only, as you said as well, I mean, not only is it going to be a great tournament, also it's like the Live 8 of PUBG, right? There's so much going on in terms of PUBG across the globe right now. It's going to be a great couple of weeks to follow.
Yeah, definitely will be. All right, let's get down to the nitty-gritty and things, of course, as we have 3 weeks worth of games coming at you throughout this whole time, and we have 24 teams which have either been invited or qualified to the proceedings as they do stand. 10 teams were invited, Martin, and then we had the other 14 teams qualify through either EU West, EU East, or MEA.
Yeah, obviously we have some teams that have the advantage of playing in the PGS qualifier with Berlin, and now we have this whole situation change this into PCS, so they managed to get straight into it, and obviously it's some big names. What I'm really excited is that we have some of these teams that either never been to a LAN before, or like it's the first shot at a big event like this. So I'm excited to see if these guys are able to bring it to some of our big names, like these 10 invited teams we have, you know.
Yeah, definitely so. Toby, when you look at the names here, I mean, not only some of the qualified teams that have also, done very well to get here, but those 10 invited teams like Liquid, like your FaZe, like TSM that just won DreamHack, very big names that we're looking out for to do well.
Oh yeah, but without a doubt. But having said that, they can't rest on those laurels. I mean, every single time, we've talked about it so many times before, every time you can change just one team in a group of teams, and that can change the dynamic completely. So as much as it was great winning and doing well at DreamHack, leave that behind you, and now you got to focus on the teams that you have at hand here.
Yeah, definitely so. And all of these teams have a great opportunity across days worth of gameplay, because it's not just like, let's use DreamHack as an example that we've just had before. Obviously, all the teams were playing against one another in that group format. So A versus B, B versus C, as all the teams are divided up into 8 teams per group. This time around, each of these groups is going to have 2 chances against one another. And that creates an interesting dynamic, in my opinion, Martin, because you can then study what happened in your previous group against someone and then try and bring that into the next play day.
I really love how, first of all, the 24-team format, I think it's super interesting because you need to adapt, and I think that's the biggest thing with PUBG. You need to be able to adapt. You can't go into, like, you have your usual 16 teams, you drop in your own stuff. You have to be able to prepare. You have to be able to play against new teams, and you have to be able to adapt from game to game and from week to week and from day to day. So the teams that are the best at adapting, they're going to be in the top 16, and then you can play kind of more the 16-team format where they either figure out their drops in the scrims, or they figure out their drops in the first time they drop on the map, and then they play out like the game like that. But I really love the 24-team format, especially how it's set up here with an extra chance and multiple times playing against the same teams.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Of course, throughout our first weekend or extended weekend of play days, we actually have 3 days to play out. We're going to have A versus B today, B versus C tomorrow, and then after that we will have A versus C as that does stand, and then we go into the next weekend where everybody gets to play against one another as well. So there's a lot of opportunities, Toby, for teams to prove themselves here, especially with today, A versus B going up against one another. Is the schedule for today as well. We have Miramar, Erangel, and all of that is actually remastered towards the end, Toby, which we've already seen quite a few games on, and from my personal view, it's been very entertaining to watch so far, Toby.
Yeah, it has. It really has. It's made a lot of the areas that we saw previously on Erangel where we didn't not want the games to end there because they could cause for some fun situations, but they have been cleaned up and things have gotten a lot better. And as you were saying as well, Jeemzz, I mean, we're in a situation now with this format where essentially you only really have power over 2/3 of the games that are being played. So that puts even more pressure on you to really go out and deliver because if you're in Group B, on the last day, you're going to be sitting back watching with your fingers crossed, hoping that the amount of points you manage to get on your 2 play days will be enough, right? So you wanna be in, but you want to be in with quite a buffer so that you can kind of rest safe whenever your day off is.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, definitely so. And Avenger, when we look at groups A and B for today, what are the names that really kind of stand out to you? Let's focus down on today and focus on what we're going to see here today.
I mean, we have some pretty big teams today, honestly. Like, B is pretty stacked. We have Liquid, TSM, Omarken, Elgiganten, Tornado Energy. We have some really big names there, Digital Athletics. So I feel like we're going to start the day with a bang, honestly. Tempest is in there, in Group A, Navi, Ratios, Adepts, just to name a few of them. I've already kind of named all of them nearly, but we'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
And then we can take the rest. Jokes aside.
I'll pick that last team you didn't mention. Yeah, sorry.
No, but it's as I said, like it's some really strong names, some big names today.
Yeah.
So it's pretty exciting to see. We're gonna start with a bang. I'm super excited to see how these like the qualifying teams they're gonna fit into this. Like how aggressively are they gonna be able to play versus some of these like really big ballers that have a lot of experience both online but also on LAN and in like the setting that this tournament is already at.
I mean, some of the teams that have actually already qualified, actually through the qualification process, Toby, are names like DA in this A versus B. And actually, you know, even Iroh, when we were talking to him when TSM had actually won DreamHack last week, was already singing their praises as well. DA is looking like a bit more of a powerhouse than they used to, Toby, coming into today, I would say.
I mean, on a DA day, they can go up against the best and not just do well, but really like put up scary good numbers.
Yeah.
It's their inconsistency in doing so that has me not consider them as a current top team. Like they when they do well, they do insanely well, but when they don't, the card house kind of falls apart before it's even built, and that's when they really have those plummeting performances that I hope they won't have any of in this tournament.
And in general, when we look at groups A and B, today does encompass two teams like Liquid and TSM that both had huge days when it came to just recent tournaments that actually did unfold. So those are two names that people are really going to have to look out for. Guys, any quick predictions? We've got 30 seconds before we start. Anything coming out for you, starting with you, Avenger, for today?
I think, really quick, I think that the big teams are going to be very respected today. Their drops are going to be respected, and I think some of the lesser known teams or some of the teams where you expect them to take a new drop spot, they're going to be contested, they're going to be hot dropped, and I'm quite excited to see that to get started.
Quick thoughts, Toby?
I want to see if Etiquette contests TSM in anything today. They've been doing in qualifiers and backing off in finals. I want to see if they put pressure on them, both on Erangel and on Miramar today.
Yeah, that is actually a very good call. Thank you very much, Toby. Thank you very much, Martin. It's time to go to our casters for our first game of the day. It is Sims and Pansy. Take it away.
Thank you, Jeemzz and the desk. I mean, I think they set it up so perfectly. There's not much more to be said than they've summed it up. It's quite top-heavy rich. We've got all the big dogs here. We've got some young blood coming in, looking quite hungry. The potential of hot drops may not be towards the big dogs, but then again, we've seen, Etiquette getting a little close for comfort to some of the teams. We saw, a couple of others being pushed in recent tournaments. Rich, your first thoughts now?
I suppose it's to go off the back of what Martin said. We do have some big teams that are going to be in play today, but we have all these other rosters, and even Toby started touching on it, where you could have these potential hot drops, contestants. When we have a group stage that is 36 maps long, I mean, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it. It is long, and it's a bit longer than what we used
complain,
to.
right?
No, nobody can complain. If you have a bad day, there is opportunities to actually fix those issues and go ahead and say, okay, well, what did we mess up? How can we reverse this? How can we correct this? So there are opportunities during this group stage to be able to actually have the odd bad game here and there. Still, when you have other teams and you're in that scenario, we've seen it before, you have a 16-team game. There are teams that have to be eliminated. You don't want to be down there once we're all said and done.
Oh, wow.
But more than usual, I would say there's not as much pressure, but there's still plenty of money that's at the end of this line. You want to be there for the grand finals.
Yeah, you absolutely do. Northeast Circle hitting in to start with. We have TSM in there, Unity, Elgiganten, Adept, Raise Your Edge, all probably with the best kind of footing to go forward. Not sure how that's going to echo down the line if they can actually walk away with it. There's plenty of rotation routes here, but anyone towards that south west side is definitely going to be reaching on this. It's not going to be an easy one for them to find a route forward. And how have the kind of, I don't want to say younger teams, but you know, the non-invited few, the invites, I think we know we've done to death. Those 10 teams we're aware of. Who are you looking at? Who gets your attention from maybe non-invited teams directly? Is there anyone out there that's caught your eye, or that we know is already pretty solid, but this is another attempt to kind of prove that point?
Okay, so we'll have a quick run through while things are getting set up here. You guys at home can look and see where people are standing off, and if we do see any action, Lauren, feel free just to jump in. But I'll run through the teams that have made it through compared to our actually invited ones. For Europe East and the Open Qualifiers, Nuclear Penguins, Unity, Better Luck Next Time, and MiracU. I think Unity are definitely a standout team there that we've seen perform, and we know can perform not only on a LAN environment, but within a tournament environment.
Let's see if this comes of anything here. I want to see if Quizzy decides to get inquisitive or if he just chills. I think he's just going to chill. They're backing away. Crack on, mate.
West, Europe West, towards their Open Qualifiers, we had 7 teams that came up through that. Tempest, Wasted Potential, Redline, Red Zone, Misfits, and Tropic Eleganten. Again, straight off the back of what we were watching last week when it came to DreamHack and what we've seen throughout competition in PUBG. Tempest, one that qualified on the last day. There's some big names on there when you look towards Wookie Bookie, Tommel, just to name a few off the back of it. Like, we've seen these guys on land. We've seen them on bigger rosters. Hell, Wookie was on TSM at one point. We've seen Tommel on Besiktas when all the memes and banter happened. And then finally when we got warning shots.
Yeah, Gaxi doesn't want to let that go, does he? Gaxi is willing to put as many of those 363 556 bullets towards Orange as he wants to. And it does mean that Gaxi at least gets to keep the building. You know, Orange does pull up quite close by, but beyond that, we can see that everyone's doing what we expected. So, you know, prior to the 4-minute marker, Liquid on the move. It's kind of what we're used to. Crack on.
Final teams, 3 of them that came through the MEA side of it. Digital Athletics, Etiquette, Istanbul Wildcats. Toby mentioned over Etiquette getting aggressive on quite a few teams early on. I think you do have opportunities with such a large group stage, Lauren. And I'll kind of open this one up to you. I think there are options to be able to drop on teams and kind of fight and maybe get a little bit aggressive without being eliminated. You know, sometimes we see in other formats where if you drop on somebody, it's self-destructive. May make it out, we get 2 or 3 alive at the scrappy end, but because there's so many opportunities to pull it back, there are chances for you to maybe stamp your ground and say, okay, well, this is my turf, get the hell out, we'll drop on you and we'll fight for it.
Oh, hold on. You said Unity and they're doing well. That's Orange finding a bit of a trade there. Unable to convert onto the 2. It was a 1v2 that Orange got himself in, but Gustav had a really nice off angle. Apparently there's a couple of lags, so hopefully that can be fixed up. We'll try and be as descriptive as possible, just in case you can only hear us and you can't see it too much. But this is the current scenario. Eleganten on the move, trying to probably get everyone back together, and it looks like maybe they're in trouble, but no, they dealt with the threat well. They've got all their players back on their feet, and they're doing all right. Haiku getting very close towards Unity, so again, some of these slightly, I don't want to say lesser teams, that's not right, but not quite your tier 1 looking squads, battling it out early. Unity will arguably be the more favored side as we know them a little bit more, but they did just lose out on Orange. So with him being down, they're down to 3. They have to play with that in mind, and I'm sure they will. This is phase 1, and we're already seeing a couple of losses here and there. But I'm curious to see. So my mind instantly goes to when we spoke to Iroh, excuse me, I said Six Smokes, I was looking at the names. Iroh at the end of TSM's run when they did very well. And we discussed DA and it was brought up on the desk. The bells are about to toll, but I'll be quick about this. Welcome to broadcasting at home, boys and girls. Basically, they're more aggressive. They've changed up that play style. The roster looks a little different, and he's excited to see what they can bring, obviously, because they were the ones that kind of hindered Liquid in that crazy comeback, right? So there's a lot to be seen. These guys, some beautiful shots coming out. Very nice from Adept there. That's Noki, another player that we certainly got to know throughout those opening couple of days. And Eleganten struggling here. I thought they were out of trouble before, but it seems they found themselves right back into it.
Taking early fights like this sometimes just awakens the beast to all these teams that'll be around you. It is not an odd circle, but certainly a more northern one. We don't get too many circles that finish up past Cruz de Bal, so you will get these kind of engagements when we run towards the hillside. Etiquette going against Tornado Energy, another one that we kind of said may pop off a little bit earlier on, as they did have information earlier. I will now know that Marklov's hiding around the corner. Marklov at least takes a dinks and get out of there. Is he going to hold this? He is laying down, so it puts you in a bit of a predicament. If you move left or right, your gun's going to get pushed away, and you can just punch him in the head and say, well, whatever gear you've got on there, we'll take that alongside the point. So an instant reverse off, but holding, doing this and beating down on the floor, creeping and crawling, gives the time for Adaji to move up, but unfortunately instantly is put back down. His last 2 players will probably disconnect from this. There's no point in trying to get bloodthirsty and hunt them down. Yeah, it's a bit of a messy one. I kind of want to revert back to what you mentioned about DA, and I think this is how people should be and will be playing this game from now on. We've had many a time to figure out how the point structure works, how the system works, how the games work. And we are generally seeing as a standard fact, when you look at that scoreboard, placement points, yes, they're always nice. And you always get that good, big jump up at 10 points when you win a game. But the heavy-hitting teams that are already always at the top of a table, they have frag points.
Let's see if he can get this completed here. He's going to go for the push. It looks like Entropic on the other side. This is a tough battle, although they're in a good position to maybe punish Iroh. If he's out on his own, he could get caught, and he has. Double's already found him, and now they're going to push forward. These guys are aggressive. They're a wild card in a way, right? They're that team that can go off. They seem hyper risky. They're willing to take these risks. Iroh was out on his own. He fell back to cover, and while the rest of the team were about to do that counter push, Vard and Fexx are ready. MiracU's been tagged up as well. These guys are out for blood. Entropic want this area, and they're going to fight for it, Rich, and that nade's done really well. MiracU's gone down. Fexx and Vard shocked with the amount of aggression coming their way, and maybe, just maybe, Vard can hold on to this, but with 15 bullets left in the mag, and pretty much the whole squad to take down, this is going to get harder. Nice work from Vard, though. One more to find, or maybe Entropic get the reses, and they get themselves back on their feet. Oh my god, Vard, if this nade works, he's going to get them all. If this nade lands perfectly, this is going to be huge. It's good. It's damn good. Somehow, Hawk has survived. I don't know how, Rich. I don't know how he's on his feet. But TSM have just lost 3. Huge aggression coming out.
Comes down to a 1 versus 1. See if he can complete it. Take a look at the map, see where it actually goes to. Novik again bleeds out. Circle should be shifting down, which it does. And we kind of said beyond that Cruz de Val area, we don't tend to see too many up by Campo Militar. It takes a very hard shift and hard set of circumstances to work its way up more towards the northeast quadrant, but it does pull towards the south, which will now mean that everyone begins the rotation. Still sticking with Vard, a man who had an absolute blinder of a performance at DreamHack just last week, and it's actually nice to be able to talk about something like that, the fact that we're getting on with this PUBG scenario, and we do have events that we can come off the back of regardless of the situation, what's going on in the world right now. Hawkeye cycling that grenade. If he actually throws the pan and hits him, I'd give it in. Liquid versus DA now. Liquid could actually get a bit of revenge here, potentially, for being halted by DA last week at the finals of DreamHack. Vard did get double, so that is another knock, and it's still a 1 versus 1 on that fight. It will continue through up and towards the tower. Burn it. If he actually lands this and it burns them from the side, if that's got over, that'll be... Has it done it? Oh, he's going for a second. Once he knows where they are, there's nowhere really else you can go, and you're only safe by the wall.
Yeah, and look at the kill feed. Naylup there. Another highlight from just a couple of days ago. The man is very much a powerhouse player. Maybe a little newer to certain people's eyes, but he's certainly lighting up the kill feed on a consistent basis. So keep your eyes on Raise Your Edge. Naylup's definitely a name to watch out for coming up in this tournament. Vard still locked into this, can't really back away. It's kind of one of those scenarios where this is your first round, and there is going to be a bit of this kind of back and forth, teams getting settled in. The circle's been a little bit uncomfortable for some, but yeah, a bit of an unfortunate beginning for TSM specifically. I don't think anyone expected that kind of aggression from Entropic to come out, that kind of Czech / I guess Slovakian squad making that super aggressive play, full commitment to it. Very impressive.
Which is another one when I look at the guns that we're kind of holding and where they're working from. You can see Vard, he can't at the moment have adopted from the fight, so we will change up and move to it. Red line, finding Elegant, certainly what's left of them. Gaxi, another one to fall victim. Marv holding a different angle as well, so they're just being battered from 2 different angles here, and it's left to Gustav to hold the line, get away from this. Smoke grenades are in hand. He's in the vehicle, and he's getting the hell out of there because with the last man standing, same scenario, unfortunately for Vard as well. Neither of these teams wants to be going down at 16th in the very first game to open things up. Set falling victim. And now Vard might be doing the same as Double is wrapping around. And I kind of spoke about things that you do notice on the opposing side. When you see Hawkeye holding a sniper rifle, literally holding with the angle. Does he know Double's here? Oh, shoulder peek, corner peeked.
Wow.
Held it well. Extended out from the building. He had no idea he was there. And TSM from hero to 0. From winning, coming straight off the back of winning an event, to falling 16th place in game 1.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. I mean, I don't think anyone can really, I don't want to say blame them. It's just like a weird scenario where someone's so aggressive they're not willing to back away from the compound. So it definitely caught them off. But yeah, first team down, definitely something that catches your attention, right? It's hard to look past that. Outside of that, though, I want to keep my mind towards Raise Your Edge. They had a good starting position on the circle, but now let's look at who's kind of in those stronger positions, just to keep you up to date. It's going to be Liquid, Unity, Haiku, D8, Tempest, big portion of the map there. This northern sector is really, really rife. There's a little bit of room down by kind of Minas Gerais, Graveyard. That area, no, it's not ideal, but it could be a slot-in spot for someone on those outskirts. Na'Vi looking for a way forward. Again, quite open territory around Haiku and Omicron in the north, so do you really want to go near that? But a lot of the teams, the vast collection, are somewhat safe. Decent enough compounds. You might see a bit of peacocking. You might see those 2-2 splits pulling themselves together potentially. We'll see. We'll see how people shuffle here.
Circle's been pretty favorable to at least Team Liquid, but that goes hand in hand with knowing the game and knowing the compounds where you are. DA still holding a 2-2, which gives them a large amount of land grab, depending where the circle will be following. People working slowly but surely inwards. Etiquette, Tornado Energy, the remnants of both of those teams have lost players on either side of them. They're over by the west. Hacienda del Patron will be kind of the area that they hold down for now. Na'Vi lingering on the hillside. They have to be careful. None of those three teams can really advance further in the circle because of Hicks and DA's position all the way down south, who's actually alone. Red zone, they're quite happy at the moment. No one really in any distinct position to approach them and attack them, so that they're safe. They'll just wait out the circle, see where it goes. Up in the north, Omicron, big amount of area. And this is who's their only, to be fair, real issue from the backlines and from the blue. It will be Etiquette, but because of where they are, excuse me, not Etiquette, IEQ, coming down, they're going to be up against the blue. It'll be difficult to make the rotate. The biggest and hardest point for teams on this circle, it's on the east. We've got about 7 teams that have all come off the embankment of the hillside, and they're now just bunkered in, waiting for this circle to move them.
And again, guys, all your feedback is always welcome. We'll relay it the best we can. So if you want to see things switched up, we'll do our best for you. Obviously, we're making things work as we can. T-Bone also making it work there. Going to find a player. I'm not sure if the revives are potential. I think Marv's peeling away from that, getting the vehicle. Might have to just accept their fate. Or he might pull up and try and create some cover. Maybe feeling there's a chance for that. Gustav, probably playing for the long game, right? If you're in that position, that scenario, you're the last player standing, I think, for his team. You're not taking many fights. So all these teams, these are the outskirt teams trying to come in against some more set-up squads, like Raise Your Edge, who are kind of northeast on the map as it stands, kind of just to the right of Unity and north of Tempest. So they're pretty safe, though. You can see that little hillside there in the valley there. They've got all the minis out. They're waiting to see if anyone peeks that ridgeline. They'll get a nice silhouette to take down. And beyond that, I think Na'Vi might get a little bit of a scrap if they overextend towards Hacienda. But otherwise, where do we see this circle ending, Rich? Where are you feeling on this?
Anywhere for me, anywhere between Unity, Liquid, DA. That kink in the road because of the hillside and with the open fields around it. I'd expect the circle to centralize unless we get a hard shift and it causes problems. There you go. Now it should keep going towards anywhere on that roadside between then 3 teams. That's your safety net. So everyone now just has to fight on the outskirts and see who's left for this circle, because there's not a lot of room. There's not a lot of hard cover. I said there's room. There is room, but the hard cover is the real issue. You'll have certain scenarios like Na'Vi here where they'll just have to run the gauntlet and hope to God no one's in the field side and they can get a position, maybe build a little fortress with the vehicles. Na'Vi, a quite predominant team that will always run 4 vehicles as much as possible, and they'll either just go for the push onto an area. They've been quite graceful in the fact that this miniature compound is open for them. If DA want to get aggressive, if DA want to do something fun, maybe they run over, maybe they try and plank a grenade through the roof, which you can do on that particular area for that actual particular compound, for instance. You've seen teams before where they just run at it and throw nades up and over, and they will land in there. Especially when there's 3 players, it's going to be tight for Na'Vi to really do much else, but they could be safe for the net circle. Next ones who'll make their approach from that side, it'll be Etiquette, Tornado Energy. However, Tornado Energy, I believe, have found the oil drum, so they can work off the back of that. That's just outside of DA. We've still got this real issue over on the opposing side. The east is the beast, because we have Raise Your Edge, Gustav, the last man from Eleganton, then Tempest, that are really working a large amount of land grab here. They've got 1 compound, and further deeper inside the hills, Redline, Adepts, and Red Zone have still all got to get in there. Not all of those teams can fit, and I think we'll probably lose 2 to 3 during these next 5 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like Adepts have opted to swing further south. They're going towards Red Zone, so away from Red Line over towards Red Zone. They're both kind of looking towards the same compound, so Back and Dark over there, trying to make sure they're aware of the position. vazku does sweep away the remaining 2 who cost TSM that opening position they were looking for. Sadly for the other team, they were working in from the north. Omicron completely had control of that. It's very hard to do much about it. Now, Red Zone opted to not really take the fight against Adepts and just move in. Oh, Red Line, you hate it. We'll call it a warm-up, all right? No one saw anything,
He
move on,
shook his
we're
head
fine.
himself, didn't he?
Yeah, you know you're pissed when that happens. It's like, oh, God, it's not what you want. Omicron, big split in the north. They've got 4 players very split apart, controlling as much land as possible. Now, Raise Your Edge is a curious one for me here, Rich, because it's very hard to peel away from this compound. Now, yes, you can take the hill to the south. That's where Redline are. It's hard to run that ridge forward because Unity have perfect vision on you. And then above is Omicron. So Raise Your Edge actually might be in a spot of bother here. I'm not sure how they want to get themselves out of this, potentially. Yes, they can wait around this compound, but that'll put them very much on the edge of things. But there's not many other options here. It's very tough.
I suppose Redline, Omicron does have vision on them, but Redline are more their bigger problem right now. The saving grace for them is that Unity, they've only got 1 player in the front compound, so should they push it, he's not going to be able to take all 4 players down. They could send the vehicles, they could get in there, they could make it work. They'd have to be aware of the grenades, but Unity have got more players towards the back lines of that area. So there is 1 player in the front. They definitely have an angle, don't get me wrong, but their minor saving grace is that the front of it will be weakened, so there is an entry point there should they have to do it. And I think it may be the only entry point because they'll be playing emergency once this circle updates if it does go forward. Really, the valley that they're in, unless they take the fight uphill, which I think they're restricted to do given Omicron and Unity's position, I think Unity are the next ones that have to defend that compound because all the teams will be rushing into them. It's the only place physically to go for anybody else on the eastern side.
Yeah, you're spot on, and this circle is going to definitely pressure that. Haiku are going to sit pretty. They're happy. They'll have to shuffle a little bit, but they could be pretty good there. And they're a team that, you know, aren't one of the big dogs that we're used to talking about. So eyes towards them. We are seeing Raise Your Edge moving up towards Unity. Big moves towards that side. They have lost out on Shiv. That's towards, I think that's Redline. Ivus catching Shiv in the back. Omicron keeping Redline busy. So good moves from Raise Your Edge. If they can get their players back on their feet, it's a good attempt. It's not ideal. Look at this ground. Definitely not ideal. But they've beaten other teams to the punch. Now Redline putting set down is going to make Unity a little weaker than before. And maybe consider some other teams to crash that compound. Maybe it's a must-have. It's not yet. Tempest in the south, gonna have to work it out. Adepts in the south, Red Zone in the south. You've got Tornado Energy, DA on the move. Mert just got called off. They were sitting kind of southwest on this, and they now need to shift forward. The problem is Na'Vi, Liquid, Red Zone, they are all in their way. They're going to make a mad dash for it, and maybe it'll work out, but they're going into the unknown here, Rich.
Yeah, there's loads of stuff happening across screen. It's just going to be hard to bring you all the action. Redline are pushing into Omicron. They're getting an eye line and Raise Your Edge. Down in the south, we have DA who moved out their compound. Then we get Red Zone. Tempest might get a third party onto that here. All these points that are in the background work their way uphill and get involved in the fight. Keep an eye on that kill feed, though, because we do have 2 fights on 2 different sides of this one. Makandak instantly gets confirmed. He's down. Not quite out yet. In fact, he is. I tell a lie. Red name comes up, which means the death has been confirmed. Tempest, I think I saw one of their players go down. Danamon from the windows. That's actually Unity with a double nade onto Raise Your Edge. And that's the unfortunate victim of being inside the ball area on the side of the road. Sixma's also fallen, and so was Monkey. And for Raise Your Edge, this got a hell of a lot more difficult because they've only got 1 player left.
Yeah, this has gone from kind of bad to worse for Raise Your Edge. They're now being naded from above. They've got all the attention their way. That could be the end of it. And it looks like it is. Actually, no, Udyr still alive. How is he still alive? Now, Tornado Energy, in the meantime, went towards the west. They ran in towards, I think it was Na'Vi. So Na'Vi have claimed that title, holding on the circle. DA had been eliminated. They went towards the southeast. Tempest are the only team walking out of that southern clash. Adepts just went. That was a huge amount of teams gone. I'm pretty sure Raise Your Edge might have just been wiped as well. Red Zone eliminated. We've just blinked, and it's going to be so much brutality. If you weren't in that last circle, you're probably already dead. Let's see if Tempest can survive. They seem like the only team who might make it in. Credit to Redline, they've actually made it a little further forward. Omicron on their heels, sure, Unity piling in, Tempest as well, but they were one of the other teams who've somehow slotted in this scenario. It's not easy to do either, considering we did lose, you know, almost 8 teams in that instant. Now, Circle moves again. We're going to see Liquid on the move, Haiku on the move, Tempest, Na'Vi. The North, pretty good for Omicron. This could be a really good game for them. And of course, Unity. I'm not sure if they actually lost that one player. They did potentially get flushed on that. I only see 3. I might be mistaken. But for them, this could be a great game. Now, everyone else has to think of how do we get forward? What's the right timing on this?
Yeah, Sack got knocked, but they managed to get him back on his feet. That compound towards the back, there is an option for Redline to hit it hard. I mean, they'll hold for now where they are on the edge of the circle. There's no real need to do anything. Mxey with the... that was an absolute banger. Let's be known as well that Bestoloch, I think he 1 versus 3'd Tornado Energy when they on the approach, and he got 2 with 1 nade and then finish off the final person. So he battered them and stopped any advancement, but they're another team that's in a really weakened position now by the circle. I think they'll take separate vehicles. Tab's still healing up here, so they'll have to... They'll take definitely some tick damage on this and from the blue, but it's really where they go. I'm guessing field, but with how many other teams are looking towards them, and then Hick with the AWM as well. I have seen that in play. Kaymind falling onto Kemba. Bestoloch makes it in. I don't think Senya's going to get much further, but really quickly, it should be known. Team Liquid, all 4 of them are looking towards Navi. They've no idea that Tempest is directly behind them, and here they go.
Yeah, Tempest need to make this quick and short. They don't have a long discussion about this matter. It gives time for the turn, but now Tomil finds Kaymind, and we're down to just 2 standing for Liquid. Jeemzz and Ibi aren't looking so good either. They're looking pretty battered and broken. I think that's going to be Liquid gone. Nice timing from Tempest. Very well controlled. They did lose 2 in the process. I think that's to Na'Vi and other teams trying to chime in with 1 or 2. But if they can get back on their feet, maybe there's a chance. Bestoloch made it in, but that's about it. Excuse me, Bestoloch made it in. Looking towards Omicron, still large and in charge in the north in this scenario. Redline, good positioning, holding on themselves for, and again, 2 new names in this situation that you wouldn't see normally, and we have to give them credit to make it this far and stay alive.
Fantastic read by Tempest. I was looking on the map, you could just see all of Liquid just tunnel vision onto Navi. They crept up the hill at the right time. How much further they actually go? It's beyond me, but they got themselves some frags and they got a position as well. T-Bone thought he was safe and secure. Bopping, weaving, ducking, diving, and now he's dead. Instant confirmation. There is a return fire, though, again, from a different angle this time, and that's because they're not keeping track of where these teams are. They're a little bit too far spread from Iroh, and they're being punished for it.
Yeah, well, that was their east side control, right? The northeast was just held by 1, so it was a very, very ambitious split. Now, Haiku's going to move up. I think this is a Russian squad, so looking to see what they can achieve here. As Omicron needs to be aware that there's people at the gate, right? They can't keep taking these fights without realizing that someone there. Now, this is a good, again, nice stuff. Shifting slightly towards the middle, but slightly further towards the western side. Page finding 1 of Haiku is going to mean they're now just down to 1 player, and they're at the foot of the hills. So he could see them, potentially Na'Vi, and maybe Tempest. Tempest still have 4 or 5. They got it, and now they're on the move. They're the ones who have the hardest change here, just because they've got to run in and look at this area. It's just the low ground, right? There's very little to play with. Bookie might be the sacrifice in this one. He's going to take the car and make a mad dash for it, try and get the attention and provide some cover for the others. He did make it pretty far, but not far enough. I don't know if that car's actually in. He has been knocked in the process, and now Pixel's gone down. It's all piling in. Everyone tunnel visioning towards Tempest, and I think they know they're done for. A good attempt. They tried it. It doesn't work out. We're down to 5 teams.
Yeah, I stand correct on the Omicron scenario. I was suggesting that they'd actually been punished by not watching the angles, but it was the complete polar opposite. Page and Co. worked their way around, and they removed the enemy that was behind them on their western embankment, which has now given the entire hillside to them. It's a really good move, and it's a really good pincer, and to say that they didn't have any kind of compound, the circle has been favorable to them, but they have been clearing. Yes, they lost T-Bone while doing so, but it was only 1 man. It wasn't 2, it wasn't 3, it wasn't falling onto the entire team. They haven't yet responded, so they know the information, they know where their players are. Redline, I mean, credit where it's due, to be able to stay alive for this entire time, from being in the position that they were, working it up, going against 2 teams, fighting the waves of fire, then moving down to raise your edge. It's good. It's a nice little position for now. It's going to be open to fire shortly, given the next circle. Bestoloch, God knows how he made it in, but he did. Fair play, fair play. Should keep his head down and should just try and stay alive and stay quiet. Oh, okay, never mind. Page knows he's there. That's okay. Keep tabs on him. Keep know where he's going, but he'll hold point for now. I'm interested to see how this unfolds when Unity have their safety net removed. They've had this really solid compound. It's been favorable. It's been really good for them for now. As to if you had that final hit across, that would have been sit. Goes for the smoke shoot. Page also following up. Now he has such empty cops for Bestoloch and gets taken out by the vehicle eventually. Fires up, and now that's the time for Unity to move.
I mean, is it? Look at that. Look at the area they're in. They're still kind of okay over there. They can just gatekeep Omicron, who now have to make the run inside. I don't know if they've got anyone on the foot of the hill, but they want to clear out the players on the outskirts. I think one's still alive for Redline, holding on for dear life. You do have Haiku's remaining player just towards the kind of darker side of the hill, so that could be a huge problem for Omicron if they don't check that. But how are they meant to when they have to fight Unity at the same time? This is now the issue we're going to have to look at is, how do Omicron get out of this? Yes, they can take down Ibis, but they're just, these quick revives back and forth. You can see another one still standing out there, but it's a matter of time. They're trying to hold on, hope for the best, and I think they're going to give up the points. 4 kills, 9 in general, in total. Very nice. Going to give it up to the blue. Done. Now, big story, Rich. How does Omicron get in this circle, or can they get into this circle?
They're rotating. They've got a vehicle, I believe. They're actually going to cross the road. Okay, so that gives them the edge that they need and the speed. They'll get on top of this now. They'll be able to look down from it. I understand the logic from Unity, kind of pushing out from the safety net of the compound. They don't want to get to a point where they're on the other end of the stick, where they literally cannot escape it because everyone's at the foothills. Maybe they've taken too much time to advance forward, but they still control a good chunk of the circle, and the pressure is still onto the side of Omicron. I suppose it depends what angle can Page get. He's out getting information all across on the west. But the safety net that's provided by those 2 crates is phenomenal. They can't see him from this position. And Page, well, he was the one to try and get the job. He was the one that were trying to find the kink in the armor. Taking him down like that at distance, that should kind of solidify the game because Omicron are up against the blue now the entire time.
All right, it's a 3v2. Jeemzz and vazku, big names here, but Unity, they've been chilling the whole time, popping off shots in the background. Level 1 helmet, I mean, they're not perfectly set. A little bit of utility on Jeemzz, but no smokes. So again, going to be a bit of a problem going forward, but that shot's going to help. vazku opens it up. Let's get back into the action and see what's happening live right now. With Denimon going down, it opens it up to an even situation. They know where Set is, but do they know that other player? Can they predict where he's going to be? Because the blue's going to move them forward and forward. Who has the better run here? It's arguable. I think with these shots coming out, it could be Unity still. They have a little bit of a closer step. Here comes the utility. And actually, they're going for a hero res. If they had a nade, if they had something, I think they were kind of thinking that Molly would keep them safe, but it hasn't been the case. vazku looking for more. Set's not re-peaked in a while. That's going to keep vazku wondering what's going on here. Why has that not been the case? And now vazku working up on the low ground. Jeemzz tries to cover him off. Gets a heal quickly in, but there's 2 players back up. Huge nade. Doesn't take him down, but it does good damage. Flash to follow, and that's going to keep those 2 slowed down just a second. All that utility is buying time for vazku to try and get a flank. Where is Set in this? Has he not really realized how far vazku's made it forward? This is a dangerous position, though, for vazku. He's got threats all around him. Unity closing in. Set's off angle is very important here. He has to keep those 2 players safe from the back lines, but you can see that's where Jeemzz is trying to relieve the pressure, and that's the shot. vazku opens it up, Set goes down, and now it's getting back on, but Jeemzz, he can't make it count when it matters, and now vazku left to find 2. He gets the tag on 1, but now he's down to almost no bullets. I think he's only got 20 in that 1 mag, and that's it. And then he's over to the mini, and well, what can you do with that? 17 bullets, 2 kills to find. It'd be a miracle for vazku, but he's trying his best. Anything he has would be valuable here. He's considering, is it time for the blue? Can I do any damage? Oh my word, 5 bullets is all he's got to play with, and he's done it with 1 bullet to spare. Omicron, can you believe it?
Well, that was unexpected. I suppose that first of all, it was a phenomenal shot at the end. To hold it like that with so little ammunition to get the job done, he does it. But more importantly, I think that there's a risk-reward factor there that needs to be brought in when we're looking towards Unity. Oof. Okay, a player's gone down, I understand that. But committing to go to the res is kind of what allowed all of Omicron to be able to push up there. They took another person away from looking over, watching the map, to be able to keep tagging the person at the back against the crates. They sacrificed getting a man on his feet for position, and yeah, literally, if he wasn't allowed to get to that place, he wouldn't have took him down, but what a way to do it.
That's actually wild. I need to take a break on that one, but guys, it's good to be casting PUBG again. Let's head back to the desk to see what they thought about those final moments.
Welcome back, of course. What a clutch here as Omakan is able to take themselves the first win of the tournament. I knew picking up this hoodie was probably good for something, right? They've got to get something done during all this, but well played by them. They had the right spot. They were able to execute on it, and a great clutch towards the end. Joining me, I have Avenger and Toby to get things going here for our first game of Miramar. Toby, that was very, very good execution throughout the game here by Omakan.
Very, very much so. I mean, I couldn't see them at many different points in the game win it, but the way that they constantly came in and just managed to keep people at bay, it was impressive to see. When they allowed for Haiku to push towards him, I thought that could be the death sentence. When T-Bone went down, I thought that could be the death sentence. When the circle shifted to the compound, I thought it was done for. And then to win it with just one bullet, like in total left in your armor arsenal, that's wild.
Yeah, very little left to the imagination there when it came to Avenger as they were able to take that win. And, you know, we were talking about kind of their movements whilst all of this was going on. And Toby brought up the fact that they had to kind of take that high ground to be able to kind of hold out Haiku, because that could have been a big threat. And obviously they were able to do this quite effectively.
For me, it was the most impressive was actually them looting in El Paso, taking all the way, like the route all the way north away, like over Oasis on the northern side, and then winning this game from that position. They had no advantage from the beginning. They had no, like, this shout went south as well. Like, it was absolutely crazy.
All right, and I'm hearing that we actually do have an interview available here with T-Bone from Omakan to get things going. Hello, T-Bone. How are you, mate? Good old English lad. How are you doing? Good.
I'm good. You?
Doing all right. All right, we'll ask a few questions to get things going. Firstly, first win for PCS. How does that got to feel? It's got to feel good here on Miramar.
Yeah, it feels pretty good, honestly, especially because it's the first game. Yeah, I mean, that was a hard one with the rotates and everything, but I think we did it pretty perfectly, so it's nice to win.
Avenger brought that up. Avenger, do you have questions?
First of all, I know you guys are on lockdown, but don't you know a haircut or anything?
Well, they're not open, are they? You know, no barbs open,
I don't know. Okay. Unfortunate. No. Serious question, though. T-Bone, good to see you. Hope you're doing well, mate. How is it shaping up with the new team? Like, you have a slight change and everything. How are you feeling with this slight change you've done? Are you feeling well? And how's it going for that?
I mean, it's been a learning process with Jeemzz now in the roster, so we've been making a few changes to our gameplay and other stuff like that, so it's just a work in progress is the best way to put it, I think, but definitely starting to feel more confident as time goes on.
Cool. All right, fair. Toby, do you have any questions?
No, just interesting the way that you split it up 3-1 in the end, where you then end up go down against Redline. What was the call? So did you want to maintain control of both those high ground positions, or were you essentially trying to back off when you ended up going down there?
I mean, I didn't think they could easily just run up just that easily, but I noticed afterwards. I just wanted to keep control of everything. I was about to leave just after I checked it, but unfortunately I died. So, yeah.
All right, and okay, I guess that does things here, T-Bone. Any kind of last words, shout-outs before we let you
go? Just thank everyone for the support, honestly, and keep up the good work, guys. That's it.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much, T-Bone.
Have a good one.
See you next time.
Good luck.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And that is T-Bone, of course, there, as they do get themselves the first win under the belt. And for a team like Omakan, Toby, that does have to feel good in the sense that obviously, when it came to DreamHack last week, as well as some of the other results, it's not gone to the very top for Omakan, but everybody kind of looks at that roster as a roster that can execute at the very top level.
Yeah, I mean, and when you get a game like this, as he said too, a lot of wild shifts in it, a game that throws you this many curveballs and you still not only manage to win it, but do it with 10 kills and in pretty good fashion, that's going to be a good feeling for the rest of the day, because now you're like, okay, so we won the tricky one. If we can get games where it can seem simpler for us, where we can actually strategize around things, then that should make things even easier, you would think, at least. So from a momentum boost from their point of view, you'd have to think it's going to feel like extra good to get the crazy one out of the way.
Let's take a look at the highlights here from this game as a whole. And Avenger, you were mentioning it at the beginning. I mean, you were both mentioning it at the beginning. The hard shift really caused a lot of problems for teams to try and get in early and try and get themselves a decent spot to play in, especially with the last circles being so open.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the teams know that after you have the Southern hard shift, they had to reposition. We also had some other tendencies like with the fourth circle on Miramar and such. A lot of the teams have avoided to play on the south side, but some of the teams that decided to go there and some of the teams that decided to stay around those areas, they actually benefited from that. I was surprised not to see Liquid play more aggressive early on to try to maintain some of this control. It ended up costing them a lot, but and Tempest benefited from that obviously. But overall, like we could see from T-Bone's face as well, like this is a hard game, as Toby said as well. Like this is a really hard game to win. If they get a game on their kind of home turf on the western side of the map on Miramar, they're going to be unstoppable for the rest of the day here.
Actually, when you brought up Team Liquid just then, as we're taking a look at them here, Toby, you said it astutely whilst this game was going on. With this compound, you need some kind of high ground control, but it's difficult, right? When there's people in the field. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you can't keep control of like both sides of what's going on. You can see here as Tempest push over the top. I think Liquid in one way were expecting the team of Haiku at the time in the field to kind of keep track of what was going on. They were kind of their tripwire, so whenever they start shooting, we will know, okay, now they're pushing. But that never ended up happening because they were so focused on trying to rotate to the north. So Liquid never really got that 1 or 2 second audible cue they needed, as they thought that either the hillside was clear or they would have more room to make their play. But it's hard. I mean, it's a great position area-wise when you look at it from a map point of view, but you just get so little info towards the east. And you gotta give credit to Tempest for reading that Liquid was very committed to holding towards the west and like making their push at a really good time.
Avenger?
It was honestly their only players. Well, this is amazing with one bullet in the end here. Honestly, the only thing Tempest could do was to push them. Liquid should have been aware of that. Like, there's no chance that Tempest is gonna push towards Unity like down a hillside. There's no chance. So Liquid should have been more proactive on that side, and they should have tried to clear it out earlier rather than leaving it to the very end.
Omakan getting themselves 20 points up towards the top for our first game of the day, and Redline actually comes in here with 13 points thanks to the 9 kills that they were able to accrue here throughout. One of our qualified teams, of course, that isn't as well known as some of these big names, but let's take a look at the kill leaders because QBE and Evaz are able to find themselves top spots here. But Vascu does stand up towards these Finnish guys, these Finnish players, you know, just they never start 1,000 damage in the first game, Avenger. Bloody Nora.
Absolutely crazy. And Page also got a lot of the kills he gets. So Vascu and Page actually got 9 of the 10 kills. Absolutely amazing to see from these guys. And actually, when you talk about Vascu, I remember Thursha, their manager, former manager, actually said, this guy's just insane. Like, I need to get him into some sort of pro level, and he's been trying to help him from the start and try to push him into like playing more, and keep him this level. And it's obviously paid off. And Vasquez been a very talented player from the start, so it's very nice to see him pop off like this at a big tournament like this as well.
Very nice. Any kind of thoughts, Toby?
No, man, just for a team that we haven't talked too much about, and maybe some people don't know them too well, Redline played this one in my book as one of the best teams because you have both Liquid, you have Tempest, you have Unity, and Omak, and they didn't get favored by the circle, but it sure went in their direction. And Redline was the only team to actually do the whole eastern transition into it. You had Red Zone down south, you had Redline out toward the east. They had to best that hilltop, right? And they managed to make their way down that hill and fight their way through it. You said, Martin, when we saw Ratio Edge move down towards the gutter on the north side of the road, that they should have went to the other side. Redline read it immediately when they saw, wait, they're stopping there. This is our chance to take that north side position. Yeah. And on foot, they played it extremely well throughout the end of it. They didn't win, they didn't get the most kills, but they get second place in a game where I thought they were going to go down like way earlier than that. So great play by Redline there.
I'm going to stick with you for a moment there, Toby. Do you feel like Redline is a team that can really show up when it comes to a tournament like this? Obviously, they don't have as many high-profile showings as a Liquid, as a TSM, but is this a potential where they can do something?
For sure. I mean, I've seen them play in previous tournaments recently as well, and they have been one of those teams where, yes, we know the players individually, but it's not a team that when I say, oh, do you guys remember that Redline game? Or do you go, wait, who? And but I feel like this alongside their last couple of results is where people start going, oh yeah, Redline, yeah, I know those guys. They were the guys that did this and that and this and that. And if they can continue to do in the upcoming games and upcoming weeks what they've done in this game here in terms of rotation, in terms of great fragging ability too, they'll be on people's minds for the future for sure.
Fair play. Avenger?
I mean, I'll continue on the red line hype. Honestly, these guys have been grinding for so long. They haven't left for any other games as well. So, especially Ivas and Lukarooks, the Croatian duo, like they've been grinding for a very, very long time. I remember them playing like the dailies, the ladders, Toby's tournaments. Like there's been so much where they've just continued to grind and been sticking to the game, taking no breaks. So it's nice to see that finally paid off as well. Rotation was on point. Nice to see that. But obviously, we're one game deep. Let's see if they can continue this and stick to the top 16, which is required to go to the final.
Yeah, definitely. That's actually a very good point that you bring up, Avenger, there. Of course, 16 teams from these groups will be going through into the final 3 days. There's 9 days of gameplay here throughout the PCS Europe. And today we have 6 of those games. We're going to our second map of Miramar. And then after 3 Miramars, we'll be going to Erangel Remastered afterwards. So Omekan already starting off strong with a decent performance. Not only the 10 kills, but also those 10 placement points there for game number 1. Going into game number 2, guys, kind of any thoughts that you want to take away from our first game? I'll leave this open. I guess I'll start with Toby again, actually, now that I think about it.
I want to see where Omekan decide to go, because we're talking about them changing up things a little bit. This time around, they're normally we'll go anywhere between Porto Paraiso and Valle del Mar down on the south side. But forced to change it up a little bit. Of course, plane path having a impact on it. But the fact that they get space to do so means that other teams were adapting to what they were doing. And I want to see if teams will continue to make that space, because as the game progressed, they were really aggressive, everyone, and make plays. And that's not normally what you see in the first round of a qualifier. So aggression is what I'm going to keep an eye on.
Avenger, any thoughts before we go in?
Well, yeah, obviously we had a very northern plane path, so curious to see if any of these teams or more of the teams are going to go on the southern side. There was quite a lot of space on the south. We had a lot of teams around the power plant area. See if while we've been talking and while we have the interview, we'll see if the teams actually checked out the map stream to see if there's any openings, because adaptation, like they need to adapt here, that's for sure.
All right, let's get into it. It's game number 2 here for Miramar. Pansy and Sims, take it away.
And yeah, Omekan, huge victory in the first. Now, Rich, outside of that, red line, probably the next big thing to stand out to me is that red line looked good. They weren't a name that I'd instantly look at in this lobby, but they certainly held. And as I think Toby and Martin kind of alluded to there, they played that hillside very well, considering it wasn't very favorable. Where are we looking in this lobby, right? Who are we looking at in game number 2? Is there anyone that stood out to you now in the first game that you want to look at to see if they can continue that going forward? Or do you just want to see if the big teams can find their way back in?
I think it wouldn't be, and this is probably a personal thing as opposed to an overall thing. For me, with 5th place, I started off Na'Vi. It's a team that has a lot of decoration behind it. We've seen them be able to perform on LAN. We've seen them be able to perform online. When we watched them last week at DreamHack, I didn't see that spark. I mean, hell, they didn't qualify to finals. Yeah. It wasn't the Na'Vi that we know and love. And to say that they're locked in for 3 events now to do with PCS, one of those teams that's been invited to this, one of those teams that comes with a lot, again, of decoration behind them. They have to be topping these tables. They certainly have to be making it to the finals for sure. There's no way, in my opinion, that this shouldn't happen. But again, with so many fringe regions, so many wildcards, as you call them, in this competition, anything can happen. I mean, hell, like when we went, I know it's in the past and I know things have changed, Lauren, but I still always remember it. With PUBG, when we looked towards Liquid not making it to the world final stage at PGC last year, it speaks how in PUBG, literally anything can happen.
Yeah, Haiku making it to quite late game as well in that last round certainly stands out as well. See if they can maybe repeat that, or if it was simply just they were in a good spot at the beginning. They were one of the teams who had a very good beginning to that. However, Liquid, not exactly an impressive start. None of the big teams, obviously Omekan is a big team, but none of the big squads had a big, TSM going down in what was first. It was quite a unique lobby, but I guess we are in that settling in period. It's gonna take a little bit of time for everyone to kind of get themselves comfortable. DSM here, trying to go on their loot routes. Iroh and Fexx running around, and at the moment, I don't want to put too much, not too much pressure. I don't want to take too much away from game 1 when it comes to TSM, just purely because
last week.
They just got overrun, right? Like if someone just like full commits you, what are you gonna do? You know what I mean? Like that to me, I don't think I can really take much out from that. But I do worry about their like mentality when it comes to it, because just remember the interview with Iroh that we had, that they kept getting picked up. They were struggling on, I think it was like the first day of the previous tournament. They really weren't finding much success. They were losing people on rotations. I feel like if they get into that mentality, it could be a real hindrance here.
Yeah, what's also quite funny, and you caught it yourself. Like, in how many scenarios do you ever see a team just rushing a building like that so earlier on? Even Iroh trying to fall back to the safety net at the stairs. Like, they pushed aggressive on it, and I suppose that's what you have to expect in these lobbies where teams will just go full blown and play aggro. Even to the point where, and I didn't get really a chance to touch on it too much, but when you looked at Hawkeye, for example, holding angles with a Kar 98, in certain 2 versus 1 scenarios, even scenarios as a whole, you'll see players opting to go for the AR. They'll hold the windows and they'll hold the angles with the ARs. He sat there with a K9 hoping that he can see his face and get the shot in first. Now that's ballsy, because with the kick and everything else that happens, you have to make sure that you're going to hit that shot, because if you don't, he's going to kill you and he's going to confirm you. So yeah, there are a lot of teams that will play a little bit weird, wonderful, and more of an aggro game, and you have to expect that. There aren't really no rules set in this. There's no gentleman's rules where any team can drop on one another. It's not scrims now. Anything goes, and there's a 25 grand first place up for grabs. And when some of these pro players, I get their own salaries and stuff, like everyone else in the world right now, where money's income, it's a big thing. Do you not? Oh. If I said something, I shouldn't. No. So yeah, it's good income for some of these players, as well as just having the precedence and saying, okay, I came top of the first PCS event. When we've got so many going down the year and we've already got a little bit of a plan in place, it's a nice stamp to be holding. Yeah,
and I mean, obviously, you get the money to give to charity as well. So it's like there's the double benefit to that, right? It's like you get the moral high ground and you get money in your pocket. Feels damn good. Haiku getting the attention of Tornado Energy there. And let's kind of talk about the circle and what we're seeing. I think everyone saw it. It is that eastern side. We all dream of the islands. It never happens. It ends just near the kind of petrol station or slightly further south. That's about it. But saying that, we did have some unique circles when we previously watched the DreamHack tournament. It did show that we've had a little bit of variety, a couple of switch ups. Certainly caught some teams out. They were struggling with that. And we'll talk about that in a second, in case Iroh fancies chiming in on some of this. He's just watching Haiku go past, maybe feeling like, actually, I don't want to die this time. I'm happy not dying. I'll opt for the other option of just chilling out for a bit. But yeah, we had some unique circles, definitely kind of shook things up a bit. I'm wondering if we see something similar here, or if we go back to a more traditional style of circle.
I suppose that's more towards New Erangel. I think that'd be definitely fair to say. With the map being a little bit different now, we will tend to see a couple of circles here and there. Gaxi in the kill feed, by the way, straight onto Shiv. That's an instant knock, no confirmation.
Fortunate.
Maybe
recoverable?
At that point.
I wouldn't tussle with Naylup. I really wouldn't.
He's already got a dink on it, but Gaxi fancies it. If he gets him against the wall, that'll be... Oh, he's lost him. Okay, so the smoke's occluded in. Now he's lost him. Oh, has he? That's a tag. Uh-oh.
Poor old Shiv.
Oh, they're pushing on this. Look at that one, they're pushing.
Shiv. Oh, there it is. That's the aggression. Now, we heard this about Raise Your Edge, though. They want to be more aggressive. They want to kind of apply that style to other maps. Now, between Mxey and Naylup, they are a scary duo. Naylup's aggression has been such a highlight storyline. Now, the problem is there's someone else in this compound. Gustav pulled up on this, and maybe time to leave. I wouldn't be sticking around. If I've just lost a couple of players, the vengeance of Shiv has definitely been called for, and it's come through. They're a scary team. It's why we were looking at Raise Your Edge at the start. When they get aggressive, they'll push it. They will look for room to push, and it's exciting and it's fun to watch. But we didn't get much of that in the first game. So again, it's kind of like, let's take our time. We've got a couple more games. We've got a lot more to play out today. Was it 2 more in Miramar, obviously including this, and then we go on to Erangel. So plenty of time to be seeing that sort of aggression, and we hope to see it. It's fun. It's different. Most of the teams shuffling into the circle. I don't think too many. I think there's currently 2 outside the circle, so they'll get there eventually. It's Tornado Energy and Red Zone. So again, a lot of room. Yes, there's a lot of water in it, but most teams will be okay here. They might just not get their paramount compound.
For this circle, it's kind of Impala what splits it, and you decide where you want to go on this one. There is a chance that it goes towards the islands, but we need that hard shift. We need the circle just to swing all the way to the east. Give us it, please, Brendan, somewhere in the ether. Just press your magic button and move that circle for us, because who loves a bit of fun? It's always different to see. It's always something that we hope for. It is a rarity, but you know, it can happen now and again. But yeah, Impala.
What are they doing? Get up the damn hill! Oh, I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all.
Snake it.
I did not like that at all.
Oh, well,
Yeah, and
we'll
look
see.
how well
You
this is
might
going. TSM. Yeah, they're losing out so much here. This is really scary. I don't want to see them dying on rotation. I really don't. I like TSM as a team, but this is just going to hark them back to the tournament. They struggled on the first day. Islands are still in here. Now, it's very unlikely they'll still stay in here, but who knows. Let's focus on what we have. We have Liquid in a scuffle, or in a bit of a fight back and forth with Haiku. That's going to be resolved with a flush from Mxey towards Go Black. I hope that's how you say the name. Honestly, at this point, please tell me if I'm wrong. Beyond that, where are the big contested areas? Liquid could be gatekeeping, or they could look towards a circle. TSM, all kinds of trouble. Iroh's out of his vehicle, he's running, they've run into Unity, way off towards the side. They are having a nightmare of a day. Na'Vi, way out in the northeast as well. This is going to be the pickup there from Mxey, just probably plucked off the back. Yeah, you know, not much to be done. Maybe adjust the rotation route, you know, whatever. Nice shots from Bestoloch. Hammering down Unity. So this is all in the northeast. TSM looked like they were going to come in this way. Clearly lost out in that. And then Na'Vi running a similar gauntlet. Now DA, that's a bit of a battle. This looks, you know, almost staged. You got the two ramps there. Liquid on one side, DA on the other. And actually, Liquid are quite far back. You have Mxey and Jeemzz here, but the other two, Kaymind and Ibi, are pretty far away. They're going to be coming up now, but you can see they're going to have to support their teammates. I don't know about the rest of DA. You have Metralius and Sixmo. It looks like Mert's flanking. Hold on. Where is Mert? Where is Mert in this? Yeah, okay, so Clips found Sixmo out of nowhere. I'm wondering where Mert was, because he looked like he was around the back of them. I thought he could have had a bit more damage. It looks like he's had Mxey, but he didn't get the kill. So he's caught, you know, cost them a bit of time, but look at Liquid swarming on this. Metralius is prone down, he's trying to stay alive. Slow the roll here. Liquid trying to pull up as well. Sixmo's been flushed, and now this is not looking so good. This is looking pretty bad, because Tempest third-partying this, there's no safe angles anymore, Rich.
Yeah, that's what becomes the problem, is that it's okay catching the attention like Murder's done with Team Liquid, but you're also catching the attention of all the other teams that are lurking. Tempest is in a 2-2 split. They have two players that are much further and much deeper inside the circle. They're over by Impala, so that's a wide split for those two. Again, using Impala as that banking point, generally speaking, we know it's not going to linger around there. We do get central Impala circles, but they're few and far between. So teams now need to kind of pick which side of that city you want to be on. Is it going to be the north, going to be the south? Someone like Tempest, they're playing the numbers game. So they're separating themselves and putting them sparse. But again, it's at what cost? If you get pulled up on with a team of 4, you got to be goddamn hopeful that you can take and match that with the power of 2 versus the power of 4. Teams that are still yet to make it inside the circle, red zone, but they've got one player in. They're all the way down on the southernmost coastline. Up at the northern end, which is what you're seeing now, Tornado Energy. This could be a gauntlet. Once they go down this road, you have Unity, you have Na'Vi, you have Adepts further in. And then once you've passed that, once you've managed to land yourself in the circle, you've then got to do the long crawl. You've got all the teams that are plumb center taking those priority compounds. For all these teams now, I'd say fan out on the edge, because how many times have we just seen people dying in these hillsides because people are controlling it? If Adepts have just been spotted by Na'Vi, that would give the signal to get out of the vehicles, which we've seen 1 or 2 of them do. If not, they'll opt to go a different angle, and I would say that's probably why Bestoloch and Senya are lurking. Follow the car noise, because they know Adepts now is moving, but do they know that one player, the left-hand side? Tundo, I don't think they do. Waits for the cover of fire, and maybe to even get the call through.
Though. Circle's just gone to Impala. This could be a fun one. This could be something a little bit surprising. And yeah, Adepts are waiting in the depths. Not sure if they're gonna get anything out of it at this point, but here we go. Senya taking the shots. Everyone knows what's going on here. This north side's kind of been this kind of mutually assured destruction if they don't back away. Na'Vi look like they're set in their ways. They don't want to back off from this, but they're going to have to. But as you spotted out, Adepts have a player there, and they can't get him out either. He's waiting no matter what happens. He has to wait for this scenario to resolve for him to try and move himself, but with these two stubborn CIS giants, they don't want to move. They don't want to battle it out. They're standing their ground. TSM on the wide swing. Raise your edge. Wide swing. South side, red zone, red line. Adepts moving in. Omicron centralized. Great circle position for Omicron again. They are very happy. It's the big teams, the giants, Rich. They're all on the outskirts.
Time to strike for Set. Finds Melman. Burns him alive. Easy 1 point. Thank you very much. Waits for the rest of the response, and it is. It's arriving on time. Whether they challenge this head on or try and take a different angle is a different He's going for the res. That is questionable at best, but he has support from the back line. Set goes down. Quizzy oversteps the boundaries, and he's punished. There is destruction mutually in the background, though. Iliac's gone down. And again, that's the same team as before. Tornado Energy, Unity. Two separate fights, two different rosters. DA pulled up on. Two players left standing for these boys. They got to fight it head on because raise your edge. Well, one of them will fall, so Smash gets the opener, and they can at least maybe even these numbers up solid.
Yeah, they certainly are. I wouldn't want to mess with DA at the moment. They're looking better and better, but so are Raise Your Edge. This is going to be a bloody battle, whichever way you cut it. And now, let's see what these positions are. If Mert oversteps, you're going to have Naylup finding him, but Naylup doesn't seem too aware of where Mert may be, even after those shots. Mert going hunting, peeking the little list of corners. Naylup on the other side of it. And they're both kind of in the circle, so it's going to be one of those predicaments. It's like that powder keg waiting to explode, as they both kind of tentatively peek around these corners, but no one wants to overcommit. Because you can see Liquid lingering. You see Tempest lingering. They're all close by. They're all waiting to get on it. And Raise Your Edge holding the outskirts. They're going to try and just kind of smother DA down, but DA don't have to move. Neither of these teams have to actually move here.
That's huge for Tornado Energy to be able to get 4 players back on the feet, but they are hard out in the blue. They have multiple knocks across multiple players, and they're now just bombing it towards... Unfortunately, they won't know this, but Eleganton. When they arrive, they'll be damaged, they'll be broken, they'll be battered.
TSM's rolled up.
If they're not careful, that could be 4 easy points for Eleganton. Keep an eye on the kill feed. We'll see if it does come through. Once they get out of the way of Eleganton, they've then got Na'Vi waiting with open arms, circle, hard shifts. Which is all the way to the south, and now this one you'd have to... It's 1 or 2 places, right?
Redline. Look at Redline's rotation.
Now, if they move early, Lauren, that'll be a solid position for them.
Yeah, it's nuts. I mean, okay, so the DA Raise Your Edge situation might be resolving itself. It looks like Mert's pretty low on HP here. Naylup already just found his teammates, so they're going to go hunting. Naylup's hungry for this, and they just want to get it over and done with. They want to try and focus on their own achievements. Redline and Tempest are about to clash in the same compound. That could be a huge fight if they pull up on this. And let's see if Redline support their teammates who are already there. Mert down to 15 HP. He could be found any second. This is Tornado Energy and Na'Vi in the northeast. Neither in the circle. Neither looking so great here. They're not really going to be doing much. Let's see if we can spin over to that potential fight with Tempest as well. That'd be quite good fun to see who's pulling up on that or what happens in the end.
TSM 15th place, another bad performance for them on the second game of Miramar, rather unfortunate. The fight you're talking about in particular, like this over here, it's just messy. They're going to die soon. Tornado's just been playing as slow damaging PUBG as possible from the get-go, unfortunately. It's been a bad game for them. The fight you were talking about and alluding to is more interesting. Redline made it into the compound.
I haven't seen a kill yet. Oh, there it is.
But the bigger thing is that red zone's also there. That's a 3-way, no longer a 2-way. That's a 3-way for the priority compound.
Yeah, it's a big compound. This is a battle again. Yeah, Liquid obviously need to get into this circle and find a way in a good position. But as I said, that other fight would have been really cool to see. Liquid is safe. EIQ just need to be a bit careful. They don't overextend. They're looking for more information, maybe a readjust of position. Liquid pushing out though, going to try and take the fight here. And it looks like Mxey might be able to flush it out. Yeah, a bit of a shame we missed out on Redline there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer because there's 2 different teams kind of for them. As such, there was 2 different teams just bearing down upon them, so it was a difficult scenario. Mxey will fall from Entropic's Orc angle. They can at least afford to leave Hawkey to get the res off. So Novic's back on his feet. Liquid will keep a hold of this compound, but again, in the position that it is, you'd expect them to be moving soon. This circle's still one of those 50-50 games where you don't really know fully well which way you'll be going. If we go towards Impala Town, It can go in the city, but we need that hard shift. It needs to go slap bang all the way up to the north and really press up against the center of the city. Otherwise, we come down towards this southerly area. I mean, it's still, surprisingly, for how good of a position the south is, Lauren, we've only really got 2 teams there.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi could wide swing on it. You might get 3, but beyond that, everyone's kind of locked in. I'm quite impressed that Tempest were able to maintain this 2-2 and Red Zone hasn't pressured them yet. You guys are watching the replays right now. But yeah, in the south, so as you can see, let's kind of look at the map. South side, Red Zone has so much territory, but Tempest are holding this nice 2-2. They're in a good position. EIQ, little curious 2-2 split. I mean, it's quite aggressive. They're just pushing out Raise Your Edge, basically. Udyr probably won't make it across this road. I'm almost certain. No, he doesn't. And it's EIQ to find him as well. So, Haiku, not a bad spot either. Some of these, like, smaller teams that I thought would do well. You might get a good lobby out of them. You might get a good run here or there, but they've consistently now made it to good spots. They've been fighting for the right room to be taken. Now, let's see where this goes. North or south, very defining. It's gone north. So Red Zone, yes, they had room, but they still have a bit to play with, but it's not ideal. They're going to be in the pocket of Tempest. Liquid go from a weaker position in this kind of, cornered in 2-2 to suddenly being able to maybe push out 2 of the EIQ players. We are seeing a bit of a battle over there with Na'Vi, Northeast, ETG. On the other side, slightly closer, I guess, to the circle, but also pinned up against the hillside. So Na'Vi can slot in further down towards the south. Senyu's already in there, Bestoloch and Kemba behind them. I think ETG might be able to go around the north side still, though, so they should be okay to kind of just slot into Impala. Yeah, I think this is going to be a fun one. Again, Omicron sitting very pretty here.
I hope it goes to Impala. I love a good city fight. Lots of window peeking, lots of mess. It's also sometimes when the sniper rifles actually come into play late game, just clipping people out of windows. It could be an interesting fight. If not, it'll be a barn burner when people are breaching into the buildings. Eleganton's in there, Adepts, Omicron, ETG, Hike. They've all just waited this one out, and it's kind of come their way. You're speaking about some of those different teams, some of those newer teams that we kind of see towards these really solid positions. I suppose, and it's in no way is this a negative thing to say, but you fall back a little bit more on that public kind of play style where position beats out over actual gun skill and fighting. If you get a really solid position, you see the circle sometimes in public, you'll just say, okay, well, let's just go take a really, really solid spotting here. And some of these newer teams, because of the level play that's going to be in, you might just think, well, let's get in the vehicle, avoid the fights for now, and take the circle. Take the better ground perpendicular to everybody else, and let them work their way towards us. And that's could be the general telling story what we'll see throughout this competition. I mean, for me, I'm all for it. Do whatever makes you happy and do whatever makes you get these frags and get the position points, right? It's fun to watch.
Certainly is. Naylup trying to make the run in. Sadly for Raise Your Edge, being kept on the edge. And whether it be Red Zone to find it, Na'Vi from afar, Tempest potentially for him to find a way, and it's going to be very unlikely. Just what I want in front of him. Yeah, as soon as you expose yourself to the ridgeline, it does run out of the potential. And that's Raise Your Edge down in 11th. So, Red Zone have made it further forward than I don't say expected. They're doing quite well coming out from that side. I thought we'd get a lot more attention. EIQ trying to join the other 2 players. They're going to lose out on at least 1 in the process. That's towards Haiku. It looked like the damage was started by Liquid, but Haiku have certainly put the nail after the plank was placed. So they should be able to get them back on their feet. They're in this nice little, like, trench almost. They can hold that. I'm looking to see what Liquid do to try and get around it. Because look at Impala. What a busy city. This circle is going to be pretty condemning for a lot of teams. And okay, so we'd still have a little bit of room in play, but that's a lot of open area. Yes, these fields are playable. Yes, there's some terrain you can hold on to. But at the moment, Omicron, I can't get past it. ETG, good enough position as well. They can slow work their way through. Adepts, pretty good. These teams that are quieter in the city now need to get a little bit louder.
Yeah, it's an obscure one. It keeps pulling away. We'll just have this huge open field. Omicron can kind of exit Impala quickly and try and take a better position, get those front corner buildings before anyone else can. They'll be traded back and forth. Omicron on the same route as Eleganton, and they're gone. Okay, so that was a race to the front of Impala. Both teams had the same ideas. Omicron win out the battle with just man advantage. 2 versus 4. It's never going to go well. Liquid, peeping, creeping. Oh my god, he's no idea. He's got out of the base. Jimbo, now he's spotted. He needed that knock to come through. Ibi on the opposing side as well. So they're simultaneously attacking this. This is a really good play by Liquid. To be able to get out the compound was good enough. Now to attack them from multiple angles. They did give up a lot of grenade and utility earlier on. They didn't roll fruitful, unfortunately. If Jimbo can get those flushes in and then Ibi's allowed to poke over, this will be huge. There's one.
Oh my
Can he find
God.
more? Second one from Jimbo's there as well. They've entered it. Even to get into this point, absolutely massive. Jimbo falls down to a third party. That's rather unfortunate. Now it just comes down to Ibi in a 1 versus 2 scenario. If he gets this, he can't. Flashbangs up. They come through. But that was well executed. If it wasn't for Bestoloch on the off angle to take him down in the third party, this, in fact, not even an off angle,
Hold on,
from an
Rich.
aerial angle up in the ridge
Look
line.
at this. Look at this. Hold on. Hold on. Vazku's just got about 2 players right at his doorstep. He's already dealt with 1, but now you can see all that utility being put in. This is the city battle we were expecting to happen. Markelov's there. He's pushing up. It does look like the tags are coming out. This could be a big counter hit. Jeemzz holds the line. Vazku pushes up. Already feeling himself off that last game. He knows there's one closest. Markelov on 1 HP just around the corner to his right. Unaware if he's able to make it across. This is what Markelov can do. They've dealt with the other players, but can Markelov maybe do something to keep his team in this? As right now, you can see Omen can try and get T-Bone back on his feet. Vazku going to be set to guard Page from afar. He can't do much. He's just trying to support the best he can. Trying to help out with a nuke or 2 of those nades, but getting tagged up himself. Omen, very strong position, but they're getting a lot of attention.
2 scenarios that are back building. First of all, Navi's been a pain in the ass to everybody. They're just poking everyone in sight because of this aerial view they have on the entire map, basically what's left. They have caused so many problems to so many different rosters by just knocking, peeking, poking, being a nuisance, forcing people's angles away. The issue that they don't know is behind them, red zone is slowly creeping. They don't have to press the fight given the circle. They don't have to attack Navi, but now they're waiting for them to come down from the hillside. You'd expect them to work their way through Impala, which now makes a very, very, very nasty choke point. All these teams essentially will have to go the same way, and it's where Adepts are held up. You can run the outskirts of this mountainside, that's fine. But ultimately, everyone in Impala will have to come out the same way unless you're going to go for a stupidly, massively wide swing towards the north.
Oh no! Oh no, Kemba! 2 huge shots. Omakan are probably livid at that. I mean, they've got Kemba back. They've traded it out, but Na'Vi have to springboard off this. And as you said, Noki, it was the remaining player for Adepts was the gatekeeper here. Now they trade out, but that slowed down Na'Vi. And with Kemba being knocked, it's only 1 standing.
ETG don't appear to have the information just yet on Omakan's position, given the fact that they're still using utility towards the building that's directly in front of them. You can see a quick look up suggests that. Has to be careful now with the blue starting to hurt a little bit. Faces onwards at Na'Vi and thinks, okay, well, maybe I can take this one a different route. Leave Omakan to the point. Let them stand their ground. And we'll opt for a different angle, a different fight, a different entry point. Slower side of the circle, that's the whole idea. Walk this way so it gives himself a bit more workability time. That's a word for you. Just made it up. Doesn't matter.
I like it. No, I'm fully committed on that. And speaking of fully committed, Markelov's fully committed to working through this side of the map. We'd say Markelov against Na'Vi. I mean, my CS brain is in tatters right now, but T-Bone's going to flush Kemba. That's a nice bit of vengeance for them. Omakan are back on their feet. They've got all players back up and standing that they had before, and they're going to push this. They're crushing it towards us. Look at Jeemzz, look at T-Bone. They see weakness, and they're going to exploit it. Already, they've done well. They've taken down Markelov, and they took down Bestoloch. So I think they've just cleaned everyone up as Senya went down as well. The North, I'm pretty sure, is now theirs, but look at Red Zone. Look at that line, Rich. You got Tempest passive in the southwest. And then the east side, Red Zone has this huge line of information. Just everything under control.
Kind of seen stuff from the previous round, Lauren, where Omakan are just patrolling, killing, and keeping control. They have the edge work that they can work with. But yeah, Red Zone's been crawling and slowly building this wall. 2 players at the bottom, 2 at the top. 1 can hold Tempest. 1 to attempt to hold Omakan. Omakan will need to loot all these bodies now. There's so many scattered around. They've got about 20 seconds that they can do this. They've already had about 10 of that.
Ooh,
they're utilizing all the bodies for now to try and pick up all the smokes. This is the initial opener. They'll now commit to all the utility to find an entry point because that's all they can do. Scavenge what you can, put it up, build your own wall of smoke, and then walk through it clean. Try and get all 4 players to this next circle to fight red zone head on.
I have a feeling, though, that Tempest might get caught by Omicron. Just the way the map works, if they try and cross, Omicron are going to see them first. Although, look at this angle from vazku. Death from above. He's just found one, and he's going to be... Like, he wants to push that. You can see them wanting to push it. Omicron are really putting every team through their paces. I don't know how they're doing this. They're already in first... You know, they're going to be in first place. Just calm down. Like, surely. Na'Vi, I think, currently sit at the top, but that's going to be changed pretty soon. Surely. Atomical does find vazku, so that's one. Now, the flush came through on that, so maybe a little bit over-aggressive, maybe stretched out, maybe trying to capitalize on it while he felt the timing was there, but they had to fight for room as well, keep in mind. Omicron had to leave Impala. They couldn't sit there any longer, and there's not much room to play with, considering Red Zone had this huge eastern swing. Now, how do Red Zone play this? You've got Tempest, a huge squad in the south. Tommel's starting to run up. Tommel's looking for room, and I actually like what Tommel does. He's a very risky player. I know tier 7, you know, memers will be coming out, but he takes risks, but the reward is correct. Look how much room he's gained there. He's garnered so much information. Yes, he might be visible now. He might get a little bit more attention than he'd like, but he's got them right close to that center point. With 3 teams and 10 players, that's huge, huge information.
Especially when everyone above him, he's completely not exposed as well because of how the hillside moves against him. It's really only Omicron that he's problem. And now they've got problems of their own as Atomical's still doing damage. In fact, Atomical's gone down. Excuse me, that was a complete wrong read. T-Bone now onto Wookie that holds him back. Does trade out with Jeemzz at least, and it comes down to T-Bone. What can he do? Nades are coming over, and the flushes are trying to happen from red zone. They're trying to get involved in this one on their own themselves. If Wookie back on his feet, this could be their time to really force the execution onto Omicron. I didn't realize this, but it is... Oh, no, okay. I wondered if Momo was maybe going to try and flush down low and go on the southern side of this circle, but he really can't because of how that hillside works. There's no way to do that.
But I want to just highlight that I love that Tempest took the momentum when it was right in front of them. Red Zone right now are trying to fight out against Omicron, and now the situation almost comes undone. I don't think they're going to be able to go much further than this, as Tempest holds so much of the territory. They took the important parts, so they're going to have to fight against the odds, and I think that they know this might be done as Tempest. I've got to give credit here to Tommel for scouting out that next little move up that they want to go to, and actually they're unaware of where the final player was, but it doesn't really matter. Omicron, great performance in the end. They fought well in that scenario, but Tempest, the way they approached that, the way they pushed Tommel up, considering that, you know, you saw Red Zone having that entirety of the East, right? They had this huge Eastern presence just right down the map. As soon as it got into a situation that mattered, you saw the switch up from Tempest, a little bit more experienced in my opinion, pushing up and taking really good territory.
Which is kind of the right time to do it. He did it under the cover of the fight between Red Zone at the back and then Omicron at the front. It all kind of went well, and all the puzzle pieces fit together. Yeah, it was a damn good run from him.
It was, and that's 2 games of Miramar done. But what we do have is a little breakdown of the desk. I'm sure they can give us all the information on what we just witnessed.
I do not hear.
You're muted. You're muted, James.
Ta-da! Thank you. You know what?
Why?
Home broadcasts. It was my fault, not everybody else's. All right, Tempest in first place, Red Zone in second, and Omicron in third. A great finish there between these 3 teams, and we saw their campaigns unfold quite a lot here throughout the game as a whole. Joining me, Avenger and Toby to get things going. Let's talk about Tempest to start things off, Toby, because their choice of compounds throughout a lot of these circles really did pay dividends in this game.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the game, I said I wanted to see aggression, and Tempest brought that, and probably more of it than I hoped to see. From the very get-go, they were splitting out crazy wide and just daring, and like they were at one point in phase 3, I believe it was, they were sitting so wide that they had control of Impala without even being there. I mean, you're controlling an entire city in a 2-2 split without even having anyone in there. That's insane. And well, I mean, as you said, I mean, it paid dividends. They got a pretty damn good position and a win out of it.
Yeah, definitely did. Of course, they ended up crashing into that compound down towards the bottom that was taken by Red Lion Avenger, and Tempest was able to dispatch of them so easily. They didn't even have to pick anyone up.
No, what I was actually surprised about is not like we didn't see Red Line in there again. I expected them to go Impala again. They did that in the last game, but they didn't, and they decided to go southwest Los Leones. That means that like it gave a lot of space for everybody else because there's nobody kind of there to begin with. Overall, though, I'm sad that we didn't see more of Tempest. They only got 5 kills, and it was basically by breaching that gas station. So it's very nice to see that aggression coming out for them. But the amount of control we saw from some of the other teams, Red Zone played extremely well, and Omakan played extremely well in this game as well.
And you can see here a few moments as Omakan, who took the west side of Impala, Toby, eventually were able to join some of these fights and really rack up even more kills. They've got so many points over these games, but the way that they joined these fights towards the end, Toby, and then went out in 3rd place was very good by Omakan.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, you could also way earlier in the game, you could see that that's what they were setting themselves up for. In the like, essentially, Tempest was actually playing off of the Omakan rotation because they didn't want to go all the way down south to begin with. When they saw all of the Omakan players, I thought Jeemzz was going to stay on the gas station down south, but they pushed all 4 of them into Impala knowingly. Everyone is going to come to Impala, and they're saying, you know what, we're going to take these close quarter fights if they come to us. And it, well, I mean, they got all the kills that they wanted, and the placement with it.
As much as Tempest get themselves the victory, Omakan seizes the game once again with 13 kill points there, resulting in an 18-point win. Tempest, 15 points to their name. Tomil, the Cannonball, got to be very happy with that. Look at these. It's Finnish players again. Damn it. Jeemzz and Vasku sitting at the top here, Avenger. They're never going to calm down.
No, they're never going to chill. Obviously, they're going to continue. And this momentum, we talked about it in our before this game started. Like, this momentum they've gotten now, they can literally do whatever they want for the rest of the games today because they've created so much space for themselves. And like with the amount of minimum points that will basically get from the rest of the games, they can basically do like push out somebody else. They're the amount of rotation, like the amount of momentum they have right now is just insane based off those rotations they've had in that game.
Yeah, definitely so. And another name that we actually saw there, Toby, was, of course, Bestoloch, who Na'Vi in general had a pretty damn good game. Even though they got themselves a 5th place, they still were kind of fragging out. They were in a lot of fights, Toby, throughout this game, and they controlled the circles that they had pretty decently.
I mean, Na'Vi is the type of team that normally go about their own business until phase 4, phase 5. But also, if anyone comes to fight them, they aren't afraid to say, oh, you might want to reconsider that and kill them. And they did effectively. They fought Unity, they fought Tornado Energy all the way down from the East Coast. And they were the only team, really, to effectively wrap around the east side of Impala and put themselves, like, every single time they rotated from one edge position to another, they always found themselves in a spot where they could scout further forward. They never locked them down in the corner. They always were in a spot where they could see, okay, where can we go from here? Great, there. Where can we go from here? Great, there. So it wasn't just them trying to, oh, we're going to be afraid and play on the edge. They did it because that was part of their plan, and as you can see, it worked out effectively.
And other teams that were able to do pretty well in that game, Red Zone got themselves a 2nd place, of course. Toby, I'm going to stick with you for a moment because you pointed out that they had huge swaths of land down towards the bottom. And actually, we're going to get back to that in just a second because we do have an interview ready with Clip, I believe, from Tempest. Clip, can you hear us? Are you there?
Yes, I can. Hello, hello.
Hello. Oh, he's got a road as well. Fantastic.
Of course.
Okay, welcome, Clip. So, first win of the tournament. How are we feeling after that? You guys had great compounds and even talk to us about that 4 against, I think it was Redline that you guys took out when you took the important compounds down towards the bottom. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously feeling very good. Like, we won the 2nd game. We had a decent 1st game as well, so getting the consistency going, sort of. I mean, the red light crash, we thought they were going past us at first, so we didn't expect them to crash, but they kind of turned around into us, and we just took it as it came and sent another guy over there and cleared it out.
Nice, well done. Avenger, any thoughts?
Well, I'm curious to, obviously you guys also made changes like everybody else after this roster rail. How are you feeling with the new changes here coming in to this tournament? And like, how are the changes affecting the team as like IGL change, strategy change? There's obviously a lot of fragging power.
I'm feeling very, very confident. Like, we have basically 4 hard fraggers now, and IGLing, it's no problem at all. Like, we discuss everything we do, and then I make the final call, and it's just working perfectly for us right now. So really happy with it.
Fantastic.
Toby?
I mean, your splits in this game, we talked a bit about it here in the break as well. You were, as I was saying, you were effectively holding the entirety of Impala without actually having anyone inside the city. How are you feeling that the other teams, at least 2 games in, are playing? Because I mean, it seems like you're just going out at the buffet and taking up everything and leaving everyone else hungry, and there's not really anyone trying to penalize you for it.
I don't know. We know we're gonna get a lot of space on edge in these kind of lobbies because people like playing center. So we just take what we can get, and if someone goes away from it, we should just find another way in. And we usually get the space we need to play it. So it's working out.
All right. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Clip. Any kind of final words before we let you go for the next game?
Thank you to everyone of our fans, and see you next game.
All right. Thank you very much, Clip.
Thank you.
That is Clip from Tempest. Great to get these kind of like, these are rapid fire interviews.
Yeah.
I'm liking this.
Because we don't have to walk all the way down to their booth. Like they're already sitting with the PC. It's super easy, you know?
Yeah, we just get it done. More online tournaments, I think. Just everything online from now on. I don't need to go anywhere. This is fine. This is fine. We're going to be going to Miramar in a few moments' time. But before we do that, we're going to go to a short break here, ladies and gentlemen. And I want you at home to guess what happens next here in this PUBG clip.
Going to get past the wall this time. Now he's going to go down. Are they going to push straight onto FaZe? I wonder. Is that the risky play they want to go for? They're going to try it. They're going to try and go straight through, pull up with the smoke. Going to get gunned down instantly. Fuzzface beats around the side, backs away from the nades, tries to get involved. Around the side, backs away from the nades, tries to get involved. Now he needs to find the last one that's got actually inside their shack. Has he got a nade to underhand inside there? Once he's popped one out the window, there's another one gone round.
NIP banking on landing that. Whoever's the driver, they put a lot of faith in. They're just trying to get towards safety. They're trying to get into that circle, which they've managed to do. They have some sort of cover. It ain't much. My word, these shots are hitting so well. Team Liquid pushing out the compound just for this sort of play.
Oh no!
Oh, that's cruelty.
He's like, I got in there, I'll get the rest, safe rest. Oh. Now we have to deal with Liquid. The question is, do Crowd focus on Raise Your Edge in the north? Because their angle has only ever been down towards Na'Vi and Liquid so far, as they continue to trade the blows.
Forward is something that Na'Vi have to do. Flames block Jeemz's field of view for a second, and it's cost him dearly. The blue does damage. Ibby's on his own. Okay.
Bestoloch.
Did you get them right at home? I know I certainly didn't. Yeah, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I've got Avenger and Toby here to join me for now our next match of Miramar, and it's our final match of Miramar because after this, we are going to 3 Erangel Remastered. And coming into this one, I'm excited because we're seeing some of these names at the top from these last 2 games keep cropping up. Omakan Toby so far is doing massively well when it comes to average points per game, which I can only imagine is about 19 or so.
Yeah, I mean, they have two insane placements in a row, right? Wow. And to follow that up with a lot of kills too. 38 points in 2 games. That is, you'll take that. You'll take that. That's pretty damn decent to say the least. And the funny thing to me is about these games, they've come in very different ways. So the first game, they were constantly fighting their way on the edge and trying to kind of make space for themselves. This time around, they had the space to begin with, but had to keep people away. They were a little fortunate that Markelov in the city didn't read their position, because I think he could effectively wipe them out. him and Navi in Impala could have dealt with them. But again, I mean, they got their reses, they played it really well. I think they have 3 players down at one point. They got the reses up, and they were really, really quick in figuring out where everyone was and play according. So really hard thing to do, but it goes to show the level of play on the team.
That's a rare sight there, Martin. FaZe in 24th place. Of course, joint 24th for now, I suppose. But like, it's not too often we see that name down at the bottom, eh?
No, they haven't played yet, so that's kind of normal, right? TSM though on 2 points. They have played, you know, and Liquid on 5th with that. We got one more Miramar game. But we got one more Miramar game. I'm excited to see a Western ending because we're gonna have that. I'm gonna.
Clearly, my brain just shut off for about 5 seconds. I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh yeah, that's weird. That is weird. Yeah, then okay, right. I'll yeah.
That's fine. Well, we're here to look at each other.
You actually thought they were in last place for a second?
I don't know why.
Or no?
I don't know. We've done a lot of days of PUBG recently, so I don't know. It's all blurring into one for the moment, but it's not blurring into one for these games because these two so far have been fantastic. I'm hoping for another great Miramar game once again. Let's see if we can see kind of the continued success of some of these top teams. Any kind of final thoughts before we go in? Toby, starting with yourself.
Martin very, very briefly touched upon it there. TSM or WTSM, 2 points in 2 games. As I've said before, they're a great, high caliber team, but sometimes they have these off performances. They need to turn on the reels because remember, 6 out of these 18 games they won't have any impact on, and 2 of them they've just played. That's 1 point in each, so they got to start turning things around.
Yeah, a 16th place and a 15th place, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, like the first circle was actually kind of their home area. They should have had a better game for that one. This one a bit harder, a bit of a curveball. We'll see the next one though. Liquid as well, 5 points only. This is it's very top heavy already, and I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to step it back because they need to step it up now before coming too far behind.
Okay, sending it to the casters who know everything about these games coming up. It's Pansy and Sims. Let's go into Miramar one last time for today.
Cool. Everything about these games? I don't know. I think you're selling us, I appreciate you selling us as a high point. I like that, Jeemzz. Thank you very much. Yeah, but as much as, Jeemzz did say something a little interesting about FaZe, but I think the point stands that we're seeing some quite top-end teams not towards the top in this. We're seeing some surprising results in regard to some of the teams picking up some very good positions here, Rich. Where are you looking? Because, I mean, for me, I'm quite surprised to not see some of the bigger names. Obviously, TSM's the easy pick out, but even some of the more, I guess, I want to look at the invited teams. They're not the ones towards the top right now. Is this a good sign for you? Because I'm quite enjoying it.
I think it's fun. I think it sets us up for a really good whole tournament, to be honest with you. I mean, we did say this, that a lot of teams are allowed and permitted to have a few off games here and there, given the circumstances that there is 12 matches per group, and we've got 36 maps for a group stage. Like, that's almost unheard of. It is. It's 2 full weekends. It's 6 full days. Like, that is a big old slog that these teams have to get through. But the one thing about that is that when we get to the end of it, we start off with 24. We worm our way down to 16. Please don't do him with a handgun. That's not fair. Oh, that's F. Feels bad, man. Example was free, and now he's dead.
Can we get a Kek W in chat? Can we please get a Kek W in chat? I would like that a great deal.
A minute. Have I missed something? Wasn't this supposed to be Sanhok? Okay.
There's no Sanhok here. 3 Miramar, 3 Erangel. We don't mess around with that map here. We're doing the best. We're only doing the best here. They're like, look, Sanhok, I don't know, dude. I don't know. We're all the way on Miramar. It's only Miramar, nothing else. There's 3 Erangel after this.
Yes, Miramar.
The beige tones, Rich. The beige tones. Rugged beige, if you remember that damn skin. Jeez, that was fun, PUBG. We also see Tornado Energy and MiracU quite close by.
TSM's still in the air. Literally just long dropping. Oh, God, we're 3 minutes into the match and they're still not boots on the ground. Look at them. Chilling. What's going on?
With the greatest of ease, Aliag on the rotation. You can catch out Haiku here. Let's see how many you can get. Oh, please land that spray. There we go. It came through in the end. Scar. She's there for you. She works. Give her a second or two. Aliag gonna have to peel away from that. Doesn't want to overextend. Does have a heal to depend on. But again, you've done your damage. I think they need to kind of just cut out of that. I don't think you're going to cleanly get much more, as Quizzy's already backed away a touch too.
Yeah, it's messy. It's not clean. I mean, don't get me wrong, I know the UMP's had a bit of a buff, but not enough to take and warrant a fight, to be honest with you. Red dot SKS. I mean, whatever works, it's doable. You have a fine point to at least dink them with. All right, well, at least going to respawn, and that's because they got one on the hillside. Didn't realize he was so geared up. 2 vest, 1 chest. And he has been looting elsewhere. That's why the vehicle's on the side. But to have a minion of 6 times compared to the rest of the team, that's going to be running scraps, to be honest with you. I mean, it depends what Manic's mini's actually running in terms of scopes. If he has either a 3 times or a 4 times, then there is a reason to respond. Certainly with the SKS and a red dot, I'd kind of be leaving that one alone, to be honest with you. Fancy bogeys away for ETG. Not quite central of the map, but they're closing on it. 2 players in this 2-2 are further in front and a bit more further afield. Okay, finally he flips it. He got away with the small little kick flip there, but couldn't get away with much further. DA, really good position on the map for now. Don't have to drive too far. Again, you kind of just have to work out where you want to be stationed for these next few circles and the first initial shifts. Who else we got down there? Tempest, Redline. Ooh, actually might have a little bit of early engagement here, you know, because Liquid are pulling up. Entropic's here. Hawkey's on his own. It's a large compound to be holding on your own. You might be able to dink one here, but Mxey's already seen him through the crack of the door. Can close that one and maybe just run. But look at this already on the prowler and behind the building. They're swarming at the gates, and this could be the end of Hawkey if he's not careful.
Yeah, let's see if he can predict there's a player behind. I think he might have just heard the steps. Jeemzz is right on that wall. Can adjust well enough. Hawkey outdoes Jeemzz. Can't get the flush. Oh, you got greedy. You got your pan out. And you get sent packing. Now, Mxey overextends. This is rough for Liquid. You didn't expect to see this one. Mxey going to be put into guard mode. On patrol. Tries to make sure everyone's safe and sound. They should be able to get back on their feet here. There is fire coming in from further afield, but I don't know who that is. That might be one of the other teams just chiming in because they can. It could be, I think it's DA potentially, from a little bit further away. So at the moment, Omicron getting very close to Redline as well. They're just on the other side of this, and I don't think they know where Ivus is. Oh, no, they definitely don't. This is going to be a hell of a surprise. If he can land these shots cleanly, they're in a world of trouble. 2 players can be called out. They're going to get all of this information, call it through. Ivus needs some help, though. He needs to make sure his teammates can help him out in this one. If he engages, once they start shooting, he has to be there. Like a thief in the night, Ivus going to work his way up the hillside, and as soon as they crest... Oh, Jeemzz almost turned around on that. Here we go. Shots start coming in. It's going to be game time. Cleanly takes down T-Bone. Follow-up. Perfect from Ivus. That is really well controlled. Very well played. Doesn't want to overextend now. Yes, he's done very well. If he can get the flush, even better. But as soon as you crest that hill, you know that Paige might have eyes on. So good timing to use the nade if you try to. But I think the heal's more important. And let's see if Redline can hold their territory here.
Really nice spray transfer. Rather than just go trigger happy and botch it up, he waits for the right moment, the right time, when they're fixated on a different angle. He lays waste to them both and picks up 2 points. Teammate did arrive as well, so at least had that support should one of them be knocked. Kind of saw in the last one with Entropic versus Liquid. Entropic, unfortunately, just... And the second play, I think, was Reggie, just really got bloodthirsty. Went for the flush onto Liquid. Instantly just gets transferred back. He might have been better standing his ground, waiting for some time, buying some time for his team to arrive and support him, maybe have another crack at Liquid from a different angle, but unfortunately he did go hungry, try and get the flush on the Liquid, and was punished for it. That leaves 2 of them standing now. Where are they actually on the map? Okay, so they're not too far from Liquid still. They're still central. ETG also central. Tempest, Adepts, going for the Los Leones play. 2 at the front, 2 at the back of it, just towards the top side of Leones. It's more towards this western junction, I want to call it, the crossroad area. Everybody's coming out of the backside of Kumasera, Unity, Omicron, Redline, DA, Red Zone, Raise Your Edge. Everybody is vying for that play, and everyone is hoping it goes that way, and that speaks volumes to how these teams generally learn to play with the circles, where they tend to go, the tendencies, and so on and so forth. We've said it time and time again, a million times before, of how players always will try and work with tendencies.
Tempest making the most of this as well. Quite happy that they get some good vision towards red line from quite far away, though. It's not exactly a close shot. And the bells ring again. The bells might be ringing for Na'Vi if they don't get moving. They're pretty far out here. It is only phase 1, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but you definitely don't want to be in these scenarios late game. But we know that Na'Vi can play those kind of longer games where they kind of come in a little slower. They don't have to be centralized. We definitely saw them do very well out of that. Currently sitting in 3rd, of course, from that last game. Tempest in 2nd, and Omicron very large and in charge on top. But after suffering, you know, quite a bit of a loss this game, surely they can't replicate those sort of performances.
Kind of hold for now and see where the circle sends us. Once again, I suppose it comes down to the flight path as well, why everyone's along that main road, but from west to east, goes straight through Leones and almost centralizes. Circle will tend to keep everyone in the same area. The road becomes your friend. Find a really good position, take control of it and hold it. Liquid maybe consolidate themselves here, unless they feel comfortable in the 2-2. Naylup runs his teammate over. Good job. That's at the wrong time as well, because Unity's actually here, so they've knocked someone over in the worst of positions. If that vert nade lands, oh no, Shiv. Very little HP. And now Monkey's just took a dink from the back as well, because Orange there. This is the wrong time to be knocking a teammate. This is the wrong time for all this to go tits up at the moment. Shiv's back on his feet, but for how long? They've lost one player. Udyr holds the front side to try and pin back the advancement from Unity, but they've been hit from 2 different angles. This is dangerous for Raise Your Edge.
Yeah, I think they know they have to just make a quick push. As soon as they've got Shiv back on his feet, it's time to run. Naylup and Udyr are inside the building, but Set and Danimon are there. And yeah, as you said, there's no easy way around this. There's no comfy way out of this situation. And every single angle has a player nearby. I think Red Zone definitely got a couple of tags in as well. Set holding the most minute of angles. If they overpeak this, Raise Your Edge could be punished here. Again, sharing these compounds, all the teams opting for that western position. Liquid in the 2-2. Red Line, I think they're down to only a few players. Same with Omicron, but Unity, Raise Your Edge, Red Zone, Tornado Energy, and Na'Vi all slotting into a very similar area.
The support comes in at least, and all 4 members of Unity are here now to take the fight. And they will have to take it because only one of these 2 teams can really get out of this area. Up on the hillside, once they have to disconnect. Oh, Thorax does not realize the team inside the buildings. Packs up, instantly is taken down. Adepts lose 1. Orange tries to disconnect. It's an interesting play that to be running the vehicles when you know that they're still kicking around on the outskirts. Shiv's on the same place where he got knocked previously. Hasn't moved really anywhere else. But look at that instantly. Instantly, the kill is removed from him and stolen by someone on Na'Vi.
Oh,
Unity
no.
burning at the
That's a team
wayside.
molly.
He's on fire.
That's a team
That's
molly.
not good at all. It takes down Udyr, but it takes down Set as well.
Yeah, that team molly's just made it so much worse, and Shiv is gonna punish it, gonna press where it hurts. Nailup's gonna try and get a bit of a heal off here as well. You can see UT try and hold on, and they've done just about that, but it was not
DA?
clean and it was not pretty. And DA stealing 1. Where did Mitralis just come from?
I have no... How far is... Okay, so they were... That's a decent little bit of groundage on him. That's still over by the crossroad where the circle was previously. So he's hit them from a fair distance. Down below, you can see it. So finishes Shiv off, maybe going on the outskirts, but everything that could have gone wrong there, unfortunately, for Raise Your Edge did go wrong. From the start of getting knocked, the vehicles were heard on the pull-up. Unity made a push on it. They didn't realize that Unity had a 2-2 split. And they've just been bodied from multiple angles. I have seen one of Liquid go down, but he should be back on his feet. That again came from the mountainside, so a good 300-400 meter shot coming out of Bestoloch, I think it was. Circle goes towards
Look how
the
much of the south is open.
west.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
quite a lot.
that's so much room, right? Adepts can swing down there. Tempest could swing down there. It's kind of opened it up. I think a lot of teams are banking on that hard west shift, and it's just not come in.
And the biggest issue, I suppose, for some of these teams, if you are looking to try and take a position, at least a vital one, everywhere's kind of gone. There's 2 main areas here. One where you'll see Tempest playing off the back of. It's nice just coming out of Los Leones. If they can keep Adepts at bay, then so be it. I don't think too much should happen here unless Liquid want to get aggressive, but they've got shots from down below, so maybe they have some sort of idea, but we'll kind of continue where we're going. Between Tempest and over by Omicum, there's like a kink in the road what they'll take, and they'll take a compound that has an elevated line of sight. It's this one exactly on your screen now to the left-hand side. That is king of the compound at the moment. They have really, really good position to overlook people who want to attack it, and they have really good position for where the circle will be next. Regardless of where it's going to be, even if it's a hard shift, they might not have too far to roam. Adepts could get lucky. If the hard shift comes their way and goes all the way down, they're going to get real lucky, but it does take a fair amount of movement to go further down south, just because you've still got the, I suppose, where Na'Vi are now. Between these two positions, Na'Vi and Tornado Energy, you have this hillside. There's one of them where it just never, the hill will never just kind of rotate around it. It will force people around this area just to bail on it. You don't want to be around here, so it cuts off about a quarter of the circle. Everywhere else generally is kind of, it's anyone's game. It's easy pickings, even the fields on the northern edge of the circle. Yeah, this is a really hard one to call. Even guesstimation side on circles, it's really hard to call, and you kind of just got to play a little bit of luck and a little bit of gun skill.
Ooh, Bestoloch really wanted that kill. That's not bad. A little bit of shooting the body. I love to see that. That brings me deep joy. Liquid kind of being locked in by Redline. EIQ down the side of the hill. DA below that. This is a lot of kind of being kept safe. Now remember and remind yourselves. Think about it as Los Leones being the high ground and the hill rolls towards the western side. So that high ground can pay a little bit of work for these teams. In the north, you still have Haiku and TSM. El Giganton working in from the east. But most of the teams still locked in the west. If this hard shifts away from that western side, it's going to be very, very hard for a lot of these teams to find any sort of place. Those tracer bullets going hella far, but yeah, look at that circle. Very, very condensed towards the northwest. TSM, I think they're scouting as they go, and I hope they do a better job of it this time. They've been struggling on rotations. We haven't seen them late game with 4 alive. We haven't seen them late game at all, really. So this could be a bit of a win condition in my eyes for TSM to recover. And it has shifted northwest, so most of the teams are comfortable. Na'Vi can kind of pull themselves together here. They can go towards Bestoloch and Tab. Omicron can stand with 2, could get crashed. Unity on the edge. DA, pretty nice positioning in the north there. That 2-2 very strong now. And Liquid, if they can hold on to this, they'll be very happy.
Omicron's in such a strong position now. The issue is that they lost 2 players early on. Don't get me wrong, Vasco is on fire today. I think he's topping our frag chats at the moment.
I'd imagine so.
Jeemzz only has about, I think he only got 3 kills, Jeemzz, but the damage is still up there with Vasco. Like between them, it's insane. It's like 1.8 and 1.6k damage done over 2 games, which is kind of nuts, really. It'll be a hard defend this if people realize that they're a weakened roster. By weakened, I mean a man disadvantage. Looking at that circle, I am scared for Tornado Energy. Literally 2 teams just pincering them from either side. I don't really know where you go. That's an interesting one in the kill feed. Marv going down to Jimbo. So Jim must have left the building. Ibi has been fought back onto. 2 different fights going on here. Jeemzz has fallen victim as well, so they've made a push onto this building. It's been rather unfortunate, and TSM are getting caught in the backlines as well with it. They want to get involved. They'll now have to reconsolidate themselves, commit to the utility, hope that QBE goes for the res onto Marv and gives them some time to breathe, which you would have thought they would have done. 10-person ETG further afield. Problems of their own.
He's just flushed someone. I don't know. I don't know if he's pushing this or what. This could be something that could really hinder Liquid. If he's just gone, well, you know, I'm not going to win it, so let me just get involved. Haiku's going to lose out to TSM. That's going to be a pickup. This is when this gets messy. There's 15 teams. The circle will not house that many cleanly. El Giganton going to fall on the way through Los Leones towards Adepts, who are slightly further ahead of them towards Circle, so they've got their backs to the circle. The safe circle, should I say, and they're kind of in that no man's land Gaxi. The problem is his position looks okay, but Noki's got the angle on it. If he runs around the front side of that truck, he's dead in the water. And you said it before, Tornado Energy rocking a hard place. You had ETG in front, Na'Vi in the back, and nowhere to really go.
I mean, El Giganton, it's a fight that they need to win for the simple fact that they're outside of the circle. If they can get in on this, then they can at least make it to the next one. Ibi's just fallen to Fexx as well. Sunzi initially goes down. That's the fight that I was talking about for Gigantum, one that they absolutely must win. To make it into the next circle, they've got to get through them first. Senja onto Iliag again. Tornado Energy just falling simultaneously, trying to find different entry points, but they can't really go nowhere because they're up against the road. I suppose the saving grace for Na'Vi is that if the last player, which is going to be Quizzy, gets seen by ETG or even sees ETG and makes an advancement on them, it at least gives Na'Vi information. Shots will be fired, they'll opt to avoid it.
Oh, that's big. Getting Markloff down. Wow.
Yeah, through the window. Will they? I don't know. They don't really have to push on that just yet with the circle, I don't suppose. Maybe the way out.
But that's information, right? Because in their heads, maybe they thought that could have been Quizzy because they were fighting Tornado Energy, and they suddenly pick up a player from another team. They go, okay, well, actually, that means there's a whole other squad there. Really nice circle for Na'Vi too. There, it could have been very bad for them if it went any further east, for sure. But now they can just kind of patrol the roadside, but they do need to keep both ends safe, and then they can play up the, the hillside slightly off the back of it. Now, Liquid's still safe. Tempest, well, what's left of Tempest, Wookie Bookie. Omekan again. How are they getting these circles? DA, good spot too. They kind of brought everyone down towards the south side of that road. They had a 2-2 split. Quizzy forced to push. He goes down. Markolov's going to find that. So now Na'Vi have been able to construct a picture of what's happening in the southern side. It looks like they've opted to go to try and control that as well. They might be able to leapfrog ahead of ETG in regards to them getting good step towards the circle and catch them on rotation. I'm seeing Bestoloch and Senja diving in on the shots on those rotations. So that's going to be information again. These guys are very good at information plays. The teams we have to look at who are not in good positions, TSM, Red Zone, Unity, El Giganten, Adepts, they're all going to have to work their way in, and the circle is not very favorable to these guys. There's not too many easy ways in anymore. The high ground is controlled. Unity going to try and slot in on the northwest, and Wookie Bookie's been spotted, but that's a big shot. Even with a 6x, you're going to be reaching on that.
Yeah, but there's a multitude of people looking at him. I'm pretty sure one of those shots will have been from a different roster as well. TSM are on the move on the opposing side of the map. You'll see Set, he's the last one that has to come from their team. Does have some support from the one player that is above him at least if he wants to try and make it happen.
Oh, TSM.
Iroh down, MiracU gone, Vard out. Oh, even Entropic, they want to get involved in this and steal a player for themselves. They do, and it all comes down to Fexx. Playing off the balls, playing off the ditches, and DA, well, they know where he is. The safety net, that's going to be provided by the smoke, will dissipate rather shortly. Liquid did lose Jeemzz earlier in the engagement as he forced himself out. Someone else caught him from a different angle. I actually believe it may have been TSM. Adept still trying to get involved in this. Giganten got in front early. This is an interesting one because this is still the two rosters and they're still the same people fighting from the previous one. They've got two alive on either side. Sunzi and Noki got him back on his feet. Tundo's actually taken down Honor on the opposing side of the map. Finishes that one as well. Fexx answers back onto IEQ. I don't know how he's managed to do that when he's out in no man's land. And now this actually kind of pays off a little bit, I would suggest, for Liquid. Because the problem that was behind them, yes, they've got another team there now, but it gives the information of how many's actually up there. If they could throw a nade, if they had one more nade, that'd have been huge. If that's actually burning them, that could be even bigger. It is.
It is burning indeed. Gaxi. Yeah, Gaxi's gone down. I think Gustav's okay. I think he was around the corner. Gaxi was a little late to try and crest around, and he's worried that someone's pushing. Puts down the molly preemptively to try and keep himself safe, but now he's got to be careful about his own position as well. Careful that someone could be in the building or close by. Again, the circle closes towards Omekan. Na'Vi on the push towards ETG. Keep your eyes on this. They know what's happening. They've got great information. They're trying to spot these players at the foot of the hillside. If they can control this, they're in a good way. 3 being the hunting pack, and then you have 1 holding the back lines. That's Kemba. Now, Ibi on the run. He's pulled up towards EIQ. That's Novik. And Novik's going to welcome that with open arms. Liquid looking for other options and finding none so far. That northeast side is busy and there's no way out of it. You're not going to escape anytime soon. ETG are costing Na'Vi time and that's going to frustrate them. But Adepts are going to have to work their way forward towards this battle as well. So both these teams want to clear out ETG towards fighting the bigger giant up the hill.
Red line down in 11th. A little bit of an unfortunate one big trap between 2 different rosters. Etiquette will follow shortly behind. Giganten still going, and I'm surprised to have 2 players that have wormed the way from the outskirts of Los Leones and all the way to this point. The next part in front of them, or the next mission, will be Team Liquid. Liquid has vehicles, and you'd expect them to escape this scenario. Where they go, I don't know, because DA should be able to see them as soon as they evacuate the scenario.
Oh.
Out we go.
Yeah.
And this will be wobbly. Oh dear.
Yeah, it's definitely
That's
going to be
one.
bad. There
Yeah,
it goes,
dear.
DA. Super nice pickup for them. Happy to see them playing out well from the north. This could be a very good game for DA. If they don't underestimate Red Zone's position, this is going to be really, really fun for them. They could play this out well, but they've got to get that fight against Red Zone. So eyes towards the kill feed. If you see those kills coming towards DA, they control the north. If Red Zone get them, not going to be the case. So that's what you got to keep in the back of your minds. Ghostar on his own. Na'Vi, control of the south. Omicron, still centralized. It's crazy how much control Omicron still have. And Unity actually falling foul towards Red Zone. I thought it might be the other way around, but they looked south and they caught him in transition. DA fully focused fire, but look at the high ground. Look at the advantage they have. DA have to make the run up the hill, and it's not going to be easy. But a third party might just help him out. Omicron from up on the hill just got some fire towards Red Zone. Now they can't be so handy, so open, so peaky in this. Gotta be a bit more careful in Red Zone, getting some tags going, but DA, they still stand. They're in the circle, but can they secure this position?
Everyone's playing edge because of how strong Omicron's position is. It's above, it's elevated. You can't really get towards it in theory. And in the back of your mind, you're thinking a team's locked in there, that windows are going to be the danger point. They'll have an elevated line of sight, so you won't go approaching, you won't go rushing it, so everyone's staying away. Even though there's only 2 people in there, all these players don't necessarily know that. If they've not been keeping track, if they're not been keeping information, they won't know there's only 2 in there. It can be exposed. There are means and ways of doing this. This wall, for instance, is one of them. If Page doesn't have that line of sight, you can approach the wall and get up against it. But still, you have all these players that are worming their way up slowly but surely. The utility's been committed. Bert's gone down, but instantly. Shouting and screaming, people know where you are. Back to back, that's a push.
Yeah, nice work from DA, though, to clear out Novik cleanly. Yes, they lost out on other players, but this might give them time to get Mert back up, to get these other players back on their feet. But everyone else is looking at this like, you know, this is a tasty morsel. This could be a bite to be had. Na'Vi, still the sleeping giants here. 4 alive, large map control in the south on the new circle. And I love the way they're positioning Kemba. He's out on a limb, but he's securing that entire area, making sure no one is going to flank them. This allows them freedom and the ability to peek further forward and keep people like DA humble. So now, DA, how many do they have back up? Are they all on their feet? I think it might be 3. I guess 1 got flushed, so I guess down to 3. Omicron with 2, and Red Zone with 3 working in as well. 4 teams, 12 players. Some decent-sized squads still in this. Red Zone at the foot of the hill towards Omicron. Fazku, Page, they've been kind of sitting quietly till now, but they're going to be forced to fight now as there's the first bit of contact. Vazku, bit of a beast in the first, now looking to follow up with some more. Nice nade there, but now he's going to spot another pushing up. Vazku better be aware they are right down below him. Page pushes right into it. That's a little bit overzealous there. And now Vazku's fallen. I think they misread the scenario a touch. Maybe not expecting them so close by, but now they know. Now they know they're in danger as Page has to back away and try and find some sort of safety elsewhere. Because Red Zone are taking this, and they're taking it well.
This was the weaker side, right? To hit that wall and to just be completely obscured out of vision. It was the right wall to do it upon. They've approached it and they've managed to get in. They've forced Page into a 1 versus 3 scenario. Bestoloch still going hard. The man is on a mission this competition so far. Senya follows up. DA now falling victim to the might of the CIS boys from this southern embankment. They're just sweeping, clearing. Bestoloch is getting up close and personal. You might see the nail in the coffin here. Tab for backup, flashbangs are out. Kemba going on the open stretch, and you said it before, he's still there just to keep a tab on what's going on towards the western side of this circle. The rest of Na'Vi, well, the death squad's here. They're just rolling through DA single-handedly 1 by 1.
This is classic Na'Vi. This is roll it back Na'Vi, but can they keep it clean? It looks like they can. All eyes turn. There's no chance for mistake. These CIS players, man, they are just another level when they get like this. They look almost untouchable. But can they take down Red Zoners cleanly? They still have Kemba being that player, controlling so much room. 12 kills. The map's theirs. Omicron cowering down this time. Page can't play out like they wanted to before. There's only them. Red Zone stuck on that rooftop and surrounding them is the beast from the east, Na'Vi. They're going to hold this. They don't have to let anything go. They've got full territory. Kemba can just control where he's at. The others can flex around. And the circle, no matter where it goes, I feel like they're going to be controlling this. Even Tab's going patrolling to make sure everything's good. Probably get that little bit of a crate going down there maybe to see what they can get. They've got time to look for loot. They're going to get all these smokes and nades. And everyone else just has to wait if it's their time to die.
12 kills is a spicy game. Third coming into this one, RV. Like, this is pushing them now up to the Omekin levels. Omekin were quite starting to get a bit of disconnected from the rest of the pack, to be honest with you, how many frags they had in the bag. Still doing well here to keep Page alive in the top 3, so it picks them a good amount of placement points. They've had some frags to boot as well. But this, in theory, should be Na'Vi's game to throw.
Do you want some
Just
Na'Vi on your Na'Vi? So now you can see more Na'Vi.
Navicam. I like it. I wonder if Page gets involved onto red zone there, because that Randy Nade just managed to somehow get a knock onto Macandark. Like, they just lobbed it completely blind, and it still managed to knock him. Everyone's got to come to them, right? They're just opening up the map to every single angle. That you can't get out of this scenario without being seen by a player. It would take a huge, huge pick. Maybe even on Kemba, just to kind of get around that tree line.
Yeah.
But honestly, I don't see any of these guys getting out.
Well, that's the challenge, isn't it? Who can make it in front? Can anyone get out of here? Page is looking like they want to move one of the first. Maybe try and catch on red zone. But Tab just spotting out that grey wall is what's standing between red zone and just their death. And I think they know what's coming. Page is trying to stay alive. Play it slow and play for second. Maybe you can achieve that. Even a flush. That's perfect. Oh, he's getting points. That's what you want to be seeing. And now Page knows he's done for. But Na'Vi, clinical in approach. That is your classic Na'Vi play. Bear in mind, they were pretty far out of that circle. They, you know, the way they played that in, they were not one of the teams you wanted to look at, you know, having the easy way forward. But it's Na'Vi, right? When they get into that mode, they have that 4-man alive squad, Rich. It's hard to doubt it.
It is when they're feeling it and when they're on fire, they're a force to be reckoned with. I mean, we've seen Na'Vi at down points, and we've seen that there are a team that, you know, like any other one, can have faults any given day. But when they're switched on and when everything's kind of clicking, it just works. It just rolls. I mean, thankfully, Page for Omekin, they're already up at the top. May have just kind of squeaked it a little bit by removing 2 kills from Na'Vi, for example. It's all about minute points, but yeah, they're looking solid right now.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what the desk has to say about that Na'Vi performance. Are we seeing, you know, Na'Vi in their heyday again? Is this going to be a Na'Vi tournament, or is that just a flash in the pan? Guys, let us know your thoughts.
Yes, we will. Thank you very much, Lauren. Thank you very much. Sims here. Na'Vi with a boatload of kills. I looked over to these guys just in case I was muted. Just see if I could see the fear in their eyes. But no, it's fine. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kyle Harris, and I have Avenger and Toby with me here. Guys, Na'Vi starting things off here for game number 3 like a rocket. Tons of kills coming in from the south, Toby, and getting themselves the chicken dinner.
They're doing exactly what they did last game, and effectively they're doing exactly what they have been doing for the last, I want to say, better part of a year and a half. Go to places where they know they won't be fought against, and then third-party your way into the late game without losing any players. Because then, when you reach phase 4, phase 5, potentially phase 6, if they can stay passive for that long, they can start their steam, like they can start steamrolling through people, just like we saw there when they went into DA, wrap around the side. Yeah. Now you have the numbers. You know that whoever you go up against, you will have the numbers against them. And that's why they say we don't need those 6 kills early if that means that we lose a player. We'd rather get 10 kills late when we have the numbers advantage and the advantage overall in all those engagements.
Definitely. And I mean, towards those final moments, Avenger, they have prime control over the circles. I compared it in our little break to like a Jaws film, just circling and entrapping anything that they want to devour.
No, but honestly, this is literally what you get when you have Senya as an in-game leader. He's so good, and he's perfected his strategy for the majority of the last year, and then into this year as well, obviously as well. It's just crazy to see how well he knows the map, how well he's able to micromanage the guys. Obviously, they made a change somewhat recently as well, or not recently anymore, but recent in terms of big tournaments, and I'm happy to see them be able to step into this. But they just third party so well, and they know how important it is to be 4 guys strong in the very late end game. So it's good to see them step up to this and get this many kills as well.
Let's take a look at the points coming in here. Unfortunately for Redline there. Actually, 4 kills, not bad. No placement points coming in. Razor Edge, 0 points for them down towards the bottom. But Na'Vi, 24 points off the back of this. If this lobby was not heavy at the top for Na'Vi, I don't know what is, Avenger.
No, but this is putting them so far ahead right now. Look at this as well. 3 of the guys in 1, 2, 3, or shared first actually. 4 kills each. It's crazy to see actually. Nice to see these guys to step up like this, and they're gonna be so far ahead now as well. It's crazy to see.
Yep. All right, and I believe we have an interview ready with Na'Vi. I didn't quite hear who it was. It might be Bestoloch. Hey,
yes,
hello, Bestoloch.
Yo.
Oh, your room looks fantastic, Bestoloch. Hello, how are you doing?
Thank you. I'm fine.
Good.
Just have a few good games.
Few good games. All right. Okay. Well, congratulations on that win there, especially 24 points. You guys came in from the south side. Talk to us about if you had any problems getting to kind of the later circles in that game.
No, as you can see, we just have good circles at us, and we have no problem about how to rotate inside it, and we just controlled all map, and it's done.
Okay. Avenger, anything?
Well, I obviously, best of luck. You guys are doing extremely well right now, and you're a somewhat new team. Talk to me about like how much different has this? Have you changed any strategy with the new lineup, or is Senja just leading everything as usual? Or talk to me about that.
We are not a new team, I think, but we have changed roles after PGS Berlin. We have a few bad tournaments online, like DreamHack and kind of this, and we have changed our role. We have changed our communication, and now I think it's coming better.
Fantastic.
Okay. Toby, anything?
I'm curious, Bestoloch, because obviously we've seen you guys play many times before, and you're one of the few teams that has not only stuck with the same strategy, but been able to execute it for a very long time without having to make too many big changes. What is I want to know from you, maybe you're giving away your strats here, but I want to know if you can tell me, what is the perfect circle to start going aggressive? Is it phase 4, phase 5, phase 6? When does Na'Vi, if you can decide, when does Na'Vi start go aggressive in a game?
It's not about circle, it's about situation, and that's all.
Fair.
I can't say anything else.
All right, well, thank you very much, Bestoloch. Any shout-outs or any kind of final thoughts before we let you go?
No.
No? Okay. Thank you very much, Bestoloch. Best of luck to the next games.
Thank you. Bye.
Good luck. Bye.
All right, and that was Bestoloch, a lovable fella, as always, from Na'Vi. Great to hear from him going into these. So, of course, guys, whilst we are transitioning from Miramar to Erangel Remastered, obviously the world is going through crazy times as well, and you can actually contribute to everything that is going on here. Not only is this a tournament for the teams and the players, but also it's a tournament for charity as well. Just below where the Twitch box is on Twitch TV, there is a little box that you can click, which takes you to the twip.kr website, and you can contribute to the ongoing fight against COVID-19. So a huge thank you to follow the instructions just below that box in order to be able to contribute as well. It all goes obviously to a great cause that literally everybody is affected by across the world, and a very, very good cause indeed. Gentlemen, we are going to Erangel Remastered very soon. I'm hyped, Avenger. How about yourself?
I'm honestly excited to see what we're going to be able to see on Erangel. I'm excited to see if we're going to see any contests, any hot drops, because obviously it's the first time that this group plays it. So excited to see what's going to be going on there.
Let's see. I'm gonna get Toby's thoughts after this break, but we are gonna go for that short break, and when we return, we'll have Erangel Remastered. Let's play another round of what happens next.
Up close and personal, Triply goes down, Mxey holds the angle, just one more left to deal with. Squeaky is there, he has the angle, he must see him at this point, can't find the shot, but does find him in the end. 1v1.
He thinks he's still on the road, he sees him, Squeaky surely gets the shot down. Now ubah knows where he is, goes for the second shot, lands the headshot, ubah's in trouble. Blue.
Team Liquid are so close by. Liquid might deny this. Once they get a glimpse, this should be a quick kill if they see this. Oh, Ibby, Jeemzz, the hunting squad is here. Poor old Mxey has no idea what's going on. I don't see nades with Samty though. There must be some left. Yes, there is. That's got Mxey. That's actually a really good pickup out of the two. You'd want the one standing, not the one knocked. And you can get those points. Aitzy, last man alive for FaZe.
Samty watching SKUIJKE go through.
Just waiting now, he's just going to spray him down. That's going to call them out. They've lost Trifoli as well down low, and suddenly ENCE lose 2. Solar pops up. That's going to be 1. That's going to be 2. Solar goes down. Nookie, the last man for Trainhard, and now ENCE turn their attention to him, but Nookie's trying to get the spray down as much as he can. Jokers are on absolutely nothing to boom down, moon down. He's cooking it up. That's going straight towards him. He's going to bank off. He gets the boom down.
Oh my god.
And wow, Elias still alive watching this all play out. The second one comes through. Jokers gets the damage.
How is Moon still alive? The spray comes in from SKUIJKE. He wants Nocky dead. And it looks like ENCE have stabilized. That's the nade, finally. Surely Moon is dead here. There he goes.
Welcome back here to the PCS, the PUBG Continental Series Charity Challenge, as we are getting into Erangel Remastered now for 3 more games between Groups A and Groups B. We have, as you can see here, wow, Navi just took a massive leap up towards second place. Omakan still at the top with 47 points, still very respectable after we saw...
24th.
Oh, don't you dare. Go away, you. Imagine if like, they'd have trolled us. If they'd have trolled us and moved them up to 17th, I'd have been like, God damn it. Anyway.
No, but Omakan and Navi, they're so far ahead right now. It's actually crazy. 20-point lead down to third. Wow.
Yeah,
and it makes for an interesting situation too, in terms of the fact that Ratio Edge, if they win the next game, they could go from 16th to 5th.
Yeah,
like Omakan and Navi has been racking up, like they've literally been racking up all the points.
Yeah, huge sponges up towards the top. That's a massive amount of points for 3 games up there. Geez, a 20-point difference between second and third. That is unheard of, I think, at the start of these kind of tournaments, Martin.
Yeah, I can't remember one where it's been so top heavy after just 3 games. For 2 teams specifically to be that far ahead. Obviously, we've seen some tournaments where teams have been, one team specifically have had a really good run and they've been far ahead, but this is great.
All right, we've got 1 minute before we're actually getting into this game. Here's the schedule so far for today, of course. We are on an accelerated schedule. So basically, even though our Erangels does say 8:15 CEST, of course, once that game is ready, we're just going right on into it because, you know, all of these teams are at home. They're playing from the comfort of their home, so it's very easy to be able to get rapid fire from game to game to game. Guys, going to Erangel Remastered, what's been your kind of big takeaways so far from Erangel Remastered? Like, what have you enjoyed the most? Toby, I'll start with yourself.
New endings to areas in areas we've seen played on older Erangel didn't work. We kind of talked about it coming into it, now I crankled up the sentence there too, but how the change of terrain and additions of different, like the military fortification trench areas and whatnot, has made for much more enjoyable, in particular end game situations. Areas where before it was without swearing, a really bad show of competitive PUBG. Now you go, oh my god, they can actually play around here and keep the like high integrity of play. So I love that. More of that is great.
Anything else to add to that, Avenger? Or I think you're probably on the same train of thought.
Yeah, it's obviously the updated changes that was needed. I'm looking forward to more coming though, but I really love the new quarry and the new military, as Toby also said.
All right, it's time to get into it. It's game number 4 of the day, Erangel Remastered. Sims and Pansy, take it away.
What a map. What a couple of games. We've seen the big boys getting the big wins. Na'Vi looking pretty deadly. Now, I don't know what to expect coming to this. Oma can look good. I mean, we're seeing a lot of teams that I didn't expect having these really highlighted games. Does this continue now?
I think that's the big question, right? It's a different terrain. It's a different map. We've premised this a few times where we say, okay, this is the home turf. This is what everyone knows. Let's kind of just adjust ourselves here and really focus on how this scoreboard is sitting up, because it's been called perfectly by the analyst desk. 20 gap difference between second and third. I mean, we talk about being tough at the top, even into like micro numbers and micromanagement. Look at Omakan, 47 points, Na'Vi 46. Page at the last stand, taking down 2 players, has kept a hold of the first spot. I know it's not a big story, insignificant. Oh, Millie, please. Millie. It's not a big story in significance, but let's think if that was a grand final scenario, by holding on for dear life as a one-man band, he may have just won it by 1 point. Even single points and single kills can just be the difference of life and death when it comes to elimination. So it's good to see Page playing proactive at the end there as a one-man band and kind of holding on. But still, a 20-point difference is phenomenal. You've got Bestoloch with 15 kills up at the top, Omakan's 2 players, Page and Vazku with 10 apiece, and then TheTab to round off top 4 with 7. Like, it's there's some big numbers being put on the board, and if Na'Vi continue this reign of fire, I want to call it, like, everyone who's within all of these lobbies, regardless of the top 24, is in danger.
I mean, I was still just happy seeing Bestoloch's room looks sick. It looks like the slickest sauna in the world, man. But yeah, more of that.
It looks like a cabin, doesn't it? It looks amazing.
It looks so good. Like he's so far out of all the rooms, definitely winning. And speaking of winning, Na'Vi are going to be in a really good spot this round too. They can easily shift over to the island, which they're going to do. They normally loot pretty close to it, so this time they've opted to go straight across. So they get pick of the litter. Tempest have done the same. They've kind of slowly done it. They still got Wookie Bookie and Klib over by Milta, but the other 2 are over on the other side, so they're already going to opt towards it. But teams towards Zaki, Unity, it couldn't be a worse circle. They're not happy about this one. Haiku, North George, Giganton as well. I mean, both of them up in the north of George. This is going to be hard. Liquid, very early rotation. Even for Liquid, this is early. It's 3 minutes. Again, it's more important for them to get to the island and then supplement their loot, which is it's a good idea. It's a good plan. Look at them. It's the flying V formation. It's beautiful.
It's even better that Na'Vi have dispersed not only this area where they normally loot, we see them around Ferry Pier area towards Bridge, but Na'Vi's not gone to its next drop, which would be within just off of that bridge and in towards the newer compounds, I want to call it. They've gone straight to Millie. Like, they are inside Millie, completely looting up and completely gearing up. The only other team that's on this island beside Liquid is Tempest. They've come off the bridge. They're doing round from the bottom crossroads, outside of Nova, all the way up to the aerial tower. So they have complete control of the polar opposite end of Sosnovka Island. Everyone else, well, you're going to be led to the party. Unless you've got a boat like these boys now, get yourself across. They're doing the 2-2 as well. It's just something else that adds insult to injury when teams come late game, splitting up like that and taking 2 boats, because the boat literally is next door to them. The next door one of them, they didn't have to take 2. But it's just little things like that. Taking 2 boats instead of 1, you're leaving less vehicles and less mobility for anyone else who comes late game onto the island.
Yep. It's raise your edge. Getting a bit of info early on who's rotating around where. And I want to see how Liquid approaches as well, because they've had the Western approach. Now, for them, you know, they're aware of how Na'Vi plays, of course. That'd be a very common team that you keep eyes on, especially in this rotation route. Now, Na'Vi, as you highlighted, kind of a little bit different, going right in the middle of the military area. They're going to have to start being aware that teams will be around them. And I don't know how often they play like this, because as you said, they normally go towards the western houses on that road that kind of leads up. They are slap bang central here, so they're going to be looted to the nines. They're going to be happy. EIQ, a team who's consistently getting my attention. I mean, they're just such a wild cracker of a team. You know, they'll do the crazy things, but they've got a good position here as well. ETG going to get across early. Tornado Energy are there, and Redline are coming over as well. So at the moment, a good couple of teams getting themselves on the island. It looks like that is going to be the paramount place to be. A complete, almost free band towards the other side of the island here. You've got Omakun working down DA and TSM. coming through, and we'll see the pull-up. It looks like these teams mostly are able to kind of, you know, live somewhat in harmony around each other. You've got ETG getting a little close towards Liquid, so you might see a couple of, you know, shots here and there. But beyond that, it should just be peacocking down the line, though. Once you see everyone else coming in, you raise your edge, your TSM, Omicron, DA, these guys, you know, maybe just after that, you might see those fights, not necessarily on the bridge, but towards getting those early positions.
With Tempest having aerial tower, depending on scopes, depending on guns, we'll see if Redline do get any further outside of Novo. They could be gate kept on the hillside. You do have that huge hill that runs pretty much parallel with the road that goes around that and skirts kind of the edge, goes through Novo, straight to Melee, and then to the top as well. No, we're okay. Almost. That will hide you away from anyone up top, so they can get away with it. There's quite a huge drop-off down towards that latter edge. So Redline should be all right, but again, it all becomes a different story if Tempest have scopes and guns and various other bits and bats. This run isn't going good for these boys currently. It's not good. That car is it's taking a beating. Someone else is hanging outside the window. Headshot. Anyone gonna get lost? No, it's on fire. Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash.
Oh, there goes your one-star Uber-rated cam.
Why are you healing in the open? Oh god, I don't like that. Literally just starts bandaging, stood in the middle of nowhere.
Have you ever been that guy, right? You're the one who has to order the Uber, get all your mates in the cab to the club or to the bar, and they're all a bit drunk. You're all, you know, trying to, you know, tell the Uber driver no one's going to throw up, I promise you, and then that happens. That is just gets the tinny out as soon as he gets out, supping away. It's like, all right, mate, you're not helping my rating here.
And then they don't
they're not
pay.
helping themselves. Yeah, no, they're like, oh, I'll split it with you. No, you don't. You're never going to split it with you. You've lied. What you're doing is lying to me every single time.
No. Won't do anything.
No.
You're going to throw up in this car and you're going to piss me off and everything else.
Oh,
we've all been there.
It's too true. We've all been there. Now, DA, TSM, Raise Your Edge, all looking for a way over. I don't know how they're going to make that easily, because there's so many teams around this area now. It's going to be pretty tricky. One of my neighbors, by the way, is popping off with some music right now. I can feel the bass through the floor. So, you know what? They can't be mad at me about shouting about video games when they're popping off with the music. I feel like I am queuing up to, like, Berghain or something. Berghain, however you want to call it. I mean, it's a rough time out here.
In response to you.
Oh my god, maybe it is. Oh no, I've already pissed them off. It's already happening. You know what? Maybe they just need to learn to love PUBG. They're probably Fortnite players, that's why. Filthy casuals. This battle is just vile for both these teams. I hate watching it because what are you going to get out of it? Maybe Red Zone can make it away. I'd hope they have a vehicle at this point, but yeah, it's not fun. When the team who was looting Zarki's made it further ahead than you, you know you're already kind of in trouble, right?
I mean, they'd be lucky if there were a vehicle anywhere within that vicinity. Look, they'd fall into the blue. Yeah, they should just kind of leave it as it is and crack on. I don't think it's worth 2 points. This level of destruction to your own team, it's not worth it. 3 first aid kits, you can probably get away with it. Ooh, okay. That's an interesting one. Because we have 8 ticks, don't get me wrong. All worlds have to align. Every star in the universe has to align to be able to now to force its way over to the northern edge, just below PUBG. You have to have the hard shift, and you have to have it in the right position. But that's still the option's there, and it's questionable. I won't feel safe. Someone like TSM certainly would. There is options for them to rotate. There will be still boats around that beachhead towards the left-hand side if they need to grab them. DA basically been gate kept or bridge kept. Don't know what you want to call it, rather than that. Get your bridge camped, should I say. They can't really make a nice, clean progress unless they decide to jump in the water, which is always if you're in the middle of the bridge, that's usually the best scenario, dive in the water, and that's exactly what they've done. They've jumped off, out of the vision of TSM. But someone like TSM, in my opinion, if I'm guessing what they're going to be doing is the next course, then I would assume that TSM will do the same.
I mean, you're not happy whichever you want to cut it. DA, I think I've almost made it to land. They actually might be under the bridge at this point. Team Liquid got a bit of a fight out of a depths down in the south. They've moved up into the southwest compound currently on the outskirts of the military base. ETG are on the move as well, so they're going to be shifting up towards the hillside, probably just to the right of them. Yeah, it looks like they're in destination. Raise Your Edge could be finding a bit of a fight there towards Tornado Energy on the coastline as well. So a lot of these teams taking fights all across the way. Iroh against his old squad. And it's ELG to nab the kill as well. Vard chiming in on it. And you see Vard's angle quite nice against this too. Just peeking over the ridge there. Should be able to flush this. That's some nice points for TSM. And they need these points.
They do. They do. And more importantly, it cleans out the bridge. So it gets them off the back and relieves a little bit of pressure. It's another obstacle out the way if they have to just exit the scenario and get back over to the opposing side. I mean, Sixmo, for some reason, is so disconnected from the rest of the team. I'm assuming that's the backup plan. Hope that the circle does go that way, and then they kind of put a chip in play, and he can just sit there and say, okay, well, placement points, here we go. Unity still, I think, are looking for a boat, 'cause they're playing blue at the moment, and they're not even making any advancement towards the circle whatsoever. They're along the ferry pier all the way down to the middle of the island on Primorsk, or just the sandbanks. Iroh with the third and final follow-up onto DA. The last player's on this side, where Orcus is, just to the left-hand side. They'll sit there for now and hope the circle comes somewhere near them. Finally, Unity have got a boat. Orange has been the saviour. Found one all the way near Primor, so come pick up his comrades and they'll continue. But my only issue is where they are at Ferry Pier. The circle is very close to the rest of the teams in the head of them, especially with the bridge with TSM kind of playing the coastline. They would probably have to... I'm just watching this map. I'm intrigued to what Orange is doing. Orange is leaving all the rest of them behind on the opposing side of Erangel and going to Sosnovka on his own. Whether that just suggests they've got a boat or whether he's just going to scout solo. If he's scouting solo, it's quite dangerous to leave all your teammates behind. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm looking at something different here.
No, it looks like it. Maybe they're just hedging their bets as well. Orange is over there on his own. None of Unity are there with him. Here we go. Oh, this circle. 16
that's
teams
cruel.
still in this. Yeah, this is
really
so
cruel,
here comes
isn't
a bloodbath, right? So let's see who's the winners in this situation. Gigantum could actually come off pretty good in this. Technically, ETG, Liquid, TSM. Tornado Energy, I don't know how much room Razor Edge has there or what ground they have to work with, but there's, I want to say winners. I mean, ELG are just flying off the bridge. I don't know where they're going to go. Maybe hillside to the left of Liquid. That could be a decent spot. It's obviously not ideal, but it will do. They're going to get a lot of attention for it. But Na'Vi, Adepts, Tempus, Omakan, so many hard fights are about to happen.
Oh, this is so messy. This is so messy. Giganton have to go right off the bridge because of TSM's position. TSM's laughing at this moment in time. They'll set up shop above ETG and Team Liquid. Military base itself. We have Redline, Na'Vi going tip-to-toe against one another. Marv still surviving. Doesn't realize that Idas is still actually here, so they need to be really careful. He's getting a lot of attention, Miss Bestoloch. I mean, don't get me wrong, the man is a bit of a god, but with how split he does not realize Redline. That could be the game changer for him. Jeemzz going down your screen. Oh dear. That's over by more of the beachhead scenario, I want to say. There are 3 or 4 teams there. Razor Edge, Omakern, and Tornado Energy also involved in that battle. TSM, you can see in the kill feed at distance. Sixmo's arrived. By hook or by crook, DA is still in the game. Don't flip it. Don't flip it. Oh, he's good. He's fine. Shiv, another point for TSM. Points me prizes, and they need as many as they can get. With the knock on Marv up top, it finally came in. I wonder if Na'Vi push on this. I think they should because it gets them across the road, right?
Yeah, they have to. Bestoloch being lost is a big loss. That's Ivers. He was always on this side. He was waiting for his time to strike, and Na'Vi pushed through their players across. Maybe they read that information and saw that he was vulnerable. That was the time to work it out. Ivers now could be isolated. He could be picked up himself. He does have one more smoke to play with. You're going to see Adepts there, bottom right of your screen, about to take on, I think that's Tempus. Yes, it is. Didn't get the clean kill on Tomil, and now there's a chance for a fight back, but he does well to control one, but you've got to feel there's a trade there coming, and the blue's going to move him forward. Pixel really frustrated by this. Nice little off angle, re-peeking on a different one. And now Tempus getting folded on from both sides here. Well, not both sides, one side, and that might be more than enough. He's going to have to find a way forward. Pixel in the cart, has to dip out, leave old Clib on his own, and just try and get in the circle.
Yeah, Tomo playing dope clips. The last what?
Wow,
well,
he went down.
That's a change of pace. So they got over-aggressive on the situation. The opposing team read it rel, and all of a sudden Na'Vi's down in 16th. Okay, well, we didn't expect that. From your second place team going down in 16th, It's those scenarios that we see what kind of even up the marker points of PUBG and allows people to get up top. Tundu down to the blue. Enemy at the gates, Pixel, still being chased by Adepts from the earlier on engagement. Looking, can he get the angle? Potentially. He wallbangs this, just opens up the door. Oh no. He's made it work! What? How? How have you done that?
A molly and a prayer. Oh my
Special
word.
delivery.
Righty. In the south, we have a ridiculous scenario about to unfold. Look at this circle. Now, actually, there's all these Western teams who are on that road have to now find a way in. So, El Gigant, Unity, Liquid, ETG, Redline, plenty of teams. The East, it looks hectic for now, but actually, Tempest, if Pixel makes it in, he's safe. No, he doesn't. He tried to get to the little shack. Can't make it happen. But you've got to look at the West now. They're starting to move. Liquid on the move. El Giganton on the move. TSM is waiting. They are waiting with open arms. This is plenty of points in the game. They definitely need them in. But Liquid first have to get past another team. ETG have been waiting this entire time. Mxey gets the contact, but now Ibi's the one to get the kill. One goes down. He knows there's more, but can he claim them while they're, you know, holding them back? They have to be quick about this. This could be the end of both these teams if there isn't a quick resolution.
Unity's there to potentially third party get involved on Liquid push if they do a hold and angle. Giganton, TSM also stepping up. TSM, I feel a little bit sorry for here. I don't think they'll realize that Unity's coming down the hillside. Eventually they will see them, but if they're so focused and fixated on these fights that are towards their left-hand side, it could be deadly. No, TSM's found the mark. We've seen that. I can see it at least on the map for now. Ibi, 1-2, thank you. Picks up 2 and now can work his way forward. Heals on the move, and that's fair play because they still got damage to do and still got to get behind this building. One more stands between them and safety. Excuse me, 2. Didn't realize someone's on the building as well. Needs to be quick on the draw for the player that is below them, but never mind. Third party gets involved in a different battle altogether. Down below, Unity still advancing forward. And to be honest with you, these rosters, you've seen 2 fights on your screen, they're a hop, skip, and a jump away from one another. So once they're done on these 2 battles, they'll probably mutually meet each other on the hillside.
Yeah, I want to see how much of an angle Fexx has on this. He could really try and help out his team. I think he's fallen back from that, though, but still, keep your mind towards it. Unity and TSM are right near the bridge edge, and these 2 are just slightly further down south. El Giganton are in the middle. Liquid haven't fully cleared this compound, and they need to, and they want to do it quick, but they know there's a player in their way, and that's going to cost them time. They have to be really, really clinical in how they clear all of these corners. There's not going to be any easy route here, and I think they realize that. And now the push on the roof leaps through. Not going to get it, but the trade comes in quickly, but not quick enough. As we are going to see them lose out on a player in the process, but they do make it past them for now, I'm pretty sure. One player was waiting on the outskirts, so Liquid could still be in trouble down the line. TSM have fallen back to the compound here, moved away from that more aggressive position they're in. Liquid with 3 moving forward. Can they keep all 3? Honor going to be looking for 1. I don't see if he's going to be able to get it. He's lost out on being ahead of them here. Having to fly out in the blue as Liquid pull themselves together. Did they catch a glimpse? I think Kaymind might have had an idea of what's happening. Baiting on the heel, baiting on the door. They can only take you so far, as Kaymind says no. Liquid survived with 3. The circle staying south might actually help them out. They could move around to that, but El Giganton are right there. They're waiting for this one. Yeah, they are so close. And actually, they've just been found. I think Kaymind just knocked Gaxi, so they know what's happening. They know what's coming their way. TSM handling Unity by force. Already orange and set flushed. How many are still alive there? Just Gustav for El Giganton. I don't know how many for Unity. They might be down to 1 man, potentially 2 at most. TSM, I think, had Vard knocked at one point, and Fexx flushing. One of the Unity players means they're going to be on their knees. Ghostar's adjusted. He's gone further north, trying to follow the kind of hillside. Around slightly, hoping that TSM's too busy to be looking his way, dealing with the threat they've had at the coast, which might be the case. Jeemzz trying to mirror this move. Smart play, clearing as they go. Gaxi goes down, the flush is there. Iroh spotting out the remaining Unity player, and that's Unity gone now. Let's look at who's the next fight. Look at this push-up from Double. Look at these players coming in from EIQ. Super aggressive. Hyper rotation from them. Look how detached he is from the rest of his squad. A little bit uncharacteristic and definitely caught Liquid by surprise. Maybe not expecting a player to do such things. Jeemzz does find Ghoster, the remainder of El Giganton. But now TSM will be shifting their way as well. And Liquid need to be careful. You don't want too many fights on too many fronts.
Depends where Double sets up in front of them, right? deny them position on the map. Maybe they even fall victim to TSM on the back lines. TSM does have a bit of ground to play with. But further afield of red zone, holding the little miniature shacks, there's nothing else they can really do. Magister could be the death of TSM if they're not careful. He can hold an angle and just feed all the information back to the rest of the roster ahead of him. Vard's pushing up, and so is MiracU. They will be together. Iroh hangs back for now. Separated vehicles, which will kind of help them if they have to build something. Use them for cover, or even just mobility, to be honest with you. Hawkey's still rocking the sniper rifle. I want to see some magic for him. If you're holding that Kar98, you need to produce, because the DMRs are the current meta. You'll see a lot of players just going back and forth, SLR, Mini, the odd SKS here and there, but if you're holding a sniper rifle, you need to make it count every single time. Iroh found. Winging a prayer. Got a little bit too overzealous, but might be able. Oh, okay, that's a tag from Jeemzz. Not quite in the head, but does a hell of a lot of damage onto TSM. Opens up the position now and makes them vulnerable for other teams to get involved. Red zone might lay into waste with a bombardment, but still, this feels like a fight from the initial start that we saw. Haiku onto red zone. That's the one with the vehicles from the very, very beginning, and now a little bit of revenge, so to speak. If he gets his second one, that'll be rather deadly and turn him up into a one-on-one scenario.
Couldn't it? Oh, there's a pixel he's showing. Oh, that's so close. There it is. Finally came through for Haiku. That was a very extended battle for some time between these guys. And the men on your screen right now, EIQ, what a surprising performance from Entropic. These guys, again, consistently putting people in a very uncomfortable position. That's what I like about them. They're not afraid to be aggressive. They take high-risk, high-reward fights. Fexx there, going to be finding the remainder, or one of the remainders from red zone. And they control a great deal of the east, Entropic. They're going to be holding a lot of territory. Omicron slightly further south. TSM finally moving up. This is the TSM we've been waiting to see, and this is the first time we got to see them stay alive for a little bit longer. And as soon as I speak, Fexx falls. That's just Caster's Curse coming in, sadly. And it was a nice little shot there. Liquid playing well as well. 7 kills for them. Trying to flush towards Fexx. That's going to be 8. Good little point grab for them. And speaking of Entropic, they've just found Aliag. Tornado Energy not going to be let off either. Going to be hurt on that front as TSM using the vehicles for cover, trying to stay alive. Finally, DA does lose their final man. That's 6mo holding on to a top 10 position. Losing out in 7th. Not too bad. And can Entropic control another team? Have the high ground over Tornado Energy here, Rich, and they're going to make it a count. Look at that nade.
To make some kind of push on this if they want to get aggressive, but there's no need to run the open ground if you don't feel like it's secure. Work with the tree line, work with the cover. TSM versus Liquids on a different angle. They're getting aggressive though. Look at this. 2 players pushing uphill. One sitting behind. Iroh looking for the pick, or looking at least for the information. MiracU, Vard, they're here. Brothers in arms. There's one, but can't follow up. All comes down to Jeemzz. 1 versus 2 scenario top of the hill. Not counting MiracU for now because he's knocked. Iroh not really in position to help. Vard leaving MiracU to bleed out because he knows there is danger from afar when it comes to Omicron. Let's also just kind of respect for a second as well that Armin from MiracU has actually survived and killed all 3 members of Red Zone who was originally fighting and blow his vehicle up and fighting back in the blue. So he got ahead of them and managed to kill them. Speaking of killing, Tornado Energy, they're all gone, they're down, they're dead. Entropic wiped them off the face of the planet, and they keep on pushing. All the rest of the teams in front of them, we got a 2, a 3, and a 1. 4-man stack coming out of Entropic and plenty of grounds to work with. Maybe even a cheeky crit as well because it's rather close to them.
Could happen. I'm looking at Page, though, and I think that's T-Bone still alive. Just because of the angle they're working on, they could maybe get around the back of Entropic. I'm not sure if they can. We'll see if that actually happens. It looks like Entropic have spotted out the remaining Liquid man. That is Jeemzz. Sadly, while he was hunting for TSM, this opens him up very visibly towards Entropic. These guys are going to be on the hill. They'll be aggressive, but do they get over-aggressive? Will they be able to account for potentially the backstab from Omicron? That's the next port of call. That's a lot of information they've just found for free there. Entropic peeking right on Armin.
He really wants this, doesn't he?
Yeah, he must know he's there. Spraying in. Armin, it's a matter of time. And there's Hawkey to find it. And again, this is where you've got to be looking at Omicron. Keep your eyes on the minimap there. Jeemzz has gone down. This is a huge performance from Entropic, but maybe there's a chance there could be danger here. They're pushing up, and have they secured their back properly? That's what's going to be on my mind. You look at Na'Vi when they win, it looks all-encompassing. A team who doesn't have as much experience could make mistakes, but TSM on the other side only have 2, and Omicron only have 2, but combined, that's a whole squad, and they do have these kind of almost complementary positions. They could potentially peak these guys. Now, EIQ, interesting readjust towards the north here, moving themselves out of the circle, maybe to try and fight TSM?
I think one of the big deficits here, Lauren, is that I'm not seeing a single helmet on Vard and Iroh, or at least from that third-person angle. So they are heavily exposed to gunfire. Hawkey on the outskirts, and so was Double. That gives them more... It basically traps them behind this hill. So if they want to run the ridgeline, they can do, and just box them in and kill them. Page and T-Bone, let's not forget about them, still in the distance, chilling, waiting for the time to strike, and Omicron, top of the board coming into this one, still sitting happily there now. Third position, a couple of points on kills. It'll keep them going, but this has been a big game for TSM. They needed a big point match, and so far with 10 frags, it'll be the one to do it. Hawkey with the snipe. I said I want to see some work from him. He did get 1 on 2 Armor earlier on. Vard falls. The spray with the 2 times comes in.
Now, where's Omicron? If you're Iroh, you're praying that whoever the other remaining team is gets involved, but I don't think they will. They're going to play for safety of maybe second place here. Iroh could maybe get a revive. It's super risky, as it looks like if you know you're against Entropic, these guys will push anything. T-Bone has got information, he's got vision. Can they get into the circle nicely? They could potentially leapfrog into a better position they arguably should have had, and they can see that in front of them. They see the opportunity building. Now, with Entropic fully focused on TSM, maybe a misread as to how many are alive. Now the knocks come out, there's the flush, and they're going to be going, where's the final players? Oh, wait, here we go. Let's see how many kills they can get. T-Bone finds Hawkey. Have they maybe dropped the ball? Page gets the flush. Now, let's see what can happen here. Skylining completely. Entropic fully visible, but they have the weaponry, they have the vision, they have the numbers. They have a good ridgeline, but not a lot of room there. Omicron have more step towards the circle right now than Entropic does. How much can they get out of the 6 smokes? So look at that utility, so much to play with. The smokes from Omicron are going down. The fire's coming in from the ridge. This 2v3,
no.
Page makes it a 2v2. This is the mistake of maybe a less experienced team, but now maybe a response. Page gets a little bit ambitious there, goes for a bit of an angle. Does get the information though, the revive's coming in on the other player. They'll be back to 3 shortly. Can more damage come in? No, it's so good from Page and T-Bone. They're combining, they're working, and the blue is going to be forcing these guys forward. Entropic are in danger, and Omicron are pushing them. This is super smart play from Omicron, considering the scenario. It was a 2v4. It's now down to a 2v2. They've made it to the center of the circle as well.
They're still looking at the smokes, Lauren. They've lost track of them completely. They had no information, been up on that hill so deep against the blue. They pushed towards TSM, but they didn't keep anybody back to watch their backs. Now they have to come down from a very, very exposed position. This is not good. Don't get me wrong, the frags are fantastic, but they've been, like... Yeah, but it'll give survivability, I suppose. But still, like,
I mean, if they get picked en route,
this.
right? Like, that's the thing. Do they get picked en route? They've got nades, they've got mollies. They need to clear the trees below, which is exactly where they are. They spotted out T-Bone. Now, the nades should be put to this place. They have to force him out of position and try and trade in effectively, because they've got to work down that hill. They've got to start using the utility. Page is going to keep firing. They're going to keep them pinned. They need to be aggressive and assertive, but not over peak. It's a fine line. Novic's making the push. T-Bone would be the first casualty, but Page has his back from further away. Novic's still pushing forward. Nice shot towards T-Bone. He needs more, though. Page holds it down. And Page, oh, he almost had it. But Entropic just about close it out in the end. 16 kills, though. Whew, that was a performance.
Yeah, that was a good game. It was a well-fought one. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was definitely from the latter stages on that circle. They probably should have kept someone back, maybe to hold the ground so the rest of the team could recuperate and reconsolidate into the central point of that circle. But when you're wearing level 3 gear, I suppose you do have those moments where it's, okay, I've got the crate, I've got the utility that I can actually force this one, force the engagement, fight downhill. It was nice to actually see the area of denial, you know, coming out from the mollies to put them around the trees and pin the players back. I usually would see people smoking the trees and just deny any vision. Instead, they put fire down, mollied the trees, kept them held back, and then pushed on that. 1 versus 1 for a final circle like that, especially when it's a 2 versus 4, you can't ask for any better.
No, a great ending to the first look at Erangel here. Guys on the desk, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts to get things going is Entropic with 16 kills. That's massive for them here when it comes to the standings. But of course, at the same time, Olmeken's consistency, first place, third place, second place, and it could have potentially won out that last fight. Very, very clutch stuff. Joining me, I have Avenger and Toby. We're getting things going. We're already watching this car burning down. Unfortunate for HiQ losing 2 early on, but we've got to start things with Entropic. Toby, 16 kills for them. It's massive.
It was great, and the way they played the early game was kind of a mirrored Team Liquid strategy. They moved out of shelter and pushed down very early towards military, but never really overcommitted to go like way down south the way Liquid would normally do. They played on the northeast side of the military base itself, and they were just like, they were harvesting on the edge from very early on, and they played it really well coming into it. Like, they were fighting pretty much from phase 2 until the very end of it, and never lost a single player until, I believe, phase 4, phase 5.
I'm glad to see Hawkeye with the Hawkeye there with some of these kills as well. Not only some great shots from his rifles, but also some very well thrown grenades as well. Avenger, when you're looking at Entropic performing this out, they could have almost lost that last moment, but they did manage to salvage it.
I kind of like that they went all in because they know it's TSM, right? If you lose a few players, they could have lost a lot. So I kind of like that they went all in to clear it in the top. It just went so fast that I think they wished that they kept 1 or 2 guys behind, because Olmeken actually ended up taking a lot of space and nearly clutched it in. But overall, Entropic, what a great game for them. The map awareness, the circle setting awareness, everything, they were just super aware of and super into how they were able to gatekeep on the edge, making sure that in third circle, when they knew that they was going to go away from border in the fourth, that they were keeping the edge and just farming kills on the edge, as Toby said as well.
There's Hawkeye with even more kills, but Entropic really, everybody on their team was able to contribute significantly throughout that game. So a real team effort from them. We've got to talk about Olmeken, because as much as they came in second, didn't quite get that many kills. We can also look at the points coming in as well here. Unfortunately for Navi, 0 points in that game after having a blinder of a game before. Toby, as much as Olmeken didn't have the most kills coming in, their consistency is just standing out game after game.
And again, it's a game where they lose 2 players earlier, right? I mean, it's the fact that they're not only able to get into the late game, but actually make something of it. And almost, I mean, for a while there, I thought, oh my god, they're actually gonna 2v4 Entropic in this one, because Entropic's so aggressively pushed up towards TSM. I was like, oh, there might actually be a chance where they do this. And believe me, had we played this like matchup out, the last 2 teams alive 10 times, they probably would have won 2 or 3 of them, because they have that skill set, right? So very impressed to see in Hockey, of course, with 6 kills. Great plays coming out of him from a team that over the last couple of months, I want to say, really has started stepping it up.
Yeah, definitely so. And even Regibierdo there being able to get himself second place in terms of the damage, just slightly behind Double's contributions. But Regibierdo likewise had, I think, 3 kills during all of that. So even though he wasn't on the top 5, he was just slightly off of that. Martin, another important game as well for TSM. They got themselves 15 points in total after a bit of a rough Miramar. It's good for them to get properly on the board.
They needed that, honestly. Like, they... to not get too far behind, they needed to step up today. If they had a full bad day, it would be looking very dark for their next play day, honestly. But it's good to see them step up again. It's a Rangel they're probably used to playing a bit more on this map, and probably a bit more on home turf for this one, at least.
All right, so of course we've got other teams that have done pretty well for themselves. Liquid as well, Avenger, when we see them being able to get up some points. That's not too bad a start for them when it comes to Erangel Remastered, but this is a map that we expect them to kind of like really have the momentum on their side. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see them step up. I mean, they're looting Picado. They had 10 points in the 3 games of Miramar, so I'd like to see some more points for them, though. But nice to see them start up and step on Erangel. They needed to do that as well, so good to see them pop off here as well.
Not too bad. What did you think of some of those final circles, Toby? Because obviously north of military doesn't present too many changes. We saw some teams having to come from the mainland, like Red Zone, for example, and actually get themselves a bit of a better spot after having a troubling transition.
I mean, Haiku getting 4th place in that game. I don't think anyone anticipated that when their vehicle blew up in the very start of the game, right? But no, one of the things that really stood out to me here was, coming off of what you're saying, there not being a whole lot of playable areas up in that northern side, especially with TSM having the compound and the hillside still being it, is how fast Entropic were in finishing off fights. There was never, when you look back at the replays, there was never a dragged out engagement with anyone. Then that would be the fight against Omar and the very end of it, right? They knew if we start taking too much time with fights, we will get third party. This has to be a you read 1, you read 2, we need to get the kills, boom, 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 reset, get ready for the next. They did that so many times within such a short amount of time. And that's something that's not only hard to execute, but also really, really hard to, like, even when you're doing well at it, communicate things across. So as I said, a team that's been looking really great lately, and being able to do stuff like that just shows to me that they are much better than I think a lot of people maybe would give them credit for.
Do you have a personal preference, Avenger, when it comes to these kind of 50-50 first 3 circles of mainland, military? Or what's your preference when it comes to like choosing a spot, trying to transition? What do you think?
Well, obviously it comes down to where you loot, where you start looting, and what's your initial area, and like how everybody else plays around you. So you know where Liquid's going to be, you know where Usual's going to be, but you have to be able to adapt and read that. But I feel like some of the teams that has less experience with playing against these sort of teams, and mainly have been playing maybe dailies and online, I feel like they if they're able to adapt fast, rotate extremely fast, like quicker than you expect them to do, and maybe take a hit on not having as much loot as you would usually like, then they will surprise some of these guys by having good spots already.
That makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. We are just waiting on an interview, I'm being told, from Entropic, of course, after they got themselves that win. 26 points is no small feat. And actually, Toby, they've been quietly pretty consistent over the last 3 games. They've got a 4th place under the belt, a 5th place under the belt, now getting a 1st in this kind of lobby. That's some impressive stuff by Entropic.
It sure is. I mean, we talk about some of these teams that can go out and get those 10+ kill wins, like DA, like TSM, some of these teams. But it's to me at least, it's the games that aren't those 20-point bangers. It's the game where you get 5 points instead of 1, you get 7 points instead of 2, and that's the thing that Entropic time and time can continue to do. And now, not only are we in a 1 week, we're actually playing 2 weeks. I said it wrong earlier. It's going to be even more games that these guys are going to be playing in total, right? So it's in the end of it, yes, the 10-kill win is great, but when you look at the grand scheme of things, it's how well did you do in your not great games. It's avoid 0-point games, have 3 points instead, because when you accumulate all those, that's going to put you in the top.
Yeah, oh, don't worry, Toby. I'll forgive you for that slight mistake, because the majority of tournaments we've done with 3 group stages have always been 1 day per group against the another group, right? We've never really had that many 2 days worth of A versus C and then A versus C later on. So I think, again, I asked Martin about it at the very beginning of the day. I think it creates a very interesting dynamic where you can say, okay, this is where we failed against the 8 teams in the other group. Let's try and adapt around that once again and try and kind of bring that to the forefront. And when there's these big names in the tournament, yes, they're well documented, but there's nothing quite like playing against them, right, Toby?
No, there isn't. And I mean, and one of the things that I'm given that this is with the format we know, but we don't get to see it too often, especially the way that it's now. I'm going to be super excited to come back to see Group A and Group B play against each other next week and see, now that they have played against the other teams too, how will the dynamic of the group be different?
All right, let's take a look then, as we do have our interview ready with a member from Entropic. I believe it is Reggie Beardo. Reggie, do we have you? No.
We do not.
I thought it was ready, but apparently not. The magic of online broadcast, guys. Just pretend it never happened. It's a dream. It's all a dream, just for a moment. Oh, do we have Reggie? Reggie, are you there?
The webcam.
Ah, okay. Hello, Reggie. Well, congratulations on that win with 16 kills.
Thank you. So I'm replacing Reggie for now.
Oh, sorry, who is it then?
It's Bestoloch time. It's the coach.
Ah, okay, okay. Hi. So I've been given some wrong information, so I do apologize.
Okay.
So coming into the tournament as a whole, you guys got in the past 3 games 4th place, 5th place, and then a 1st place, a huge 1st place, in fact. How did you anticipate coming into the tournament? Did you see it as going to be a difficult tournament, or did you feel like you had really good chances?
So from all the past weeks as we've been training, we've tried to keep it simple and keep it very aggressive. That's really how the team likes to play. And overall, they're getting really used to playing against those really good teams, And
Yeah.
by playing aggressive playstyle all the time, they're not scared at fighting anyone, like we just saw in this
Here
game.
he is.
They're
Oh, hi.
they're hey. And so by playing really aggressive like that, they manage to open up a lot of plays. So in certain games they'll get like a couple kills and they'll die early, but in the games that the early fights kind of work, they get a really good positioning like they did this game, and they're able to just gatekeep everyone and start having a lot of kills. So they're just playing their playstyle and they're playing it very confidently, and it's starting to pay off a lot.
Well, thank you very much. That was a fantastic answer. Avenger, do you have a question?
Well, if I kind of want now that it's Bestoloch time here, I kind of want to ask him all sorts of questions, but I'll stick to questions about the team. You joining the team, obviously, you stepping down from playing in the North American scene and going into these guys and coaching these guys. What are you like? You have so much experience compared to these guys. I feel like, if it's fair to say, I think. What are your what views do you bring over to that? What are you trying to what experiences do you bring in and say this is how you should Do you change the strategy at all, or what do you bring to the table for these guys?
So when I first joined them, I saw that they were doing, like I said, all those very aggressive plays. But I tried to not try and tell them to completely change the way they were playing. I don't think that's a good way of making things work, because I like to play a certain way doesn't mean that it's necessarily the best way to play. So I'm just trying to make them understand how to play better in the way they're playing and make them play together. And really make sure they have a culture and a team objective that is similar, and that everybody can respect, to just keep improving technically.
Cool. Okay. Toby, any kind of final questions?
No, just quickly. I mean, coming into this tournament, we know it's gonna last a little longer than what some other online tournaments have done in the finals. Is there anything that you guys are looking from group to group? Of course, the teams are different, but is there anything for you as a team? Do you go, okay, this group overall seems more aggressive, so we'll be a little more passive, or is that then where you turn on the aggression even more because you have to kind of elbow some of the other aggressive teams out of the way in order to make space for yourself?
Well, I feel like in terms of group, we try and play, I would say, a little bit differently. If we're playing in the qualifiers, there's going to be maybe less good teams that play and they're not able to control the territory as much. So it's maybe a bit harder to read the map. In those kind of lobbies with very good teams, what happens is I feel like everything's kind of more straightforward, but at the same time everything's a little bit harder to play. So as long as we keep our play side of playing very aggressive, it seems to be working very well, and that's why we're trying to make sure everything happens. We obviously watch teams like FaZe and other teams like that have, I think, very good communication, and we try to apply some of the things that we're doing into our own games.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Bestoloch time. I do apologize for confusing you, as I say, the wrong information, but at least your beard is representing Reggie Beardo, just just that much more. We're all in these weird beard times with coronavirus, so you got to do what we gotta do. Any last shout-outs that you have?
Sorry, what's up?
Any last shout-outs or words that you want to give for the fans, etc.? Or
I mean, shout-outs to all the fans from Entropic. Everything. There's so much people just cheering for us, and thanks, everyone.
All right. Well, thank you very much, my friend, and we shall see you next time. Good luck.
Thank you. Good luck with the broadcast.
All right. Thank you. All right. It's time for a break now, ladies and gentlemen, and when we return, we are going to be getting into Erangel Remastered once again. It's time for Guess Who here at the PCS. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure what abominations we just witnessed, and this program is amazing. We need more of that, for sure. That was interesting. All right, welcome back, ladies and gents, for the PCS. So I have Avenger and Toby here with me, enjoying all the games as they do go along. And we've just come off the back of a big win by Entropic. And once again, a big shout out to Bestoloch Time for filling in for that interview here and giving us some insights. It is actually really cool to hear from coaches, and we'll get to that in a moment because we're taking a look at the standings. Omakan 57 points up towards the top. Navi did not move in that last game, but Omakan certainly did once again, Toby, and they've blasted today.
It's crazy to me how we've talked about it coming into it, how good this set of 16 teams is. How you can continue to find placement points, time. I don't even care about the kills, but how you can continue to make your way into late game in situation. First of all, very, very, very different circles. It's not just been repetitive. It's been crazy. And even the circles that were in the same area of the map, they played out extremely differently because of the terrain, right? So how they've been able to time and time again find their way into late game and then have all the kills on top of that, that should not be possible in a group of 16 teams that have this high level.
Very impressive. Martin, when you're taking a look at the standings, anything jump out to you?
Well, obviously, it's starting to flatten out a bit, but it's still very top here. We have some teams now, Entropic is showing up as well, but we have some teams that are like very far ahead at this point. Like the momentum these guys are going to be able to have like the rest of the day, first of all, but also once they go into their day 2, it's going to be crazy, and it's looking very scary for some of the teams in the bottom. Ratio Edge, Elgiganten, like these guys, they're very far behind at this moment.
Definitely so. Entropic, though, 44 points. Fantastic stuff by them to be able to be in 3rd place right now. Very, very good indeed. And we have 2 more games to go today as 5th game even, I should say, coming up at 9 p.m. But we'll be going into that as soon as possible, of course. And little Floof is going crazy, guys. I'm so sorry. Are you okay, Floof? Your stupid face.
It's embracing the camera time, you know? Yeah.
Oh my god. Anyway, talking about Erangel Remastered, I'm gonna put it down.
Barking about Erangel Remastered.
Erangel Remastered. She's just got a face that makes me laugh every time I see her because she's like not properly trimmed because we can't take her to the dog groomer right now. Sorry, I'll calm down. Toby, how are you doing, my friend? You doing good?
Yeah, I'm the only one of us who doesn't have an animal in my apartment. I feel like that's a missed opportunity for extra content, you know?
That's when you know you are the animal. No, I'm just joking.
Oh.
But anyway, of course, going on to our next game, I'm excited to see how these top teams are going to be playing things out. Thank you for your deep insights, guys. Let's go to the commentary team, Pansy and Sims.
So, I'm just gonna put it out there. Like, you know it's a hot mess of a segment when we're the ones to try and bring this back in, Rich.
Yeah. You know, these things happen. It all kind of went to pot, didn't it, really? It's disappointing.
I mean, it was very unique. It was very different.
I didn't know Martin had an animal. Does Martin have cats?
I don't know. I don't, you know what?
He has a dog. Doesn't strike me as a dog person.
No, I don't know. I hope he has something weird like a ferret. You know what I mean? Just something a little out there.
Obscure.
Hamster.
Chinchilla.
Hamsters on there. Yeah, little chinchilla. Yeah.
They are cute.
I mean, I don't know how to really follow on from that stunning segment, but what we do have is a beautiful map to overlook. So we can try and rein it back in after that weird way to start off in another circle down south. This time a great deal more land towards the north involved here. Are we expecting another melee circle, or are we kind of thinking it will stick around Pochinki on that coast potentially, or, you know, maybe Ferry Pier way? Is, you know, where do we see this going? This is, I don't want to say it's a 50-50, but it feels like it's far more of a 50-50 than the last one.
Well, you know, this is kind of his first year as such, even his first month of casting new Erangel Remastered, whatever you want to run it by. So at the moment, I'm trying to kind of stop guessing where things could go. We can always hedge as bets given the first circle and say it's going to be within a certain vicinity, but we did see some really new circles, or some nice new circles, something a little bit different.
We did.
And long may it continue, I think, until we're probably about You know what? Actually, by the time we're at the end of this competition, this first one, then we'll have seen plenty of Erangel circles, and we'll say, okay, well, we've seen this before, we can see that before, tendencies here, tendencies there. But for now, I'm just kind of letting it play out and enjoying it, and reminiscing of the old school types of just not knowing and leaving it as that.
That is such a good point that I think you brought up. I mean, there was something brilliant about PUBG when it first came out. It was this fact of unknowing, right? That every dip and every hill and every defilade and every bush wasn't, you know, telegraphed, and everyone knew what it was, right? It was that kind of everyone having to learn together. And I think this has somewhat, I don't want to say reset the playing field. It definitely hasn't. If you were good before, you're still good. But I think it's kind of switched things up, right? They've redone the classic, which and it's held true to what we like about it. And I think it certainly brought back a little bit of my enjoyment of just looking around the map going, oh, cool, I didn't even think about using it that way. It's kind of that learning all over again to a degree, thinking, oh, the teams approach it like this. Oh, that's a really cool way to do it. And obviously the last, you know, iterations of the older Erangel, it was still good. I think it was a favorite for a reason, obviously. But seeing it reimagined like this is really kind of, you know, reinvigorated a lot of, you know, us learning from the pros again, you know, because we got so used to seeing the same repetition of what works and what doesn't. Now it's a little bit involved, a little bit kind of newer and polished, and it's fun to watch. It's nice to me. It's a throwback feeling of when PUBG wasn't as you know, thoroughly thought through as it is nowadays.
Clean. As clean as what it used to be, with the vehicles flipping and falling through the map.
I still would say that stuff made it so entertaining. You know, I think if it came out as a fully polished product, I probably wouldn't have loved it as much. You know, the memes that came out of this game, my word. You know, it still is a great game. I love watching it. I love playing it. You know, it's a pleasure being part of this community and getting to see these pros play. But yeah, reimagining Erangel has been a really good time. So I'm hoping, you know, we see more games highlight how good this can be.
There's probably something for me that's kind of further to that when we look at, we do have options what we can do with this game in its life and in its timeline, like removing the land ratios potentially for Sanhok, removing the land ratios, or you know, some newer land ratios potentially for bringing in Vikendi. We could always do that, bring that in. There's still other things we can do. Maybe even bring in the gliders to competitive. Would they do much? Absolutely not. Would it be fun to see?
You just want them in. You just want them.
I do.
I love the way you're like talking about like overall balance,
just drop
and you're
5
just like
in
bring them
somewhere
in
there and just bring something in. Yeah, just kind of throw it in there. But you know what's getting me at the moment? The jerry cans. Going from being just an item that was on the map to fill up your car, to now being the whoa, I'll hold for a sec. No, it's just a turn. To then
I saw Jeemzz almost send it then.
Just turns it and says no. They go from filling up your car to being the one item that's allowed to fill up the gliders and becomes the balance, because everyone used to just a dive bomb for them. Then they come to a part where you can actually put them against doors, blow them up, and kill people with them. Now you can, on test server, not only can you pour them out on the road and set them on light with all the oil, you get 7 seconds of oil inside them. Pour it out, bit yourself a picture, burn it away with a bullet. You can now even throw them up in the air, launch them at somebody, and shoot them. It just explodes into a rain of fire. Like, how do you keep reinventing and reimagining these jerry cans and allow them to do so much? It's little things like that, adaptations and changes, for me, what prolongs a game's life and makes it so damn enjoyable.
Oh, yeah. And then, you know, the next level is like, we can imagine so many ways to use them, but get them in a pro player's hands for a couple of months. You're going to see crazy, crazy, ingenious things. Now, let's have a look at the map. This is over on the Eastern Bridge. This is Tempest kind of peeling away from Milta. Red Line have taken over the corner compound on Milta Bridge. And they're kind of forcing Tempest to maybe consider the military island here. Now, obviously, most of the teams are opting to stick on the mainland, but they've been kind of forced into this, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. They could always swing towards the other bridge. I'll probably catch off Liquid a hell of a lot, who are kind of on the other side. They're sitting on the other way around. Tornado Energy are over in the yellow houses. Na'Vi, very interesting northeast position. Quite far from the circle, but maybe kind of creating the opportunity to the playstyle that worked for them on Miramar. That could be something that comes through now, if they would like to reapproach that. Playing on the edge slightly, their passive approach, as I think it was Toby highlighted, they don't do this kind of, you know, early kills, but they will get them late game. They can play it out very well with all players alive. So we'll see. Again, a lot of the teams in the center, look at Liquid's 2-2 split. That is brazen. That's very bold with this amount of teams now in between them.
Everyone playing coastline, or at least close to it. Say everyone. That's not right at all. Probably about 3 or 4 teams. Probably everyone banking towards the coastline just because it cuts the 2 islands in half. Sosnovka's still open. It's a long shot. Like a real long shot does it go that way. But it'd be still fun to see. So we'll kind of keep it there for now and hope and pray that we do get some sign of life from it. Everyone else towards the north, banking and not going that way. A hard shift would really throw this into turmoil and probably force a lot of people to turn and face and maybe think through the plan differently. Around Pochinki, Potato Hill to the right-hand side, further afield, you do have the Pochinki fields that kind of open up. Go across where we saw Jeemzz getting shot earlier on. Liquid, large 2-2. Again, by doing this 2-2, it gives them a position in the middle of the map, but also a position to exit the map should they have to go to Sosnovka and move positions. Tempest hoping it comes their way. If it does, oh boy, are they laughing. The amount of frags that they could just kill on a, just on rotate is phenomenal. ETG, really solid compound. This thing is just such a beast to lock down in certain scenarios, especially if you get the circle with the field in front of you and everyone's trapped out in the open. Just deny anyone a rotate through the middle of it whatsoever. Na'Vi rotating. This is just, I believe, from looking at below Gakka, potentially. Could be wrong. Towards the hillside outside of Pochinki, still got Ibi.
Yeah.
And not Jimbo, excuse me. Ibi and Kaymind. DA's position. I know that they're separated, so you have various other issues that you can probably get through, but certainly being locked in there is not somewhere you want to be. Circle. Let's see where we'll go.
Oh, these have been brutal, haven't they?
This
is
such
hard.
an IGL nightmare. Like, don't get me wrong, for us, it's good because we get to see the best in teams, the best rotates, the best IGLing, but good God, this is so rough to teams.
Yeah, it really is. Just because, pretty much half of the circle is unplayable. You're going to be going into, phase 2, to phase 3, where it's going to be half of the land is actually available to be had. So teams who've committed to the coast are probably happy. Your Tempest made it across pretty well, so they've actually come out pretty good in this. EIQ, not this time. That's revenge. T-Bone there, finding the nade, and you've got to be careful. If you poke the hornet's nest, they'll come flooding out at you. These boys, so be a little bit careful with them. They are very aggressive. There's a fine balance here, so Omicron need to know what they're coming up against. And Liquid opting straight into the field there. Ibi and Kaymind straight away going for the shacks.
I think at this stage you kind of have to, especially when you've got Tempest knocking on the door. Like Senya has the information towards TSM. Just down below, both of these teams in a bit of a predicament should they run forward. Initial contact made. Now the information's there. There is a team lingering upside of the hill. Na'Vi, remember, do have Mxey kill feed. M24 from Wokiboki, a marksman who can hit sniper bullets. Instant response there from Na'Vi, which suggests to TSM now that they are spread and they have multiple angles. You do have this ditch area below where Na'Vi is. It's a new addition. One of the trenches.
Is dead.
They can kind of play with should things get a bit feisty, so to speak. But so does TSM because that runs parallel alongside him. Mxey's been forgotten about. Nade's come in and clear him out. And now this is Tempest just slowly but surely working their way up, taking position from teams and basically just taking residency on X compounds that were hot.
No, that's really good for Tempest. Keep in mind that they got kind of pushed away from Milta. They might have to deal with Unity a little late game. Don't forget about them. They are actually on the Eastern Bridge coming over, so that could be something in the background. Look at this approach, though. I actually quite like that Vazku is that detached if he can play smart and not get picked up, just because it provides them so much more room to kind of close in. Now, beyond that, Haiku's going to be playing on this little hillside. They're kind of sharing a bit with Tornado Energy here. This is Novik. Lovely shots. Very, very nice towards T-Bone. So definitely quenching any sort of thirst Omicron might have had. And Na'Vi, I want to see how they play this. They're coming in on a very hot side northeast, and it looks like they're swinging towards the west instead. Going to be probably coming up towards red zone, raise your edge, and maybe DA if they continue far enough that way, which looks like the case here. Beyond that, though, as said, there isn't that much room available, so these teams are going to start losing out on players simply because they can't all slot into a normal position. This should play out a little bit harder than your traditional circle at this point.
Unity still with that long rotate, but look at the northeastern side. Entropic, Elegiganten, Omakan, Raise Your Edge all need to work past one another. Entropic still have a very good foothold further and deeper inside the circle. If everyone tries to re-rotate, though, especially someone like TSM, they're just going to get crammed together. Omakan's there as well, and all that makes, I think I may have missed them, to be honest with you, but how many teams are actually here. There's 4 on your screen in the bottom corner along. A few of them trying to exit this entire scenario and say, nope, we don't want none of this, and that's fine. TSM on the run, but the shots from the windows are good from Reggie. You can see the map in the corner, just how compacted and difficult this is, especially with Vac all the way up against the blue. Holds Entropic dead to right so they can extend their arm outwards and shoot the backside of Elegiganten, but never mind. Because Vascu and Omakan, they can do it just right. Gustav hits the deck and goes for the res. Aitzy gets spotted and pushed back. They will be able to see this res through, but really for both of these teams, it's it's time to move or time to die.
Yeah, the problem is you got to look at who's kind of holding the back lines, and you know, EIQ holding the very far back set, right? They're the ones who already have the foot in the circle and they can take the fight. TSM tried to disengage, but they've only shifted slightly further towards the northwest. They still have to get past Raise Your Edge. Now for Omakan and ELG, it's just, can we get away from this? Do we still have vehicles? I think ELG, yeah, they do. So they've gone in theirs. They're going to go for south, which is actually not a bad plan. There's actually compounds available down towards the southwest. Unity having to go across the bridge. They've made it though, which is good for them. I don't know how aware Tempest are. Wookie Bookie is keeping an eye on this, so if he's managed to spot them out, the call will be made. Omakan, while falling back, it looked like they did catch off one, and they're going to have to push this. Jeemzz pushing further closer. That's going to be surely a confirmed kill. No, how's he alive? Novik holding the side, going to stop Jeemzz from pushing up on that, going to force him away a touch. And now Novik has to keep all the teammates safe, because it looks like Omakan decided to take a bit of a fight on that. They've kind of fallen back to being quite aggressive. Now, while that's happened, Doubles managed to flush Fexx, which is quite a surprise, and TSM getting a lot of attention here.
Yeah, they opted just to try and bomb in on the vehicles and go towards the little shack. However, on the outskirts, Raise Your Edge were playing it. This is the new side of Pochinki, where you get the full ditches that you can send it within and just hold it down. Really, no one's kind of using it to the moment, because you've not had circles that A, permitted, and B, make use of it, just because it's rather exposed to the hillside. It's like a last ditch, quite literally, valiant attempt if you want to try and stay alive. So for now, TSM holding on for dear life, but with a deer inside that little hill, excuse me, not even hill, ditch area. If they get one through, is that in? Oh, it just bounced off the side. Or is it inside? If you get some molly inside there, they're in all kinds of trouble, but it's going to be difficult. Speaking of difficulty, the run will be made by Unity, and it's actually, surprisingly, not Tempest to find them, but instead, it's Adepts.
Yeah, now he's going to kick off. The northeast is really coming to a head. Raise Your Edge is still there, but they're being picked apart by TSM. Omakan have crashed towards... who is it they've gone in towards? EIQ. There was a couple of players there, but they've managed to kind of get past them. Novik's gone down. I think Double's still alive, but he was detached from the group. TSM battle here with Raise Your Edge in the trenches. They managed to find at least 2. The flush towards Shiv. Nice take from them. That's actually not a bad spot. Yes, they can be seen, which is the problem, but if they can hunker down and hold that, it's not the end of the world. DA hold on the other side, very strong compound, well, not even compound, but hill, should I say. And we're seeing Na'Vi being kind of gate-kept here. They have Kemba and Senya ahead, so maybe those two can pave the path for Bestoloch to come through this sort of side and maybe get to safety in the new circle. He might have to get a heal off pretty soon. Yeah, there it goes. Now, ETG, you got Tempest, Adepts, Unity. Oh no, Unity in a boat? What is going on? I guess they could pull up on the eastern side. There is a way up those rocks, I'm pretty sure. Kind of weird though, not what I expected to be seeing. And Tornado Energy probably in a really big compound as well. Haiku have a player in a decent spot, but this is very scrappy. There's not a massive amount of, high tier compounds still in play. You will argue that Tornado Energies is by far the best at this point. The yellows still are available. And Haiku's remainder just going to be playing this one cool, calm, and collected. You don't want to be making noise here.
Keep an eye on that kill feed, 'cause I think the last player of Unity may be going down. Yep, this is because of the boat scenario that you talked about, Lauren. The 2 players that spotted him from Redline zoomed in, scoped in, they saw, then they passed the information to Ibis and Mav, who then pushed on the rocks to where the boat was making landfall. sets the last man standing for Unity to try and bring something back. Liquid holding on for dear life again. Jeemzz is there for the revives. Him and Ibby are still alive together in this two little small area for now. Bestoloch and Co. Navi, they've got to do something. They've got to do something huge here. I'm surprised Sixmo did not go down. That's what, 2 HP in a dream?
Yeah, I think Senya's a little surprised he didn't go down either. He's probably pretty gutted at that. Gonna have to fall back to the nade, try and keep that hill into control. It's done well enough to force him off the angle. Buy a couple of seconds for maybe a revive to come in, but even saying that, no, it doesn't look like it does. Kemba gets flushed and Smash almost follows it up so perfectly. Senya just can't seem to get this kill. He's doing everything he can to just keep his team alive, keep the others back, but look at him. Battered and broken, the vest is ruined, the helmet's looking no good. Adept's in all kinds of danger as well. They're down to, I think, just Noki here maybe, unless he can get this revive. As Bestoloch is back on his feet, he's going to try and run around there. Shift maybe a little bit way up, maybe try and find DA, but DA, I mean, they're biding time, right? They're costing them so much valuable time on this. The revives have come in for Adept, so they're back on their feet, but one nade could do so much. You've seen that in the kill feed. Example does claim 2. Nice points going forward for him.
Just hiding for now. All these teams, after the dust has settled, we'll see kind of who's alive. Circle is encroaching, but everyone's inside of it, thankfully. So everyone now is literally on the border edge. DS still directly in front of them. A red zone, a back building. Smash is further afield, the rest of his teammates. Does have a compound, so they've got an entry point to go to, but they have to get past all of red zone first to make it there, especially when they're so close to him. This fight needs to go down before any kind of movement's made. Noki, final person to fall for Adept. 16th place, first victim here on our second match of Erangel. Circle almost goes perfectly center. Lolita, last man standing for his roster, just chilling in the middle. Probably won't survive for too much longer because he's only got a tree to work with. Senya, this ongoing battle with Metrelius finally ends in him losing his life, and it's Bestoloch. The last man standing for Navi, and he's a big player to put down. He's been putting in some serious numbers, but with how exposed his backside is, he might be in a little bit of danger of getting killed for a different team here.
Yeah, and with him being the last man alive, let's look towards the south side of this map with El Giganton. You've got Redline, you've got Tempest, you've got Tornado Energy, Omikun. They're all diving in on these kills in the south. That's over by the yellows and kind of the cliffs that run around from that side. This is Red Zone up on the hill, very close to DA. They're on the other side. They're on the south side of the hill from DA, eyeing up Liquid in the fields. Now, Ibby is in, but the rest of Liquid are not. So Jeemzz, and I think it's Kaymind who's still alive. I'm not 100% sure. Are pretty off in the field, and they're not actually safe, and Tempest could keep them out of this. Now, beyond that eastern side, Omikun, they're getting attention from TSM, ETG, EIQ. They're getting a lot of fights going on, and the remainder of Raise Your Edge diving in. I think that's Naylup trying to get something achieved for himself. But again, he's out in the middle of nowhere. So Redline, working their way forward. There's a lot of fights right nearby. This is in the south, way near the blue, and that circle's going to make it hurt very soon. Knork is thrown down, the flush on 1. Tropic has been eliminated in 15th. Some of these teams holding on by the finest of margins. 1 HP for Marv. Trying to get some meds, trying to get something. Ibby's been eliminated as well, so that's not looking good for Liquid. They have to find a new approach here. While all this happens, it's not looking good at all. Jeemzz and Kaymind better get into the matter as Tempest are holding them back. Unity's player Set is still holding in the south. Vard's been found. TSM not making it out of those trenches, it looks like. Omikun going to hold them accountable for their play coming through. As Redline is eliminated in 12th, and I think TSM might have just fallen foul as well in 11th. They have. DA trying to disengage. They lost out on a good few. I think that might just be Metrelius alive, the last man standing, as ETG, Red Zone, Raise Your Edge, and Haiku's remainder are all surrounding him, but if he gets to a bit of cover, maybe he can hunker down and try and avoid some line of sight.
Tempest still with this engagement up against Team Liquid. If they get this, they'll be laughing because they'll control the entirety of the south. Unity, last man standing, said he's been creeping and crawling for quite some time now, but you still got 2 players from Liquid there, Kaymind and Ibby. They can work together and take this one out. That'll be a big scalp to claim in this game for the simple fact of the land grab. They will game from that. Excuse me, it's not Ibiza, it's actually Jeemzz. Jeemzz further afield than Kaymind, disconnected across the road.
Bookie.
Move to a different
Right
place
there
on the map. Oh, this is... Oh, God, it's just got a multitude of different fights going on. It's kind of hard to bop and weave between them both as Liquid do fall to Tempest. Magister also getting involved there. So at least get the cleanups for both for Tempest. They will take the points, but they've got the hard run to do. Now they have to go past one of the solid compounds. This has gone more towards the field side and makes it a little bit more difficult because the hard terrain, the hard cover is already basically just given away to all these teams. That big hillside in front of them, unless Tempest has got a vehicle to maybe make it up to Tornado Energy, this will be a nasty, nasty run.
Yeah, it is. And the winner of that southern fight, whoever kind of comes out, which you'd imagine Tornado Energy might, does at least get the safety of their back being kind of covered. It's because, you know, the high ground is kind of centralized and kind of northeast and northwest. It's almost like a dip in the middle, of course, with this road. Tempest do still have vehicles, so I wonder where they're going to go. They're going to have to try and just read off the information available. It looks like they're heading right towards red zone, which could be a little bit scary. You don't want to go towards the red zone in a vehicle. That's always sounding bad, but pulling up on the foot of the hill, but already Clib's been lost towards ETG. DA have gone down. Metralius, the last man standing, was right next to Clib, so maybe that's a bit of a cursed position. Tommel being called off by red zone. This readjust has not gone well, trying to create some sort of cover for themselves. It's cost them most of their lives here.
It's not good by any means, but it was the best of a bad scenario. Hit the rock with the vehicles, use that for cover. Fexx will blow it up now so he can just keep control of it. He knows Tornado Energy have to work towards him, given their position is now outside of the circle. Omicron, it's just time and time again. How their performance so far is phenomenal. They are constantly in the latter stages of the game, constantly keeping multiple players alive. You don't see one just snaking to the final circle. And their positioning. Look at, there's barely no one around them. And they have good eyeline on a lot of teams to look down upon. Verticality, height, you name it, they've got it. This is a really solid position for them. If they can somehow get rid of ETG below them, this could be another game.
It could be. Remember, they were over there with, you know, ELG, there was TSM, Raise Your Edge. They're all over in that crazy area. Quizzy, that's a very ambitious spray with a 416. Not going to happen. And Mackendart going to punish all day of the week. Pixel's burning alive. Don't know if he's going to be able to survive this one. Tries to move away. An example makes one of him. Put to bed. Tornado Energy control the south for now. Red Zone might look their way pretty soon. Good pick from Page there, punishing Markelov. That was a bit of a return frag, I'm pretty sure. Page to get picked up by, I think it was a car, potentially. I'm not too sure. But he did get picked by an old Bolty. So you've got to be a bit careful peeking these ridge lines, but that's going to help out. Now, Red Zone overexposed and undergeared in that regard. They don't have the smokes to create the safety, and Omicron just starting popping off now. It's time to start clearing this up. Jeemzz trying to hold the north side and got everyone focused towards the center. And there, they've cleaned out ETG. That's them eliminated in 5th. And you're going to see Red Zone, I think, just being losing their last man too. Yes, so we're down to 3 teams. Tornado Energy with 3 players is still pretty big. Naylup on his own on the hillside. His life expectancy kind of plummets once this circle starts moving. And Omicron are getting quite tunnel vision towards this. I'm wondering if they're keeping an eye on the back lines or if they think maybe a misread could be happening here and they put all their attention towards Naylup because they haven't got many people keeping Tornado Energy humble. But then again, maybe Tornado Energy haven't given them much of a reason to. But we'll see. Naylup suppressed up, looking for a pick. And Omicron sitting right in between him and where he wants to be. No easy path in here, but a fresh vest and helmet. That's lovely.
They do have Jeemzz, who's been holding this for quite some time. And with a headshot coming through like that, I don't know, it makes it even harder for Naylup now. Circle wandering closer. His life slipping away from him. Really, there's not too much you can do. Omicron did have a deeper arm's reach into the center of this circle, but as you mentioned, by focusing quite a lot onto Naylup, they've given up that ground. They don't have track of where these Tornado Energy players are. Thankfully, he's gone, and now they can reconciliate themselves into the middle of this circle. Get together, find the players, call them out, work them down one by one. Even if it means Page staying down here and staying down low, completely disconnected from the rest of the team, it may help because it gives them another angle, another avenue to be able to get behind them.
I like T-Bone's
Page
position.
spotted.
I really like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's mirroring what Example's doing. They're keeping the ground safe. Jeemzz towards Eliag. You highlighted it well. Now, Vasquez's been picked up, so that does open up an opportunity, but there's an instant trade. All of this is tradable. Example does take down T-Bone, but they know exactly where he is now. and he's going to have to go big. 10 kills for Tornado Energy. We said that compound was really strong. You said at the start they were in a good position, but now can they close out even stronger? Example has to pull off the 1v2. Jeemzz and Page against him. He's going on the big flank. He's going around the world. Jeemzz and Page, I don't know how aware they are of this. Now, let's see. Quizzy's going to maybe find the info on this one. He might have just found that. So here we go. 6 times. Mini. Bit of health. Good vest. Good helm. Position noted, though. Can he exploit a 1v2? Does have 3 smokes and a molly to play with, so he's got a little bit of room. Gets attention towards one side and now goes again. Big flank. Trying to pick him apart. Try and get that first pick. But Page, you can see the jump peek right back at him. They're not giving away any information here. That's really smart.
Plenty of time to play with, and everyone just stimming up and getting ready for the fight that will occur. For Omicron, they should kind of be together so they can just instantly trade off if they have to. The way Example gets away with this, if he just catches one of them off guard disconnected.
Yeah, amazing camera angle. Unless Example kills one of them, then it's a bit awkward, but we'll see. For now, keep your eyes on it. They're just trying to split the information of the hillside. Example looking for any sort of way he can exploit either it.
I suppose from this one it shows that they did have no idea where he was, at least for that moment. Surely he's been spotted with a little head peek there. Has to have done the jump mayor, giving away his position.
He has been, but he's keeping them on their toes. That's the main thing, for example. He's trying to find that one freebie, right? If he gets the first kill for free, doesn't get spotted, it's game on. And now Jeemz's actually not been able to see him this time around. Jeemz's on the right side of your screen, but he's peeking the left side. Maybe they've caught wind of it because the nade came out from Page there, so potentially they've got a spot. It does look like they might have worked out he was trying to work that side of the hill, or they're just being thorough. They're just trying to use their utility correctly to clear this out as they go. Now, Example's actually got a really good step towards the center of the circle, and there's a plateau on that hillside. So he could maybe play off the back of that. Now, for these two, you just don't want to mess it up. You don't want to lose a 1v2, but it can happen. And now they're down to that last nade. That's going to be Page putting it down. That could find a target. That's a flash. It comes out. No peek off the back of it, though. Again, still not fully aware of where the position is. An Example just has to wait this one out patiently. See if he can, again, find that 1v1. That is his one job. Find a clean 1v1. And then try and take on 2 individuals as such.
But it's so hard with how back-to-back Omicron's playing right now. They're giving as good as they get, right? He is waiting and baiting and just biding his time, but it's going to be so hard when they're locked together like this, arm in arm. Like, I just don't see, unless you get the perfect spray transfer. One of them has a weakened helmet, so that could be knocked and cracked onto the skull, but now they're creeping and getting behind him. Example will have to answer this call shortly. That's going to be knocking at the door. I suppose he's benefiting his bonus that he does have central point compared to them. They have to do the work and they have to come to him.
I think if it's ever going to happen, it's because that plateau plays to his favor, potentially. It kind of peaks out there. But again, I don't know what utility he has, and they're getting very close here. They are getting closer and closer. Example's going to be here in these steps pretty darn soon. They still have Molly smokes on Omicron. And there's the first peak. No clean 1v1. That's a headshot right back at him, and now they're going to push it. Page going to get the ground, going to push up as well. Jeemzz pushing from the left side. You got them holding that center point, and there's the shutdown. Nicely played by Omicron. 15 kills to round that out. That's a very impressive way of playing that through there. Nicely handled. Didn't get too overzealous. Didn't get punished. Didn't get caught unawares. Quite surprising, really. We do see often that some teams will make those mistakes, but Omicron today seem like they're not making mistakes. So this seems like one of those days where they are fully on point.
Especially when you're coming into this with 57 points and 30 of those are from frags alone. Like, they are looking absolutely stunning. It's a really, really solid roster at the moment. The performance is there. That's the second win. Like, consistency, it's going to put them up there. And to say you were so already had a decent jump from the rest of the pack, this only further adds to that. They're getting scary close to potentially, eventually, we'll just get to the point where they have qualified for finals. I know it's only day one. There's a lot to do yet, but you will get that point where it's like, well, we're done anyway. We'll just go and do what we want.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can all take stock that these guys have come out of the gates absolutely swinging. Big performance at the start of today, and they're running it through towards the end. So, guys on the desk, how's Floof doing? Jeemzz, is Floof okay now?
All right, guys. Floof has calmed down. She's chilling out, although now she's just looked at me as I've said her name. Anyway, regardless, Omakan is the one we really need to focus on here because they started from the east and they just started killing everybody. And even towards the end, that 2v1 clinically handled, making sure no risks were taken. Joining me, Avenger and Toby. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of this game. But Toby, Omakan Esports, we even said it before this, on an absolute roll, and they're continuing this roll. It's insane.
Yeah, one of the big things that we don't see it right here, but it's how not only how they kill everyone, but also how they rotate and when they do so. We saw it, I believe it was phase 3 when Nauk was the only one on that east side Pachinki Hill. Their timing on that rotation, the second they see double in the kill feed, they make the jump towards the hilltop, and that essentially set them up for the position that granted them the win in the end of it. Really hard to replicate for anyone, and there's very few teams that could do it at the level at which they do, alongside with the fragging power that they bring to the table.
The fragging power, first, third, second, first. Avenger, are they going to qualify off one day, even though they've got more days to go? Because this is kind of insane.
I mean, we're talking about a hypothetical cutoff of like 100, 105 maybe points to stay in the top 16. They're looking extremely good already. I mean, they're adding, if they have another good game, they could end on like 100 points for one day, which is absolutely insane. Amazing performance of them so far. As Toby said, like the awareness, obviously they did have to fight around in Tropic, so they're aware that there are not that many guys alive. But it was super nice to see how well controlled this was and how they move with, you can just see the confidence on the team right now. They're moving like it's a public game. We're talking about this, Toby, during the break. Like they're literally moving like a public game. It's absolutely crazy.
Toby, thoughts?
There's literally, I mean, the thing that's crazy to me is that there is not a fight they're afraid to take. There's not a fight they're hesitant to take, and they shouldn't be, because every single engagement they run into, even if they lose a player, they still find 4 kills. It's so again, and it's not just replicate engagements. It's fights in so many different types of areas, whether it's city or it's in the open, whether it's minis or it's enforced guiles, you name it. They just seem to come out on top, which tells me that A, communication at some point, and B, for a roster that, as with what T-Bone said, added a new player kind of recently, they had to play it in. Change nothing, guys. Change nothing, because you've found the way. It's a success with the way you're doing it right now.
Yeah, absolutely. 25 points coming in from them in first place here from this game. Tornado Energy in second place. They're one of the big victors of this game, Avenger, with 10 kills under their belt. And if Omakan Esports hadn't taken that as calmly towards the end, there was always the potential we could have seen a big upset there towards the end as well.
Yeah, I mean, they like Tornado Energy, nice to see example here with Tiikzu, gotta honor that. But honestly, as you're like, sorry, one more time. What is your question?
I said that there was the potential for the upset there, but wait a minute, because all 4 players of Omakan were the top damage dealers of this game. That is absurd. Mental.
They have over 2,000 damage in one game. That's
absolutely crazy, guys.
It's rare we see that. Fantastic. It is rare we see that. In fact, we do have another interview with Omakan. So let's see who we have. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, again.
Hey.
You put a hoodie on?
Yeah.
Did he make it fit? I don't know.
No, my bed's been made the whole time.
Oh, okay.
Just the British way.
Chat trolling you then.
Yeah.
All right. Congratulations, T-Bone. Another great win here. You guys have been blasting today. I think first, third, second, first. Surely you guys didn't expect this. What have they been feeding you? Like, this is ridiculous.
I don't know what's happened today. I mean, our communication, that's the keyest point for us as a team. If our communication's good, we just seem to be able to fight anyone and rotate properly, etc. So today it's been really good, and I think the results have been showing. So.
Did you feel you were in a bit of a rough spot over towards the east, or did you feel like you still had kind of control of the game as you were kind of getting into the next circles and just flowing with the game?
I mean, we was in a little bit of a rough spot when I think like Hawkey's team, what's they call it, Entropic or whatever. We had to take that fight, and we had to just instantly crash them. We saw a knock, and then we just went for it, and Jeemzz managed to get a knock as well. So we all just pulled up instantly on them. And yeah, I think that's what won us the game, to be honest.
I think Avenger and Toby pointed that out once we were discussing the game, so very astutely done, gentlemen. Avenger, any questions?
Yeah, I just want to ask. Obviously, you guys have had a great day, but having a great start today like this, how much does it affect like the momentum and the positivity on the team? I feel like you're a team that really like benefits from having a great start to the day. That then you just start unrolling the rest of the day. Is that true?
Yeah, that is true. If we have a good first game, then normally it just keeps on going from there. So, yeah.
There's no wall effect.
I'm just curious to hear. I mean, you talked about what they've been eating. I want to know how. I mean, you change your player, and all of a sudden, I don't want to say you play more aggressive, but you seem to be engaging in fights now that I wouldn't expect to see you take earlier. Like when we're talking earlier in the game, you just go, wait, they have a position that we want. Well, we'll kill them and take it away from them. Is that just that much confidence, or have you become more, I guess, more greedy and more daring in your playstyle over the last couple of weeks?
Honestly, since Jeemzz joined, we wanted to change our gameplay a little bit from what it was before. Now we have a lot more firepower on the team, so we are obviously being a little bit more aggressive, taking more spots that we want to, being a little bit more greedy, I'd say. Yeah.
Nice. All right. Well, any last words again? As even though you've already been here once today, any?
Just say thanks. Appreciate it, everyone.
All right, thank you. And thank you for the great game so far, T-Bone. Great stuff by Omkin Esports.
Cheers.
All right.
Good luck last game.
T-Bone once again. And, oh, wait. Oh. All right, we're going to a break. And when we return, we are going to be back with our final game of the night. Don't go anywhere. It's the PCS. We'll see you in a few. That's right. Season 7 Cold Front is available and ready to go here for PUBG as we do get things going. And all those dinosaurs as well at the beginning. You know, they've already been extinct once. Don't shoot them all once again. It's not very fair. It's not very fair. And go visit Dino Land. Great stuff. All right, joining us, we have Avenger, we have Toby. Guys, we have one more game to go. It has been a blast so far today. And speaking of blast, Open Sports is almost double the points ahead of every single team. This is nuts, Avenger, what we are seeing from Open Sports right now.
This is insane. And we're talking about a hypothetical cutoff at top 16 around 100, 105 points. Literally one more good game, like one more 25-point game, and they're there. It's absolutely crazy. They've been wrecking everything. And good to hear for T-Bone as well. Like, once they have a good start to the day, they'll you can see that in the way they move as well. Like, they have so much confidence. And they, like, the snowball effect is literally so far down the hill right now that the snowball is 10 meters tall.
And of course, the Brit is the mouthpiece for a team. Of course,
of course,
has to be the thing. You want Guff now? Are you? Anyway, Navi and Entropic 47 points apiece. I mean, they've had good days. It's just a shame for them that Open has just, for some reason, not only overshadowed them but blotted out the sun, Toby, when it comes to performances.
I mean, it's absurd. If my math is done correctly here, had Vasco had 500 more damage done today, which would be a lot to ask given how he's been able to perform, he would have more damage done on his own. Vasco would have more damage done today than Ratio Edge and Haiku has combined. That's 8 players he has more damage done than in total. It's absurd. It's absolutely insane to me.
I mean, we said this during PEL, Avenger, when we were over there in Berlin, but these Finnish players, they breed them in some kind of like secret lab chamber in a science kind of facility there in Finland somewhere, and they pop off constantly, and Vasco is no stranger to that.
No, I mean, it comes down to them being forced to be inside for 10 months a year because it's so much snow up there, so they just have to play inside. So that's like they're breeding them. The whole climate, the Finnish climate is breeding good players, especially PUBG players. I remember we had like 10, 13 at one point in PL, considering how small the country is. That's absolutely insane. But we also have a lot of representation here at PCS, and it's nice to see these guys popping off. I want to hear from one of the guys if they win one more time. I want to hear from one of the Finnish players from an interview. We don't want to hear from T-Bone again.
Wow. Okay.
No more T-Bone.
No more T-Bone. Just bring us those lovely Finnish accents, I think is what you're trying to say here. All right, it is time for the final game of the day here. Erangel Remastered, Pansy and Sims, bring us the grassy pastures.
Pastures, where we may frolic in the fields of wheat. That's a throwback. But no, we are into the final one now. Do you know what? I would like to. One thing we haven't discussed much of, Rich, and I don't know what you think of this. Is something that hasn't been a discussion for so long in many games because LAN is just now where you go to. How do these teams, do you think, play more comfortably in an online environment? Now, obviously, like the server settings, and being on 0 ping and such and so on is a huge benefit. People love that, but there is that, jitters when you're playing, at an event. You've got the big camera, the lights, the crowd potential, all these sort of things. When you're at home, right? You're sat there, you're comfortable, it's your own setup. Like, hopefully all of these players have a PC that's super comfy at PUBG now. Like, then, these are the high-end players. I have a feeling that some of these players will probably be more willing to be aggressive and take some, bigger risks. Oh my God, that circle. Because it is online, right? You have a different feeling to it. There is a different vibe. What are your thoughts on that?
From someone who got absolutely dumpstered at LAN in his game when he actually played, it's hard for me to say, Lauren, I'm not an event winner like yourself. But I have to agree. There is gonna be some level of confidence in there that comes from playing your own backyard and your own comfort zone than to being in front of all the cameras and stuff. I used to kind of say this, and I don't know if it was the LAN environment that got to them. Someone like G2, for example, the amount of times that we would look amongst themselves, the roster, and they wouldn't necessarily talk to one another when they go sit in the back at PEL. They'd all just kind of be separated with the music on. It's like, you've just come off a game and all 4 of you are ignoring one another. Now, not necessarily that's down to the whole LAN environment, what you're coming across, but it's certainly that different environment where you have to interact with your teammates, you have to talk to them, you have to interact with the environment that you're within. You'll definitely be comfortable. You've got your own setup, mouse, keyboard, and yes, granted, you can travel with those, but you're not at the desk that are provided, you're not at the screens that are provided. All your settings are how you want them and how you're used to playing with them. It just depends whether that's the trade-off for what comes with LAN, because some people absolutely thrive off of it. They love the thrill of
you get
being in
land
the
beasts, yeah.
yeah, for sure. And even us as casters going to a LAN event, there's nothing like it, especially some of the arena stuff. Like for me, the biggest events we've done where we've been to PGC, where we've been to Korea, sitting in those arenas and just seeing the lights, the action, everything else that goes with it, it gets the blood flowing, right? And some will feed off of that, but others will just come into their own. You quiet lads that just like to play comfortably, like keep themselves to themselves. This will suit them to the, you know, the I suppose they're in any better feeling than being comfortable in your environment, right?
Yeah, and then I look at it in regards to, like, we'll see a couple of teams within that, let's say top 10 for now, that, you know, when you're seeing Elgigant and Razor Edge, DA outside of a top 10, and some teams within that top 10 who probably don't have the LAN experience that they do. If this was a LAN scenario, I feel like it could be a different situation. Maybe they'd be more nervous, they're not so used to it. And as said, it's a small difference. But bear in mind, small differences can really equate to big things for some of these teams in these scenarios. I think they're all great teams, they all play each other, but as said, you know, you do get people who do seem to have better online performance. They're just more comfy. They like their home setups, and, you know, it takes them a while to get that LAN experience. It's why, you know, for me, Liquid play the same. You see, you know, this hasn't been a great day for them, but they play the same game. They're comfortable wherever they are, right? Because they've had so much experience. Omicron had a good season during, you know, PL. They've been there. Na'Vi. Some of these teams have that time. I feel they'll be the same, but I will see teams who maybe wouldn't have that LAN experience able to provide a little bit better of a performance just because they're not in that uncomfortable area. Anyway, speaking of an uncomfortable area, that circle ridge, way out towards the west there, that's a very different look of a circle than we've had today.
Another one where it's just kind of throwing everything into the mix. We don't want repetitive circles. I've seen a few players saying that the circles have become a little bit samey. To be honest with you, the amount of times that they've always been, I have seen 3 or 4 games in the qualifiers where the circle's almost identical. Thus far, we've had a lot of differences and we've had a lot of different change-ups. I'm okay with that. It keeps people on the toes and it keeps the audience entertained, more importantly. Repetitive scenarios do get a bit boring. I suppose the opposite end is where a team just thinks, okay, let's play it different, which is the biggest story of this entire system, where we get a second round and we get a second crack at the whip when it comes to the system that we're playing, rather than just going through 12 games and it's all she wrote. You get to replay them next week, so every single game that you see now will happen in repetition. Friday, we'll have the same games again, Saturday, Sunday, and so far, until we get down to our final 16 teams. And it all comes on points, right? So yeah, it's nice to have differences. It's nice to switch things up a little bit. It's definitely quite cruel with the amount of water that's in play. It limits the amount of land. It depends whether we go to the next circle and there's still a large amount of water in play, because if so, it's just going to be hard for anybody on that. The east side coming in from Pachinki onwards, anywhere between below Mountain and maybe Gatka area, it'll be a struggle, because then you go down to the quarry, it becomes a little bit of a funnel and a bottleneck. Quite a lot of drops in play. Is that 2 or 3 drops now? Just going to go a double one? Yeah, we have got a double drop in play, so TSM and Red Zone getting level 3'd up. I'm pretty sure I saw an AUG, could be wrong there. Didn't see what it was for. Okay, sorry, excuse me. It's on my screen now. Grows up for Iroh. But it's really all about that level 3 gear. I know the weapons are supplementary to that. Level 3 helmets in PUBG are just... It's not OP. I think that's the wrong terminology to use. It's just very strong and a very good bit of kit, and well worth potentially risking your life to go for a crit.
Iroh can't get the car up the hill. He's got to give it a run up. Got to go around. Maybe not feeling I wanted to lose out on the gear for the sake of it. He can probably shuffle his way up. Oh, give it the beans. Give it the beans. Oh, has he done it? He's doing the snake. He's doing it. Come on, Iroh. Give it. Yeah, my neighbors must think I'm up some weird shit, dude. Alright, speaking of TSM, on the other side, they've had to deal with Haiku swinging past. Iroh's made it, don't worry. He's already crashed the car straight away on the other side. But he's free, he's made over the hill, he's avoided Liquid, and he'll be okay to go forward. And everyone else just kind of shuffling out towards the west. I don't know where this is going to end. I don't think we've seen a western circle like this. I'm trying to think if we have. We did see one go towards the mountain, didn't we?
Those hills are a bit of a bugger, where you have the aerial tower towards the fields and such. You come off of the back of the big mountain, and you flow down into the fields, that's one that we see quite a lot. And I actually kind of like those where you can keep the swamp area, and then you can hold that really high end on the ridgeline. You see the telephone mast within pretty much where Adepts are now, somewhere around there. They're pretty decent circle, and especially because the field gives. I know we can destroy all the hay barrels and such, but the field gives decent hard cover at least, so you can fight between them, and that's probably why we see someone like Liquid, for example, going for a 2-1-1, split up along that roadside, take a hell of a lot of land, keep everybody away from you, peacock like a bad man. And then once circle updates, just take the pick of the bunch. Where do you want to be? What's the best position for you now? Get yourselves together and just take control of it. Oh boy, I'm seeing a huge, just as a side note, a huge clump of players, unfortunately, in the north. Georgia Pole.
Yeah, I just saw that.
West Town. Yeah, that's Eleganton, TSM, DA, Haiku, Adepts. And Eleganton's not all together just yet. I don't think anything will kick off from it, right? Just because of how spread people are, but still.
If they're sloppy on scouting, they could be in trouble. I think that's the takeaway. They look in the north. You can see a lot of teams around Hospital in that west side of George. If they're sloppy on scouting, they'll be punished. Wow, it is coastline all the way. We've got TSM obviously working down, Haiku working down. Who's going to get the God Compound? I think that might be Adepts, or they're shuffling towards it. I mean, no. ETG could get it, but that is, again, if that needs to go a little bit further east to be the case. Yeah, plenty of big compounds here, but everyone's on the move. I don't think maybe two teams have sat still. Na'Vi got caught on transition a little bit there. Iroh's pulled up and found Armin already, so Haiku losing out on one. Not how they'd want to start this. They're in a decent position, but that's a pick and a half. Owner finding Noki out of nowhere. And really, this is going to slow down all these teams. Look at them all congregating towards the God tier compound, just north of it in the swamp almost. Liquid, Raise Your Edge, Tornado Energy, ETG, Adepts, they're all very close by.
And again, because everyone's banking on it pulling from water up, it will do eventually with the settings that we have in play, but not quite just yet. It can bop around anywhere you like. That's a lot of Omakan players on their knees, standing, begging, and finally somebody has put them in the grave. It's Redline, 16th place for Omakan. It kind of shows the rest of the lobby that these dudes do die, as hard as it may be. TSM, are they going to pull on this, or are actually going to keep on driving? Maybe they drive for now. Oh, no, they don't. They get out. Okay, I stand completely corrected. They have pulled up. Iroh doesn't realize there is a player behind him as well, so he needs to be really careful of that. Fexx is here to get onto the guard. MiracU's on the opposing side. 1-2, thank you. Murdered as well, unfortunately, so the response is brutal for TSM. They will lose a player, but they can keep on fighting, and now, look at this, burning them out.
Oh, no,
Ollie's
that's
in.
brutal. Look at those flames. It's just going to go down. Yeah, Vard, nice molly there. Not going to get past it. Vard's had enough. Avenging MiracU, making sure they know that you don't get to do that for free. Haiku gets put in their place, down pretty early here. Very comprehensive take from TSM. A big compound, too, considering he's right on the coastline. That's not bad at all. And Entropic, after being a real surprise to our eyes, go on, hit the banger. Porky there, almost catching the Unity players. Trying to predict it. Orange going to bail out his teammate.
Let's just take a look at this map. Go to one of those moments where it goes a little bit quiet for everybody. Find a compound and just get your head down for the next circle to come in. Red line in the distance, who have just come off the back of 4 kills and removing our #1 team right now. Playing the blue. Marv's still in there. They're coming towards the Gatka fields way, and no one's around Gatka, so they're kind of sitting happy for now. I say sitting happy, not for the next circle. They're sitting safely. No one's going to fight them or kill them on their arrival. Tempest, kind of the same scenario. Navi's a bit further afield of them, maybe 200-300 meters. They're in a 2-2 split, so a little bit obscure scenario if someone does find half a Navi, but not the other. TSM, Beachhead. Not a big fan personally, but they've had to fight, and they've had some difficulties and troubles on the way there. They've lost a player, so I can't really start digging into them too much. They've been dealt a hand, and they've had to deal with it, so to speak. Red zone, big 2-2. Big 2-2 for the position that they've actually got. That's some really solid compound work. Next circle, telltale sign. Give us a story. Where we going?
Tornado Energy.
Oh my
Ooh, TSM. Wow.
So
if
that
they had
swings
4
in,
players
right?
here, what a game. It's got to. It has to fit within the circle.
But where do all the players fit?
Go swimming, boys. Get to the ocean. Into the ocean and end it all. I mean, well, I don't know. More land in the south, I guess, with that little piece jutting out. Yeah, everyone's going to shuffle in. This is going to be around the kind of God compound where Tornado Energy are, up towards TSM. So it's quite a big open field because Red Zone, the area they're going to go into, has some high ground to it, and it's got the compound up there. And the field around it open. Raise your edge, holding that red line. This is the fight on your screen. Shiv going to be getting the fire going. Does have to be careful to not overextend because they want to consider we need to move as well. We don't want to be here the whole time as you know in this case. DA on the push as well. That's the LG holding the compound, but Mert's right up the door, up by Hospital Way. This is south of Hospital, but you get the idea. Smash has gone down. Vac is on the run. He's going to get quite close to Metralius. That could be the next target for them. But with Mert and Sixmo very close by, it could go either way here. This is a mirrored scenario, but with Gaxi down, ELG only has 2.
Trying to build a little wall of smokes which allows Metralius to pull back to the team. Get them together as a 3 and then breach in. That's what they're doing. They're pushing Elegant. They won't expect this. You heard it last week from Iroh if you're watching. DA are starting to get more aggressive and it's paying off. Up above the smoke. If they somehow manage to pull this off and it works, good God. Elegant have just taken a beating if they get this. They're not scared.
I mean, you don't expect it, do you? There it is. Mert, that's big. He needs to follow up, though. He's already been put down once. Gaxi confirms it. Metralius trades. And they've actually, I mean, they've lost out on a lot for this. But I guess they had to do something, right? They had to make a choice. They had to make a play. And that's what was there. The aggression, it gets them the compound. But can they get the revives in time? Because Norcus, he can't get back into that now. He can't rerun up that hill. He's, you know, you can't replay that. Now they've got 2 alive in a compound. I guess it's not great, but it's better than nothing.
You saw a bullet come through the window as well. Fexx somehow hit that. Okay, there was no knock or anything, but to actually hit them through a window at that distance, at that range, just from the beachhead. Where have TSM actually gone to? Okay, so they've come a little bit further forward into the compounds they fought off earlier on. Iroh's just on the beach, chilling. Keeping a lookout, keeping a watchful eye, wondering where this next circle will go, because if it does go to the south, he can at least advance forward and take a compound that is currently uncontested. Red zone, beautiful position for them now. ETG, great position for them, especially along that swamp edge area. The compounds within there, just to come find everybody back up against the edge of the circle over on the east. Liquid, we'll see. Maybe they have to come down. Maybe they get lucky with a circle. Not too far to go. But it kind of now gets to a point where someone like ETG, someone like Red Zone, you've got these super, super viable places, these very entrenched and strong compounds. Everyone's going to have eyes on the prize, and maybe they get pushed on. You'll have to defend these. That's the only thing with having a decent place like that. You have to defend them. Decent nade as well.
Let's use up to it. Hey, not bad. Double. Doing more than the double. That's 3 in the kill feed for him. The flush and the knocks all coming together. And he wants a bit of tornado energy. Is he just the CIS catcher? Is he just hunting them down? Oh, V, maybe not fancying that so far, and they're stuck towards the position they're in. Hard to fight out of it. Liquid, similar scenario. Hard to work their way forward. You can see EIQ being on the receiving end of a lot of this attention, and not in the way they want it. Novik trying to get back, though. Can he avenge? Or no, it looks like he overextended for a shot there and a nade to come out, but now forced back away. This is going to be a hard circle for these players to get towards. Keep in mind, it's only Tab left alive for Na'Vi, as Kemba just got caught off by double as well.
Talk about double. Coming into this, he was 3rd on our kill rankings at the moment. 12 kills and 17,000 damage. Excuse me, 1,700 damage. Not a bad going so far. And he's putting points on for Entropic. I mean, in the overall standings, Jeemzz kind of talked about how they've been consistent. 3rd place is solid. From a team that's just been playing in the backline, so to speak. You know, it's not been the number 1 shining star. Don't get me wrong, they had a huge game. But even leading into that, it's not been like the consistent big numbers as such. But they're still up there with Na'Vi. I think they've kind of gone under the radar a little bit compared to some of these other bigger teams.
Now, let's look who's in good spots. I have to say, Red Zone again stands out to me here. The 2-2 split in this position, very powerful. Kind of to the east of that, I guess everyone else is kind of... They're not bad positions, but they're not 360 safe, right? And that's the brilliance of Red Zone's position, is that it is 360 safe. You know, ETG, okay, but if they get too much pressure from either side, it's so hard to hold in that area, right? And you're seeing it now. Bit of pressure comes in, suddenly that's not a safe angle. This is going to be so tricky for some of these teams to get that balance just right. It's going to be very, very hard. Tempest, again, it's not a brilliant position, but it's better than ETG's, you could argue, even though it's further out, maybe. So how do they want to play this one out? You've got, you know, Team Liquid lurking on the hillside now. ETG starting to lose out on players. Tornado Energy, more than just interest, getting a little bit more curious. Going to knock down Honor, not going to push on it yet. They are getting their players close by, so that could be a potential for them to push further forward. But EIQ are getting interested. They're further south. They're behind them on that hillside. And they're a sort of team that will fold in towards this. But don't forget TSM in a 2-1. They lost out on MiracU. They still have, you know, a good setup here on the coastline, safe from one side. Example, showing off his spray control, but to sadly no effect.
Kind of worrying to see ETG lose a player like that. Don't get me wrong, he's back on his feet, but when they have the safety net of not only the compound, but the ridge behind them as well, to say you're getting knocked means you either don't have vision or don't have information, or even both, as to where Tornado Energy are making an entrance point. Liquid are going to be in the same position opposite them. They maybe have to push that compound and get rid of them. ETG, if they show any signs of weakness, it is a team that you can kind of take advantage where you knock one, separate the other to try and get the res off, and then push them as a 2 versus 4 scenario. We'll see. This will be an interesting time for Liquid. They've got enemies down below them, enemies in front of them. Which fight detect first? Where do you want to go? How do you want to work this one? If you go down to the south, you've got Entropic and Tornado Energy. You go directly in front, you run the swamp, you're going to be slow and steady, but running straight on headlong into Etiquette Esports. TSM still happy. God knows how they've got the circle, but they have. They're laughing. Iroh disconnected from the rest of the roster. Furax clipped by Clib. Wookie now stepping up as well to finish off the one. Iroh's still on the punishment. I suppose we spoke about, well, I just touched on him for a second out on his own. This is his job, right? Just deny anyone and then point behind them.
You're a wizard, Harry. Iroh on the move, back towards the boys. He's going to pull up. Nice work, though. I think the balance of what we were kind of talking about there is that you hold that ground as long as you can, and there's the fine balance of when you back away, when you give it up, but you do as much damage, you slow the roll down, right? 31 players in this circle is a great deal. God damn, this is going to be a wild one.
Yeah, I think it's a good time for Iroh to back off to TSM. He's done his task and he's done his job. He's got the information of any teams that wanted to come up onto that hillside. They can't really do too much because of how the circle is. There's not really too much danger. They either come towards TSM, in which case they'll hit them crossing the road, or they slam into red zone, which again, TSM will have all the information. The biggest amount of danger, it's all on the opposing side. It's in the east. Liquid. Ooh, who we got? Entropic. It's still all these four teams. Hold on. How do you get into this?
EIQ. Look at them. They've gone in the blue to get the kills on towards Liquid. That is such a dangerous play. They've traded out with Novik, and Liquid's had none of that sort of nonsense. Like, all right, if we lose Jeemzz, it's not ideal, but now it gets even worse. ETG hear all these shots, and suddenly they're falling like flies. Tornado Energy are the ones closer by, and Liquid have no idea. Now they do. Aliag sets off the alarm bells. Kaymind finds examples, so now Aliag has to try and deal with what's going his way. Mxey's there, but covered by smoke, and Mxey you don't mess with. Tornado Energy blown away by Liquid, and now Kaymind is down. I don't think he's recoverable. Mxey's gonna have to snake this one out.
That's a solid shot. To be able to respond like that is an absolute solid shot. When you're corner peeking, you're holding that angle, you can't let that happen. A quick flick from Mxey keeps Liquid's dreams alive for now. Clip down AUG and level 3 gear, taking off Tempest, all but for a moment. Smokes are up, pre-fire's there. Deny anyone line of sight while they try and attempt to get him up. Tommel also drilling from the sidelines, but he is getting hit himself, so he needs to be really careful. Clip confirmed. The smokes to no avail. Nothing they can really do with that one for now. Rather unfortunate, but it was worth the shot. Mxey, who's your next victim? How do you play this one? Pick your fights, pick your battles. You're still not safe in the circle yet.
He needs this fight to resolve. He needs Tempest or ETG to just get it done. Whichever way it goes, because he can't take an extended fight here. He'll just get one and die. But he's gone for Markelov, got the knock. Might even get the flush on that. Let's see if he peeks up again. Yes, he has. Right, good work from Mxey. 5 kills there. Can he continue this? It's a very dangerous game he's playing because now they know where he is, but this is going to slow down ETG. They want to get moving by now. They'd want to work forward. And Tempest have made it harder. Red Zone still alive as well. I think they've got 4 players. Tempest 3, so they're your big dogs here. TSM does have 3 good positioning too. A little bit tricky to move away, but I'll touch on where Iroh's position is after this. Look at that molly burning. Mxey is making it so tricky for these guys to work further ahead. If anything, he might be the downfall of them. May not get all the kills, but he's certainly going to cost them good placement. They can't leave. They can't try and focus on Tempest when he is lingering on the hillside.
Can't go too far. The shots you're hearing in the distance are from Orange, the last man standing for Unity. Is a very nasty position. The knock is there, but oh, what an aid. Bounces off and cracks him in the face. See you later, dude. Exit the server. Mxey spotted. Next victim. 3 times back of the sky. What have you got? Come on. And see if you can pull this 2 versus 1. If you do, it'll be phenomenal. If not, no worries. You've picked up some frags along the way. 5's good for Liquid. Top 7 placement.
I just love how he baits the position. It's so good. Now, the smoke wall's up. Oh no, apparently, ETG don't know how to use it!
Oh my god.
Oh, like this. Mxey has just destroyed them. That is ridiculous. They put up the smoke wall, whether it be bait or not, it doesn't matter. Mxey's just outdone them. Huge play. Now, Norgis on the run in the north, but this is what I want to talk about with TSM. They were in the buildings over on the west. They put Iroh across the road to secure position towards more of a centralized area so they don't get caught having to cross that road in the open. This could be good insurance plan for later down the line. We'll see if it works out, because technically right now it's just theoretical. They have to see if they can action it here.
Iroh clear information as to where Norgis actually is. He's now playing the same tactic as what he was doing on the opposing side of the map, where he's just holding. Fexx still the anchor point for TSM. Up against the blue. Does have to move now. Safety net's been removed from red zone. Playing along the ridge line. They still have a bit of ground cover, and they still definitely have some safety behind them, but it's whether or not people that are all the way across this field become problematic. Vard and Iroh, once they get rid of Norgis, this becomes so much easier to take a fight against red zone. Fexx can keep them at bay from one side and force them into an engagement on the other, which Vard and Iroh should capitalize on, but it all depends on what Norgis does. Whether they're still focused and attention-seeking towards him. Fexx, with a headshot as well, that's going to be devastating. He'll have to heal up and slows him down, and his arrival is actually approaching this side, so they have to be careful.
How did Red Zone do this? They've got a little bit of a dip, but this is so unsafe. They've had to do something. This position is rough. Mxey does go down, but a valiant attempt. Did really, really well. Made the most of a very bad scenario. Can't take anything away. Now, you want to play this... I don't know how Red Zone play this out safely. Like, look out... Oh, not like that. Just style it out. Style it out. Pretend it was intentional. TSM, oh, they're going to love that if they get a pick off the back of that one. But look at these teams holding on so little. And Tempest have just rocked up in the east. And they're going to see this all going on. But where's Norgis in all this, guys? Uh-oh, here he comes. He gets spotted by the other team. Red Zone seen him. Oh, TSM brought to their knees by one man. And honestly, the sad factor is he goes down instantaneously off the back. Iroh's still alive, but he needs to either wait for Red Zone and Tempest to fight and maybe get a sneaky res. Oh my word, he's going for it. He wants to get his team back. He's fighting for this one. This is so risky. Red Zone are right there. Iroh, you've got to be so on your toes now. You've got to be so ready. Magister's taking down Vard. And you can see Fexx is bleeding here. Not happy. Not loving it. Iroh needs a kill. He needs it fast. Tempest, they can't get there quick enough for him. He's going to get spotted in the middle of the road. And there it goes for TSM. One nade and one snake ruins everything they were doing.
So with all this happening, this allowed Tempest to actually push up. Let's not forget about Mxey. Being in that position, it's really good. It gives them an off angle. It gives them information. If all of them push towards red zone now and just tunnel vision towards those players, Mxey could strike and really hurt Tempest. But they're sitting central. Gives them 360 vision of what's going on. And that's the saving grace for now. They shouldn't get shut down in the back instantly like we just saw with TSM because of their position. They're not confined. They're not up against any blue. They can wait this one out and let other players come to them, or they can play forward. But to be able to do that, they have to get back together. Both teams are quite split, in my opinion. But that's fine, given the circumstances of how little there is to play with. Pixel's going to be a big one. If he gets into the back of them with the level 3s and the AUG, that'll hurt them. Take out
He's the
Mermaid
one-
and they can just
yeah.
pin these two.
Yeah. No, you're right. And he can't be seen by the other players from Red Zone. I think it's just Momi here who can actually see it. So now that's the first bit of contact. And a nade could do some big damage though. That could be all but over if it's on point. Pixel could be in danger. Looks like it bounced a little too far. Molotov's not bad. Into prone zone we go. And yeah, 3v3 on both sides. Wow, that's a brazen run. Feeling very bold. Tomo's right there around that corner, and they've kind of traded positions. Wookie now can play that little bit of a ledge if he wants to. You can see the roll of the hill is keeping them somewhat safe. And Tempest, sadly for them, don't have that much utility to play with here, but they do at least have, 3 helmet, good gear, 10 kills. Big game for them.
Where were they on the leaderboard? They were 4th. This is nice for them. This could seat them in the top 3 ending day 1 up there. I'd certainly be happy. Red Zone's starting to work their way forward. They know the safety net of that hillside will eventually be evaporated. Wookie will kind of be in the same scenario, but he does have the opportunity to crawl forward. Maybe use the rock, maybe use the bush. Opted not to work with the sniper rifle right now. I'd assume he's got an M24 on him just because you know what he's like with the marksmanship. Oh no, it's actually a mini. Calling me shocked for once. No sniper. Wookie. Interesting.
So looking at this way, Rich,
scenario. Yep.
Red Zone do have to move kind of first, and the high ground sits with Tempest a little more. But I guess Red Zone have the utility. So there's like the trade out, right? It's like if you're Wookie, you wait until you have to strike, and he's done very well at that. He's going to keep Magister back, and he's going to slow down the progress on that front. However, there's the trade back in. Momi was waiting late game. He was waiting right in the middle of this, and now Tempest are caught off guard. They had no idea he was there. He was the player they got contact on, and that's an excellent pickup from Wookie, using that off angle to perfection. He might die here, but he's done his job. He's provided what he had to. Now they're all focused on him. Tunnel's going to shift this way to provide some support, get the fire into the smoke. Sees Mac and Dark making the cross back to more of a central position. This comes down to really hard communication, and Wookie is landing the shots, but can they find that final player, Rich?
That's all they need to do, Mac and Dark. In a 2 versus 1 scenario, it's getting a little bit more difficult, given the fact that he has no cover whatsoever. Flashbangs are coming up, hits the deck, and they either bombard him or burn him alive with nades and mollies, or they just push as a team. And in theory, being laid down, he shouldn't be able to spray transfer. Pixel's going hunting, sniffer dog out. See if he can find him before he bleeds out. And if he does feed that info back, he actually might just do this, you know? There's potential. If he spotted him, yeah, he has. There it is. Should give away the info. And that's it, done. Even as a dead, downed man, he's still giving his team the information that he needs. Tempest, well, they get a much needed win. It won't really need a win when they're in 4th position, but another good win. Solid kills in the bags as well. Decent frags.
Yep.
It should, potentially, see them in top 3 for the end of the day.
No, I feel like it will. I mean, that's been a really good performance from them to close out, and I just hope we get to hear from Tomo in an interview. It's always my favorite. It gets chat going. You know what I mean? Love him or hate him. It's always it's a good meme. But no, I think a good game to end on some very unique circles today, and we've kind of headed out towards the western side at the end then, which provided pretty good fun. I think all said and done, it's been a good day. I think it's going to be a wake-up call to some of the bigger teams going forward, Rich, that, luckily for them, yes, it is quite a long group stage and they might need to depend on it. But that's enough from me and you. It's been a pleasure casting as always, Rich, and we'll head back to the desk to wrap this one up.
That's right, Tempest gets themselves the win towards the end here, and that was a big win indeed. Going up against Red Zone here in the final moments, another team that has actually performed very well throughout the day. Good win by Tempest. Joining me, Avenger and Toby. It's a field ending. Let's take a look at the highlights here for game number 6. And Tempest, Avenger, with this amount of kills, is going to probably put themselves in 2nd place after today.
Pretty impressive in consideration that they are actually looting in Milta. They are literally on the other side of the map. They managed to get into a good spot, managed to get a lot of kills, managed to control the east and penetrate some of the areas that are actually pretty hard to get through and maintain a lot of players alive. Very impressive win for these guys.
Toby?
One of the interesting, one of the big things to me is this whole swamp isolating so many people. You saw it here. We can see it on the screens now as well. How so many teams had to fight their way through it. Tempest ended up being one of those teams, but that's only kind of the start of the end game affair, because then you're forcing everyone into the field, and the field is one of those. If you move into it too early, you're gonna get you're gonna get killed by all the people that still have the comfort of safety from wherever they may be playing. If you move in too late, there's no space for you to play it at all. So the way that Tempest not only pushed in, but also took full control of what was around them in the end of it. We saw how they managed to, in the end of it, swamp Red Zone the way they do. Hard thing to execute, and they managed to pull it off perfectly.
Yeah, very nicely done. Here's Red Zone going up against TSM. They do actually vanquish them there, but unfortunately for them, Tempest is just too much. Let's take a look at the points coming in. Omekan, actually a 16th place after an insane day. I guess their momentum came to an end. But, you know, they've done enough today, it seems like that. And then let's take a look at our 1 through 8 as well. And we do see Tempest, 23 points. Team Liquid, 10 kills under their name. And actually, I think it was Mxey, Toby, that really got the majority of those.
Yeah, I was trying to do the math on how many of Liquid's kills actually came in when it was just Mxey left alive. I know he had 7 of them, but I couldn't quite figure it out. It was a team with a very good endgame there for sure.
Yeah, very nicely done. So that is the standing so far as Tempest get themselves those points, and they will push themselves up to second place here. Omekan didn't get anything from this game, but still 82 points. Tempest 20 behind there. Entropic and Red Zone sit in 3rd and 4th. Avenger, it's been a great day for those top 4 teams.
If you asked me, you did ask me about the start of the day, like what are expectations, but Entropic and Red Zone being this far, Tempest, yeah, you can expect them to get up into a pretty decent spot. They've been playing very well. They had a few bad games. They did get a few points out of it though, but Entropic and Red Zone's performance today has just been way overperforming to what the majority of the scene and the community kind of expect from them, except obviously all the fantastic Entropic fans in the chat. They love him, but this is so nice to see from these guys. Stepping up at such a big tournament is just an amazing feeling.
Yeah, very good. Toby, looking at how this has played out so far.
I think we gotta highlight that we have teams that are in the tournament that got invited here. But right now, your top out of the top 7, 4 of those are teams that made it through the Open Qualifiers all the way here, and I think that shows a lot. I mean, they come here, they've played all the way to get to this point, and they are not going to give up before they make it to the finals.
All right, we're going to hear from Clip once again here from Tempest. We already heard from him before. There's only been 4 winners throughout the day from the 6 games. Hello, Clip again. How are you doing, friend?
Hello, I'm doing good.
Good, I can only imagine. Second place right now after day number 1. Fantastic results so far. Talk to us about this game, your progression from Mild moving over towards this circle. Talk to us how it played out for you and how you felt through it.
I mean, obviously we don't get a lot of space in these zones because we're one of the last teams to actually get in, so we just thought we might as well go in on edge and just see if we can find our way in and get just a bit of space, and all of a sudden we had a lot of space in the swamp, so we just took it from there, took the fights we needed to, and won the game.
Nice, fantastic. Avenger?
I just want to ask Clip, so going into these tournaments when we have these 24 teams and it's kind of not random, but how do you guys expect to like keep your own like drop? Are you in a situation where you just feel like everybody else will respect your drop and you're not going to contest and you're just going to stick with your usual plan, or what's your kind of thoughts going into a tournament like this?
I mean, hopefully everyone respects our loot spots, because contesting is just one big waste of time for everyone, I feel like. So like if people are going to contest us, we're obviously going to take the fight because we know how to play in from every loot spot we have. So hopefully people just respect it.
All right.
Toby?
I gotta think, this is half question, half compliment, I guess you can say, because I followed you guys in Tempest, and before that obviously as well. But when you were with the former Tempest lineup, it seemed like there was kind of something missing, which I guess you can also maybe agree on to some extent. But then you add Tomil and you add Pixel, and we talked about already how you have fracking power now that maybe you didn't have before. But is that it? Was that just what was missing in terms of the team, or what has these 2 guys brought to the team that now, as we can see, is just really working out well?
What we have now is that everyone can open a fight for us. Before we had a bit of problems with like either me or Wookie kind of having to opening the fight, and we just need that aggressive, like, now we go. We get that with someone Tomil and Pixel is so nice. Like it works out so well for us. Like just having that get-go, like we're ready to fight now, that's all we needed.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you very much, Clip. Any final shout-outs that you have?
Yeah, see you Sunday.
See you Sunday. Hey, all right.
See you Sunday.
Thank you very much, my friend, and good luck moving forward. So that is Clip from Tempest, and we are done with him. We're sending him off. He'll be back. And tomorrow we're going to be going on to A and C, of course, but today we did have plenty of wins. Tomorrow we've got 6 more games coming at you. As I mentioned, it will be actually no, it's B versus C, isn't it? Coming up to tomorrow. So that's an opportunity where we do get to see FaZe, as I mentioned, of 0 points right now. What are they going to do? Anyway, and we get to see other teams such as Northern Lights really try and play things out, which is a team for me that has really risen in terms of stock, Toby. And I'm excited to see Northern Lights play as well. What do you think?
I mean, I couldn't agree more with you. And I think one of the big closing remarks today is we talked about how well some of these teams that we didn't maybe expect the biggest from have performed today, but B, also how some of the teams that we might be thought were going to go out and deliver. It has, and Ratio Edge, Elgigant, and just naming 2 of the matchups as well, really struggling to get anything going at all. And maybe that's a new time showing where some of these teams that you might not expect too much from will come up and surprise. But they got to keep it, and that's a tricky thing, right? They got to keep that spot now, not allow for some of these other teams to turn it around.
Yeah, massive performance by some of our teams. Final thoughts, Avenger, before we say goodbye?
Well, I'm just excited to get tomorrow started. Honestly, we're going to be joined by our PEL winners like ENCE, FaZe, and some of the other teams. Big teams are still staying in. So curious to see if some of these upcoming teams and some of our like rising stars, if they're able to like bring it like they did today. Because I was really surprised positively with some of our teams stepping up to the task here.
Before we end this tournament, Martin, are you going to wear that level 3 helmet?
No.
No,
because it literally can't fit on the headset. You know, I had to take the headset off and then put it on the headset. Yeah,
that's fine. That's acceptable. All right. All right, we're done. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me here, and thank you very much to all the teams playing, and Starladder, of course, for producing this. As there is day number 1 of PCS EU in the books. We are back tomorrow, same time, same place, as B versus C will go up against one another for the first time here at the PCS. We'll see you then.